Chapter 251 Smelling the Meat Penmark www. Of course, there is no problem. Chen Luxican do not know what the four major car giants have, the four major cars of North America. Moreover, in other state buildings, it will be done, but in Michigan, build such a factory in Detroit. This is not open to the eyes of the others' eyelids. Chen Multi is certainly not stupid. However, if it is just a CKD dissemination of manufacturing base, these CKD dissembles are still exported to Huaxia, then there is no problem. The four major car giants will not give Fernandez, but also encourage Ming. I will say a few words on the face. Congratulations. Why? Because of several large car parts giants in the United States. They have four major car giants holding. Chen Geng can't produce all parts. Since it is CKD, he will inevitably buy a part of the spare parts from home. In this way, Fernandez will not only erode their own markets, but also create a certain profit. You say that the four major car giants will give Chen Multi. Alex Goodrich also understands this truth, so this business is really unspecified from Ford, Chrysler, General and AMC's four major car giants. He completely loses a sigh of relief. Rushing, Mr. Do you have an investment plan? Have. Chen Geng immediately nodded. In the company. I will go back with you. Please rest assured, I must help you strive for a good package as possible. Alex Goodrich immediately said, in addition, you are not with Mr. Lee, Mr. Henry Ford. I suggest you communicate with them now, so on function. Chen Geng nod. No need for Alex Goodrich, he will do this. In fact, he has played with Henry Ford as tomorrow. The communication of Henry Ford is very pleasant. In determining Chen Geng investment, this automobile factory is only stamped, welded, and the three major craft pipelines, and all parts produced in the future. It will not be sold in the US market. After all will be sent to Huaxia. Henry Ford is not only to attend the foundation of the new plant, but also gives Chen Geng a preferential price in the procurement of the parts. Fernandez, what needs to help? Despite the opening, from now on, we are working, and between the peers should help each other. Take Chen Geng's shoulder, Henry Ford said. What should be helped between peers? Chen Gengson is free to laugh. Should you look forward to death? He understands that Henry Ford will say this for himself. The reason is that people have not taken themselves as a thing. I don't know that this will be enthusiastic about my people lingering in China. No, this, when you go back to the United States, Henry Ford gives himself a bone. If you don't starve to death, you can only follow this bone. At the same time, thank you Dade. Since this is like this, then I can't sorry you this heart. If you say this, if you say it, it's a little thing that you need to help. Chen Geng's tone sounds so embarrassed. You said. You may hear, maybe I don't know, German Wolf Mao has reached the block of Germany, the United States. The United States. I don't know if you can help me with the US production equipment manufacturer. Say, what is it? Henry Ford's face does not care about. Give it to me, I will help you say hello. Compared with Ford with more than 1 million cars in the year, the annual output of only 3 or 40,000 Wolf Camel is a brother. Don't look at the Wolf Mao car seems to be very straightforward. It can be in Henry Ford's eyes. The Richmond car is really nothing. Thank you very much. Chen Geng's gratitude was grateful. Henry Ford swayed, said that Chen Mong didn't have to be so polite. We are friends, help each other, and I can't see the morality of Germans. Don't do it. Kick the dead German butt, haha. To deal with your German, you don't have to go out of the horse. And a small NIUS is enough. This is the hub of Henry Ford. Henry Ford returned to the company. Aniston told Chen Li, someone is waiting for him. Still acquaintance. I haven't gained it in a period of time, but I gave my own acquaintance from the beginning. Ji Shengbing of the United Community Bank Detroit branch. Old season, how come you? Seeing Ji Shengqing, Chen Geng is very happy. And even busy the Jisheng into his office. Please come quickly. When are you coming? Why don't you say a greetings in advance? Miss Anne, fast, put my one Jamaica coffee takes. After a cold, Chen Geng asked to Chi Shengqing. Old Season, knowing you is a busy man, said, "What is it for?" Ji Shengqing suddenly felt that his shoulders were high. The class is existing at the beginning. The one who needs to help the house, now it is worth tens of millions of people, and yourself, just an annual salary of 450 professional managers. Even if you are so afraid for a long time, Fernandez has never changed his attitude, but that Fernandez looked at everyone's gravity on his own obtus. As for yourself, you have to know. But now, it's not a saying that you don't say it. Yes, Ji Shengqing a bit bite. Our bank heard that you are going to be a big project in Malaysia. I get what you meant now. If you don't wait for a quarter, Chen Gong put his hand. Ji Sheng was engraved into the mouth. Chen Tong did not expect this matter to hook the bank. When Alex Goodridge will prepare yourself to invest in a car manufacturer, it is submitted on the Detroit municipal government. It means that this is all the people who know all the qualifications know the things. Ji Shengqing's joint community bank will know this. Want to borrow money to yourself? This is not surprising but not unexpected. Chen Geng is willing to borrow money with the bank. He frowned, said to Ji Shengqing, "Old Season, you should know that my company is now very good. I don't miss." "I know," Ji Shengqing nodded, "I certainly know that you don't miss the money. You can make a short message, my deputy manager of a small branch. What can I do?" "Of course, I can only run." Of course, he knows that Chen Bang's company does not lack the money. Not only does not lack the money, where there is a million funds in their accounts, but the funds are abundant. But the bank is like this. The more you don't miss the money. He wants to lend your money to you, because you don't have to worry about the money you can't get back. Like Fernandez, the main bore of the bank is the favorite loan object of the bank. Although I know that Ji Shengqing is the big truth, Old Season, you make me difficult. Chen Geng frowned. Since your bank has learned this from the municipal government, you must know that the municipal government has just set up the investment of the investment promotion. The municipal government has clearly expressed that it will give us coordinate low-interest loans, and will give loan interest subsidies. You said, who will put interests lower, longer repayment period, and subsidize government loans don't choose to cooperate with you. Ji Shengqing didn't know how to answer. He also knows that this is very difficult. Change itself. You will not put the government's low interest loans and subsidies. Turn to the bank loans. Count it is a lot of money to spend more money. Is it a brain to be kicked? But, the Old Season, the face of the Union Community Bank cannot give. Your face, I must give it. I have been sinking for 2 minutes. Chen Li is finally opened. Look in your face. I am willing to give the opportunity to cooperate with the United Community Bank. What? Chen Geng is willing to give a joint community bank a chance? Ji Shengqing looked up and looked down in Chen Geng. Fernandez, don't be so excited. Chen Geng swayed, and it was too early to show the quarter. Your face has no avenue to make me feel more than dozens of millions of dollars. Ji Sheng became a smile. He also realized that he had just an exciting thing is a bit too early. I can give you a chance to cooperate with your bank, but you know that I am not lacking. This kind of graceful cooperation in your bank is not what I want. Ji Shengqing blinked. So Chen said, so you turn my mean after going back to your bank's management. You want to cooperate with me? Yes, no problem. But I hope you can come up with the cooperation plan of the two sides to win. Win-win. Just borrowing, or give me a low interest rate. This is not what I want. Ji Shengqing nodded. He would like to ask Chen Geng's mutual benefit. What does it mean? But it is still very wise to say, Fernandez is still willing to give a chance to cooperate with the United Community Bank at all. If you don't need to use the community bank borrowing, it is like Chen Geng said that he is not true. The province is tens of thousands or even the interest. What is the other things? As for this thing, what is lousy fart? Exclamation mark. Anyway, lousy as long as the words of Fernandez have become, and the human life is not so used. Chapter 252 Honda, the original world is not what I think. Penmark www. Dongpu, at the President Honda Technical Research Go. Limited, A new car concept map is placed in front of each with the Honda executives. Yes, the top of Honda Technical Research Co. Limited is entrusted by the new car design of George Luo Design Room. It is a good thing, but at this moment, the high-managed executives of Honda's technological research have not much meant. The atmosphere in the conference room is somewhat delivery. The reason is nothing. The concept map given by the George Luo Design Office. Everyone is not very satisfied, or Uratli is very disappointed. What is wrong? There is a saying in the industrial field called concept of forest at, mass production Luo at. It means that the concept picture is very beautiful, and the sister of Ling-a-ling is like, and the magical product will be a virtue with Feng's sister, but there is a premise, it is the concept picture is still good. The at least can reach Xiling the extent of my sister. I can read the products given by Chenj, and the executive of Honda's technological research seems that the renderings given by the George Luo Design Room are the level of Fengji, which makes them apt. Even if you spend a big price, even if you can't give the whole Xiling sister, you can't take too much. As a result, you will come directly, you can't stand it, you can't stand it. Ah! Finally someone opened. I don't know who is a small voice. I don't seem to compete with Chrysler family. This is exported, and the face of Hilo is a black, and it is nothing to say. Honda Civic is smooth in the North American market, and the ambition of Honda has also swells a lot, and the reason why it has always been spent for a big price. Please, George Luo Design Room, design this car. It is Honda is not satisfied. At the small car market in Civic, the small car market despised by Americans, is ready to enter the medium-sized vehicle field. It can be said that the Honda has great expectations on this car, and the effect of the George Luo Design Office. The picture is far from reaching Honda's expectations. How do you compete with Chrysler family? This is my responsibility. Hilo is happy, standing up, taking a bow in the Vendial executives. He knows the power in this silence. He is, however, to give up with Chen Wei, and seek George Luo in the design room. He had to persist. Now, how much responsibility must be taken now? Now, I decided to give up the idea of giving me with Fernandez wrong. Fernandez is indeed the most forward-looking car on this planet. Designer, because I brought some unnecessary trouble to the company, I apologize to everyone. The Hiraji is just landing. It does not wait for others, and the Hilo is like a teacher. At the same time, it is a long way to take a good time in Hilo is a way to pick up the words. There is a little, I need to remind everyone, at the beginning, the decision to cooperate with the George Luo Design Office is that we need to consider now. How should Honda should deal with? In order to give your own brother platform, Gigi is also enough to fight. Sure enough, Jimmy is an export of these words. Before you want to give the Hiloi Island like a embarrassment, yes, I gave up Chen Tong, and the advice to cooperate with George Luo Design Office is the Hiraji president is coming out, but this resolution is the collective past. If you want to play the board, there is a counted back, there is a counted one, no one can't escape. The amount is that if you want to take a board, the Hilo preference to replace the partner suggestion should be 2 panels. But one board is also awkward. If you don't have to have a plate, the smile is inserted in the sleeves. Look at the Hilo Island like a slant board. Of course, if you want to slam, it is a bit uncomfortable. Looking at everyone's reaction, Hilo is a good breath. It is a little bit to nod. In order to successfully pass today's meeting, the teacher too yesterday, it took a lot effort. The hint of the brother, Gigi is a sign. Mister, we have signed the contract with the George Luo Design Room, but now we have to admit that Chen Mingjun is indeed the most powerful auto designer. Even the 3 major automotive design rooms represented by Georgia. I am afraid in a short time, so I have a suggestion. When I said that I was ambiguous, I said, can we ask Mr. Chen Li and George Luo Design Office to help us do this car? Jimmy is the exit of this exit. A group of people in the conference room first is stunned, then blow up. What? Do I have something wrong? Please ask Chen Gengjun to help us design this car together with George Luo Design Room. Is there a mistake? Before we chose to destroy with Chen Gengjun must be very angry. How can he agree? This is impossible. Chen Gengjun can't agree. Yes, this quarrel represents the heart of the entire Honda Technical Research Co., Limited. I took the initiative to destroy. Chen Gengjun must be very unhappy. If the Chiye Aero Design Room is more than Chen Gengjun's offer more low, Chen Gengjun's heart may still use the other party's quote is cheaper. So Honda chooses George Luo Design Office to comfort yourself, but the final result is the quotation of the George Luo Design Room. Now, the conceptual map of the George Luo Design Room is better than the price of Chen Gengjun. We will seek the help of Chen Mingjun. How can Chen Mingjun may agree? He will choose to look at our jokes. In the face of such a result, Jizzalotov and Heladao, because this is all unexpected in the two, but the brothers dare to make such a plan, naturally have their own heir. Zhujun, I know this idea seems to be completely unobs, but it is actually really possible, and welcoming everyone's eyes. Jimmy is a word, saying, Chen Gengjun will come to Dongluo. Chen Gengjun is going to Donglai immediately! Chapter 253 Do you have a spirit of proud of the East? www. Yes, Chen Gengjun will come to Dongpu soon. When you catering these headers, the heads of these director are unbelievable. Jiji is a nod. Accompanied Chen Gengjun. Is Yamada's It turned out to be the east of the North American person in charge accompanying Chen Mingjun. Everyone's consciousness is like a President Hilo. Yes, note in the eyes of everyone. The high island is not, tomorrow. Shanshan's will accompany the Chen Mingjun to come to Dongpu. I heard that Chen Tongyai came to Dongpu, the head of Honda's North America, and the two executive bilateral servings of each department and even the meeting executive director not only nodded, but immediately made recommendations. Chen Gengjun is our distinguished guest. I suggest at that time, we will go to the airport to meet with respect. The recommendations of the two executive strikers immediately won the unanimous agreement of this minister. In terms of enterprise size, the scale of Fernandez is indeed no way to compile with Honda Technical Research Co., Limited, but from the perspective of automotive design, Chen Minin fell at least 18 streets of Honda Technical Research Co., Limited. For now, by engine delivery, the most arrogant, the highest car product is just a Honda of Honda Civic, although they are very Bovinex in the motorcycle field, but in the automotive field, it is only a last move, which can get Chen lying in the automotive design. The guidance of the masters, that is what they are honored. Go to the airport. That is what it should be. It is also an etiquette. The sofa of the first class is soft. There is also a cup of red wine on the cup holder of the armrest. However, the mind of Yamada's is completely unfair and red wine. He sideways, secretly in the left side of the left. The Shangshangs also prefer to use the English name of Chenmeng, Fernandez. Mr. Fernandez looking at a piece of information, occasionally twisted and sitting in Miss Manren saying a few words. Yamada's said that there is a lot of pages in that stack of information. It is a design picture of something. He is very curious. What is the design picture? What is the design picture of new car? Maybe thinking that Fernandez born in the hands of the German Wolf Mau car. It will grab the project with Huexia to grab the project. Shanshan's said to Chen Geng's eyes. Some admire. I am really Fernandez. The other party is there. More than half a century history. The world recognized European car giants in the world of Wolfer cars. Actually defeated by Mr. Fernandez in the competition. It's really a big. His hesitation. He still got up carefully, hooked to Chenless follow-up. Humble. There were a few. Mr. Fernandez, if you don't take the liberty, can you allow me to sit next to you, talk to you? Okay. Chen Geng nodded. His impression of Shandian's is not bad. He nodded to say Mada's sitting next to him. Please sit, you said. Here is the first class. and there are still a few vacancy beside the Chenmeng. Milan hit the flight attendant to the head and waited, and whispered to give her a drink to Shanshan's Yamada's Joseon is a bit of a pet. Now in the past, when he and Chen Geng played, Chenmeng was a sold second-hand car and made a modified car business. At that time, the Shandians had a natural superiority, but it is not the same now. Chentong is already the opening of Honda, and the world's top car design master is not a concept. Sitting half-ass in the seat of the first class, Shanshan's said carefully wings to Chen Geng, Mr. Fernandez, what do you think about this cooperation? Is this, if you have any idea, if you have, you feel that it is not convenient to directly say that the president of him or the deputy society of Jimmy. It may be more convenient to change through me. What he means is that if you have any more than, it is possible or let everyone feel embarrassed. I will come to the president you and the deputy society, so everyone is not as for the problem of cooperation between the two parties because of the unheritable of the atmosphere. However, this point of thinking of Shanshan's said that Chenmeng smiled and swayed. Fernandez is not the same as other companies. Other companies think about the maximization, but Fernandez thinking how to cooperate with a cooperation make friends. Let everyone have money to make. Let the cooperation between each other will go out for a long time. Yes, Yamada's continued, although he didn't think about Chen Geng's words, but his face was a good expression, for this sentiment. I am very admired for this sentiment in Fernandez. Yes, in fact, in a week, the Hilo Prefecture of the president of Honda Technical Research Co. Limited has received the concept of the car sent from the George Liu Design. As the founder of Honda Technical Research, Honda Gonlang's big disciples, the president of the grassroots, and the Hella is like to understand the technology, understand the design. Just watching the concept, he knows the design of the George Liu design room is excellent, absolutely the price given from this field, but this is not a product that can compete with Chrysler family. The competitiveness of the two is not at a level. I heard that Chentong also helped Ford design a car, according to the news that the Ford will make this car appear at the Detroit International Auto Show this fall. For Honda Technical Research, this car is to enhance Honda's image, so that Honda will continue to consolidate a product in North America, which is the future strategic product. Absolutely not lost. Even if a simple uncertainty must be excluded. Therefore, Hella is a cautious consideration, and with the teacher Honda Zonglang, teacher Dijimi is a lot of business. The three decided, first put this one. The purpose is to persuade Chen Geng. If you want to let Chen Geng Jun to help Honda Skills Research, at the same time, I want to convince the George Liu design room. Let Mr. Georgia have agreed to turn this originally responsible for the George Liu design room to become their design projects with Mr. Fernandez. After all, this project is the contract signed by Honda's Technological Research and George Liu design room. If you want Chen Po, you can't do it in George Liu. Fortunately, everything goes well. Mr. Georgia has agreed how Island High did. Mr. George Liu also felt that his design and Chen Gengjun have a big gap. This is the consent of the Lord. Said that he is very looking forward to working with Mr. Chen Geng. As for Chen Geng, Shanshan's said that he has a lot of effort, he is very unhappy. Chen Pai unhappy is completely understood. This time you think of me to help. Well, I went wrong. See, what do you have earlier? It is barely consent to talk to Honda. This is the meeting of Honda's high-rise. The thoroughness is said. It will be the same as the executive of Hilo Hickey and Jimmy as a grand patron showing the executive of Honda's technological research. Dond, Chen Geng said, for this cooperation, the money is not my value. I believe that Mr. Yamada should know that my company is now full of cash flow. I don't miss the money, I can tell you clearly. It can also be clearly told Han now president and deputy president of Jumi. This time I come to Dongpu, it is to help you. But the help is not only the Honda Technical Research Co., Limited, but the entire Dongpu's industry, machine tool manufacturing and precision plus industry. See you. always a letter. But we still have to admire the relief of the little devil and the surface of the father, and this self-unfinished ghost. Yamada's actually asked Chen Geng to Chen Geng while nodding, if so, then, of course, it is of course good make it. Then Mr. Fernandez, how do you plan to do? This question is also the Hilo Hi and Jimmy are extremely curious. So Mr. Fernandez, what do you plan? Chen Geng did not answer, but I asked, Mr. Hilo, Mr. J, can I ask you a question? You say. Hilo is nodded. Is Honda Technical Research to produce Civic's car production line which purchase? How much does it cost to purchase this car production line? This is not a sensitive problem. Hella is a good breath. Do you talk about the production line of exporting Civic to the United States? Oh, in order to build this production line, my teachers on Yairo spent a lot strengthen. And the bank has borrowed about more than $3,000. It purchased this production line from Germany Krupp. Before, we spent more than $50 million for this production line and the engine production line, which is $50 million than 10 years ago, which is equivalent to almost $100 million. But all this is worth it. Speaking here, his face is proud. With this production line, we can produce the best small displacement car engines in the world. Our Civic is one of the best small cars sold in the US market. Therefore, Chen Li had to interrupt the self-blow out of Heller Island. So, this production line is actually integrated by Krupp, right? Yes. The Hail Hilo is still unfair, and some don't quite understand why suddenly mention this problem. I have a little doubt in my heart. Chen said, according to I understand that Dongpa's machine tool industry, welding technology, and automation technology are very advanced. It is possible to provide all the equipment required by Honda Technical Research Co., Limited to provide the 4 major art lines required for automobile production and the various engine production needs. Since the high-precision equipment, this is the case, why not work from Dongpa's local procurement, but also to cooperate with German companies? Is it possible to help the compatriots as possible? This one. Chen Geng is exported, but not only Hilo is a good life, but the other executives of Honda Technical Research Co., Limited is all stunned. Yeah, when we build the Civic production line, why didn't consider in cooperation with the country, but not hesitated, as if the devil is fascinated by the devil. I found a German Krupp company. Is there a tradition of Dongpa? Is not as possible to cooperate with your country? Why did this Honda skills don't do this at this point? This is completely unaffected. At this time, Chen Geng's voice once again thought, I found that not only your Honda technology is doing this, but the old Toyota, the Dongda auto industry, is actually doing this. Mazda, Suzuki, Daffa. Dongpa's car business ignore the fact that the country's industrial sector can provide a full set of automobile production equipment and automation equipment, and there is no refund choice for American goods, European goods. To tell the truth, I am completely unable to understand this, Mr. Hilo, Mr. J. No, do you know if the two can be confused? Jimmy is a pale, sweating. They also want to pass the truth completely. Yes, it is really a ghost, and more destiny, if it is not Chen Geng. They actually don't realize it. This problem, this Hilo is a good lip, and finally thinks about a reason. The production of cars is a very complicated issue. Modern automotive production is more testing for a national industrial integration. It is not to put these equipment together. It has produced a qualified car, and it is necessary to make reasonable matching and arrangement of these devices. Only in this way can we fully exert the maximum value and efficiency of these devices. But now Dongpa does not have a system of automobile production lines. Experience. Like ABB, Krupp, Kitka, these world-class automotive production line manufacturing and integrators, they have extensive experience, maximizing the efficiency of the production line, optimal. Their solution is the most optimal. It has been a decades of precipitation and formulation, and Dongpa is completely unable to compete with them. Well, I think it should be like this. This reason for Hilo is coming out, and immediately got an attachment of the executives of Honda Technical Research Co., Limited. Yes, it is like this. Dongpa's business does not have such a complex system integration experience. Even if we use Dongpa's own equipment into a car production line, there is no way to make this production line to maximize efficiency. Speaking of procurement of these companies from Krupp, KITKA, KIMA, ABB, Just. Chapter 254 Dongpa, I am sorry, you think that it is not what you think. Penmark www. Chen Geng suddenly laughed. He smiled and looked at Hilo Dao. Mr. Hilo, I can think that Mr. Hada represents Honda's view of this matter. Hilo is hesitant, or nod. I can say this. Chen Geng's finger refers to himself. If I can? Hilo is looked at Chen Li. Do you mean, if I can use Dongpa's equipment to match a complete 4-scale process handling capacity and related testing equipment, can it be able to work with Krupp? Chen Wirong smiled and repeated himself again. This time, there will be no ambiguity and misunderstanding. This is impossible. Daraji is not talking, and the Hilo is happy, and gives a letter to meet Chen Geng's Honda Technical Arts, and the crime is immediately called. Yes. This is impossible. Why is it impossible? Chen Paigong asked. The other party's answer is extraordinary. I am not suspected of your car design level, but the combination of the automobile production line is a very particularly scientific alienation, and the emulation of dozens of experience is not good. Even if it is barely, it is not as good as Krupp, ABB, and KIMA in terms of cost and operational efficiency. You said it as reasonable. Chen Geng nodded. He did not refute this, but if I can prove that the production efficiency of my combination can reach the international advanced level, this is impossible. But this is always called this is impossible. It is interrupted by the Hilo prefecture, and he interrupted the seriously strict self-confident. He looked at Chen Li and a face. Chen Geng-jun, you know you are talking what? Of course, I know what I am talking. I am also very clear. What are I am talking about? Chen Geng is not surprising to the expression on the face of Hilo Island. I believe that some things that have occurred in the near future know that I don't deny that this is what I want to build a car production line, but I want to say if I can do this, you should be very clear that this is what the machine tool industry and even the entire dongless industry is meaningful. The Hilo prefecture, of course, knows that Chen Geng is really what he said. What is the industry of the Dongpa's automotive industry and even Dongpa? Almost 10 years ago, Honda purchased an engine production line and a Civic sedan production line with stamping, welding, spraying, and general complete production process. The current price is about $100 million. At that time, Honda Technical Research Co., Limited, President's own teacher, Mr. Honda Gonlan calculated, if all these equipment replaced into the equipment produced by Dongpa's own enterprise, then remove the tariff cost of imports, this adjustment of the engine production line and the car production line can be reduced 30%, and considering the high profit level of European companies, it is also possible to reduce cost by 40%. And the production line is not a hammer sale. After buying, you have to maintain regularly. Do you have to replace it? Otherwise the production line is divided into you in minutes. But whether it is maintenance or daily maintenance, you can only use the equipment and tools developed by Krupp, and can only be purchased from Kruger Hand. Honda is maintained every year, and the cost of maintenance will exceed $210,000. If all replacement of the maintenance tools, equipment and instruments produced by Dongpa's company, at least $1 million per year, this saves $1 million. It can become a pure profit of Honda's technological research. This is only the impact of all the equipment of the production line, and the impact of a company of Honda Technical Research Co., Limited. If the car manufacturing enterprise of Dongpa has used the production line equipment produced by Dongpa, with the expansion of scale, the procurement cost of the production line will further decrease, and the maintenance will further decrease, which means further reduction in costs. For the industrial industries of Dongpu, the industrial industry, the electrical industry, and even the entire Dongpu, it can enter the field of automobile production lines, which not only means that the industrial industry and electronics industry in Dongpu has opened a new market, but also lead the industry card introduced by Dongpu Industry. We can make it in the world's most advanced car production lines. You just say, what else is there anything about our product quality? These truths are known, so he will soon think that he thinks he understands Chen Geng's intention. So what you mean, if Honda Skills Research helps you can provide you with these equipment, you will be with George Liu Design Room, help us design the car? I am not waiting for Chen Geng to answer, and the Hilo is nod too. Yes, no problem. Chen Tai used his eyes to watch him. Mr. Hilo, maybe you mean what I mean. Okay. Please make a clear one. Except for me, no one can help Dongpu's industrial enterprises do this, and this production line is my own use. Chen Wantong did not hesitate to say, the production line of the engine and gearbox will be placed in the United States. Stamping, welding, and spray production lines will also be placed in the United States. You should know that I am Chrysler's chairman and Ford, the good friendship between Henry Ford, the chairman of the car, so you should know what this production line means, what it means. As for the total installation line, Yangon is to put the total installation line in Huaxia, the Hilo prefecture, of course, knows what this means, which means that the operation of this production line will be gained with the world's largest two car production enterprises. Once this production line performance efficiency has been verified, as Ford, when Chrysler, General, and AMC, the four major car giants of AMC have a change in production line, they will choose to cooperate with Dongpu. For the industrial industry of Dongpu, this is a benchmark, an example, a demonstration. Looking at the expression of Hilo, Chen Geng nodded, then said, it seems that you are clear. Then you tell me, except for me, who is willing to give Dongpu such a chance. But now you have to tell me you collect money. This, Chen Geng said, the incomparable reason, and even a little grievance. I helped you so much. Do you have a good idea to think about the money? Exclamation mark. Chen Geng is only a bit grievance, and the Hilo is more appreciated. His eyes are scared, and the expression is shocked. What do you mean? Your meaning of Fernandez is this production line, you don't want to give money? Exclamation mark. Mr. Fernandez, please don't open this joke. I can help you pull the bridge, but don't give money is impossible. After all, we are also risky. If your production line does not meet the international equivalent level, Hilo is like a hand. He is not a few words from Chen Geng. At that time, it was not a good thing for the industrial industry of Dongpu. Of course, this is a Far East. It is once if you try, I can persuade you to give you a price as possible. I believe this Honda is still. He is not afraid that Chen Mong does not agree. Don't look at what he said, it seems to be considered for the industrial industry in Dongpu, but don't forget, there are now automotive production line integrators and suppliers in the world. Block, if you can't buy the production line elsewhere, Chen Geng will come to Dongpu. It's still not being awkward. Hilo is very good. Chen Li will definitely pay, of course, after this production line builds, if the situation is really good. Give Dongpu's industry a very good promotion. Well, wait from Dongpu when the world of the car production line is all. Dongpu will thank him. Not only the Hilo is so thinking, it is exchanging in the scene of Honda's skills, and the cruel strikers are also thinking. In their view, Chen Pegang is a big bowel fork, but it is degraded. At the same time, I also reveal my shortcomings. Silly, don't pit. Who? The little devil's small Calcio is very savvy. How is the little devil's abacus playing again? Since you dare to run Dongpu, you will not be expected to even have this situation. He looked at the Hilo Dao, and he looked at Long Mai as a sign. He looked at Yamada's who was looking at Honda's skills in the scene, and crossed. The crowds have crossed, suddenly laughed. Mr. Hilo, And Mr. I think everyone may make a mistake. Okay, Hilo is a bear. What do we make mistakes? The expression is very modest. In fact, it is not something big. Chen Geng's voice is slightly slow. It is slightly slower than the normal speech speed, which can make people understand the contents of his words. It is Fernandez, which is already the first heavy industrial company in Huaxia. Second Heavy Industrial Corporation has reached a strategic cooperation agreement. Huaxia First Heavy Industrial Corporation, Huaxia Second Heavy Industrial Headquarters will fully cooperate with Fernand's company to develop the equipment required by this car production line. This is to develop a rocket. It should not be difficult to develop satellite aerospace. In addition, Mr. Henry Ford also promised me that he would help me with the US Lincoln Electric, US Miller Electric, the US Gulick, US Parker and other welding equipment, spray equipment, and complete set of industrial automation equipment manufacturers, used to purchase those. China has no way to provide high-precision production equipment for the time being, so he looks forward to watching the expression on the face of Hilo. Chapter 255 You are not alternative Penmark www. Hilo is not disappointed with Chen Geng. I heard that Chen Geng has cooperated with Huaxia, and has received the help of Henry Ford, the chairman of Ford Auto. His whole person is all. It is unwilling to believe this fact, joking. How can this be? I have a heart that tells him that this is true. This is very big. For China, the East of the 1970s is the most complex. But in general, this era is mainly awesome for the psychology of Huaxia. Or, that's right, it is awesome, although there is a little despise, but the mainstream view is still awesome. Why did there be such a number of years after a few years, or even 3 or 4 years will never appear emotions? The reason is that there are two. One is because the closure of Huaxia has made Dongpa's understanding of Huaxia, and naturally form a mystery, and there is something that is not 50 in China, such as atomic bomb, hydrogen bomb, such as a nuclear submarine, such as the range of 2,800 kilometers, can carry a nuclear warhead, and then the range of the East Dong 3 mid 3 miles and the range of more than 4,000 kilometers, and can also carry the nuclear warhead and can hit the U.S. Department of East Wind in the Pacific Ocean Base for remote ball missile, such as emit satellite. All of these, there is an illusion to the Donglai, which is not understanding in Huaxia, that is, the other's military strength is very powerful, and the East has many years hold the Red Army of the Red Book. What makes Dongpu people feel more mysterious in Huaxia? As for the second point, the dad of Dongpu, Americans' attitude towards Huaxia. Why is Dongpu to establish diplomatic relations with Huaxia? Not the same year, Kissinger visited China to frightened, thinking that US dad wants to abandon himself, scared, hurry, seek hug. Naturally, the first heavy-duty industrial head office and the second heavy-duty industrial head company that are created by the power of Huaxia, and the two companies know that the two companies are the country-weighing instrument of Huaxia. It is the industrial machine of Huaxia. The first 12,000 ton pressure of the first 12,000 ton pressure built in China is the design and construction of Huaxia First Heavy Industrial Corporation. If Chenmas Fernandez company is a heavy, to reached a cooperation agreement. Hilo is happy. The minimum of this production line is halfway. Not only is Hilo Hijima thinking that other executives in Honda's technological research in the scene are also thinking. For the friendship between Chen Geng and Henry Ford, Hilo is also heard. If Henry Ford really helped Chen Geng with the US-related enterprises greeting, the equipment manufacturer of some parts of the car production line in the United States may really give Chen Palmia, like Chen Geng just mentioned. Lincoln Electric and Miller Electric is one of the world's largest welding equipment manufacturers. ABB, Krupp provides welding equipment in the automotive production line provided by major automakers around the world, and there are many soldering equipment in Miller Electric and Lincoln Electric, such as Gulick and Parger, not only the world's top 5 spray equipment manufacturers, but also the world's leading automation production line manufacturer. With Henry Ford's face, These companies that have given the wolf pose face are really not to give the German face. Do not give the German face, a household product with only hundreds of cars, which has the main plant, which annual production capacity of more than 1,500,000 face value. Do not marry the German. There is a high-precision advanced equipment provided by Chen Geng, this production line. It seems that you can also do it. But he still has some unbelieves, or the little devil is planted in the bones, and the luck in the soul has a wind. 11 cases Chen Geng is scamming. He smiled and said, if so, it is really best. Yes, Chen Guirongxiao nodded, and then suddenly took a small head. Forget one thing. Huixia First Heavy Industrial Equipment Corporation Liu Tong General Manager and Zhang Yade Secretary have come to Dongpu. I want to be two of them in this evening. Chen Geng took a little. Hilo Hai is already completely unclear, and his brain seems to have a large group of bees in a circle. The rang is amazing. General Manager and the Secretary of the First Heavy Duty Industrial Equipment Company in Huixia have come to Dongpu! He is completely not doubting that Chen Li is lying. This kind of think and know. Is it necessary to lie? Then, Lenovo's purpose. Hella is there again, no doubts about the purpose and reasons of Zhang Yad and Liu Ben in the eastward. In addition to the cooperation of Chen Wanto, what is the reason? I want to say something and Chen Geng's hand, but I don't prevent Chen Geng and disappoint him. Mr. Hilo, I am very disappointed. Really, I would like to give an opportunity to Dongyu Industry, but now it seems. Forget it. I am still working with Huixia and American companies. As for the cooperation with Honda, although Chen Li did not say, it is clear enough that it has also expressed. Oh. Really, buddy? The heart of Hilo is cool when it is cool. Go to investigate. Chen Gengjun is not true. The General Manager and Secretary of the First Heavy Duty Industrial Equipment Company in Huixia really come to Dongpu. After the embarrassment of Chen Geng to the hotel, after a cold, the Hilo Hickey whispered to Jimmy said. Despite the words of Chen Geng, 99 has been trusted. 9%, the heart of the can be like is still lucky with the last silk. What do you really? Hi. Jimmy is a nod. He also knows the component of this information, does not dare to neglect, and arrange people to investigate. The news quickly fed back, and Mr. Liu Ben in Huixia and Mr. Yada arrived in Dongpu yesterday. This is not difficult for Honda's technological research, nothing more than a few phones. So, is East Tongzhen is not a must option for Fernandez? For a long time. Hella is a bitter smile and looks for a long time. Jimmy is a like frowning lock. Now it seems. Yes. If the Dongpu industry knows this further opportunity to make them in the world is abandoned in our hands, Honda skills will definitely be boycotted by the whole East. Yes, so we can absolutely can't allow this happening. Looking at the Haiyan ship, Gigi is a little bit, in this case, why not promise Chen Gengjun's condition? Anyway, it is not us. The words say this. But Hilo is still hesitant. Chapter 256 is a little busy. Penmark www. Just in the Hilo prefecture and Jiz a sign of how to bargain with Chen Zhong, how to make Honda earn the biggest interests in this matter, and the lamp of the Hilo Hikai office is on foremost. Liu Benxi and Zhang Yade are dedicated to Chen Tong in front of you. Liu Benzingzing refers to Chen Geng's oath to Chen Geng. Chen Dong, you can rest assured, I and the old chapter take you with a major manager and secretary, representing a heavy 100,000 card as workers to ensure that as long as we can provide equipment, we must pay the most exciting power in the company, complete the quality and quantity. As for the price, you can rest assured, we must give you the best price. Zhang Yad nodded in the side, indicating the recognition of Liu Ben. Chen Geng did a gesture, indicating that Liu Benxi first listened to himself. Although there is some doubts in my heart, I can stop the mouth of Liu Ben, and listen to Chen Geng will say something. First price, Liu General Manager and Chapter Secretary don't have to worry, I will not give a price of one or even lower cost prices. Chen Tong came to Liu Benxi and Zhang Yadiated a deputy pill. Not only do you not lose money, there will be average profit in the machine industry. Well, 10%. What? Exclamation mark. Hearing this, Zhang Yad and Liu Benxi have some incredible. The reason for dare not confidence is to be able to win Chen Geng's order. When the previous is on the inside meeting, it is actually discussed this problem. The core of the problem is how to win Chen Geng's order. Discuss the discussion area. Everyone feels that our country's technology is not good. If you want to win this order, you will find a way in terms of price. The result of the final discussion is that even if it is lost, as long as the loss is not more than 25%, he also sells. Although it is lost, I have made foreign exchange to the state, at least $1 or $2 million value. But now Chen Geng tells them that not only does it lose money, will it give them average profit in the industry? This is really an aidant. There is a good thing. If you can hear this, Liu Benxi and Zhang Yad have begun to be heavy, and they quickly want to understand the wisdom of the two. I can get these equipment at a lower price in the case of Chen Li, but willing to have a high price. Is the capitalist change to eat? The only possibility is that his map is even large. But what should I open to? Chen Geng asked him. People are willing to make themselves money, how to say it is also a kind. Can you blame Chen Mong? When Zhang Yad and Liu Benxi were tangled, Chen Geng opened. He did not sell Guanzi, directly said, in addition, I want to trouble usually. Well, if I feel inconvenient, I think him not friends are probably happy. I heard Chen Geng mentioned too, and some of the somewhat tangled in the heart and Liu Ben will suddenly, never let the two bastards ride on a heavy head. As long as Chen Pi's conditions are not too much, then. Nor can it be considered. Yes, Chen Geng also did not sell Guan Kai, and the simplicity of the sake of the place. Two should also know that I choose a partner as a partner, on the one hand, because of production and manufacturing capability of the equipment required for the car production line. On the one hand, it is actually related to some things you have done recently in Wolf. Saying straightforward, looking for you, one is because your things are cheap, the other is not because there is no way. This is very straightforward, but Zhang Yad and Liu Benzhen do not think about it, because Chen Geng said that it is a fact that if it is not a Wolf Mao car, it has changed the car production line manufacturer and integrated business, which has a heavy cheap opportunity. Human Chen Gear has to work with ABB, Karma, Krupp, and integrators. The two nodded. Yes, we know that some leaders and heads to the Wolf Mao car is actually quite Gretop, and we also think that Wolf is not authentic. This is a normal commercial competition, it is not what Chen Geng Zhaoxiu said, considering the overall level of the domestic auto parts industry, manufacturing capabilities. The framework of the cooperation agreement reached by the Magic Automobile Manufacturing Factory is to put engine and gearbox production lines and stamping, welding, coating. The production line is placed in the United States, including various spare parts on the car, purchased from the world's auto parts supplier, and then completed the total assembly in the country in CKD. After 5 to 10 years, let us introduce these two in China. The domestic level rate of the car reached more than 80%. Yes, Zhang Yad and Liu Ben nod again. The framework of this agreement is known, and it is also known that the domestic automobile industry will produce foreign production, in CKD's way in China, is indeed the most suitable national conditions. The way, the quality of the product can also be guaranteed. But, what do you say? What we all know. For Liu Ben and Zhang Yad, which is full of brain plan, they have not realized that Chen Ming's words are for a heavy meaning. No way, Chen Zhong has to wake up. So, as the manufacturer and supplier of China's heavy industrial equipment, you can help us manufacture the stamping machine, the needle, the automation transport device, etc., is installed in the United States, can be seen by the manufacturer of automakers and other industries in the United States. You understand what this means? Advertising, active advertising. Chen Geng has already said this. If Liu Benxi and Zhang Yad don't understand what Chen Li's meaning, they can really choose a dead. If there is no aidant, do not have any aidants. These have been installed in the United States, which is produced by China's first heavy industrial equipment manufacturing header, will be the first heavy-duty industrial equipment exported to the United States after China after the founding of the People's Republic of China created the history of China's industrial equipment. Previously, there were no equipment manufacturing companies to do this. The political significance is huge. This political achievement is enough to write a heavy factory and even the history of the Republic. It is enough to blow for 3 or 878. Liu Bengzi and Zhang Yad's breathing moment urgently, and the face rose red. Until this time, they finally realized this business for one heavy. How great is the two of them? It's just right. The two understand the things in the eyes of the opponent. This kind of thing can be called belief. This business is absolutely not lost. It is absolutely unable to be snapped away. It is this reaction. Looking at the beads have begun to be red. Yada and Liu Ben, Chen Geng's head is in the eyes, then said, in addition, I will come to Dongpu. And it is also to cooperate with Dongpas Enterprises. It is used to purchase the production line, but you have a temporary. There is no way to produce, or the precision does not meet the requirements of other equipment. In short, this procurement purpose is preferred to consider you will consider Dongpu under the conditions of the equipment I need. Product. Thank you. Thank you. Liu Bengzi and Zhang Yad are really exciting. Eyes are red. Zhang Yad is more exciting to hold Chen Pei's hand and refuse to release. Mr. Chen, thank you for your support. Don't be excited, I just didn't finish it. Chen Mengxiao said, the reason why chooses to cooperate with us, and it is also to see the identity of a heavy Chinese high school enterprise. Not only the Germans are giving us, and there are some people in China to choose and they are hesitant. Understood. Chen Geng has already said this, and the two don't understand. Chen Geng chooses a serious reason. Let a heavy help to promote the cooperation between Fernandez and the Magic Automobile Manufacturing Factory. Understand Chen Meng's true requirement. Liu Bengzi and Zhang Yad were completely relieved. This is better than the best situation before. It is more than one, and it is better. The easiest point. Once Chen Pei's Fernandez company is unable to reach a cooperation agreement with the Magic Automotive Manufacturing Factory, will Chen Li also purchase a heavy equipment? Of course not. Therefore, even if it is for your own products, it is also necessary to promote the smooth reach of this cooperation. The previous idea is to let Chen Geng buy their own products. In addition to the price is cheaper, help Chen Geng push this matter. Now it is good. Chen Pei's condition is much better than a majority. What can you say? Zhang Yad and Liu Bengzi did not say that the sake of the eyes were filled with a sight. Mr. Chen, you can rest assured, your business is a matter of us. This thing we gave you, who dares to do this? Give you a gum. You can't get it with us. Thank you. Chen Geng immediately smiled and smiled to the two people. If you are welcome, I will not say much. In short, thank you. General Manager Liu and the Secretary of the Book. In addition, well, there is two conditions or ask for, although I will tell me, as long as I can do it, I will try my best. Nothing, no. The two have been in the same way, there is still a smooth success. At this moment, Zhang Yad and Liu Bengzi have only one thought. Hurry from Chen Zihan to the order, then sign the contract, rope production. At the end of the year, Lozi finally be very straight back. Right? There is a little bit, you say. Listening to Chen said that there is still a little thing. Zhang Yad and Liu Bengzi have just said, yes, I know that we have a heavy and two. Although it is a manufacturer and supplier of heavy industrial equipment in the Republic, but the direction of the two companies is different. So this cooperation, I hope that one heavy and two can be carried go hand, do the part of your own best. When I heard Chen Pei, Liu Bengzi and Zhang Yad were hesitated. Chen said, one heavy and two, although the two heavy-duty industrial equipment manufacturers, which are the maintenance of the Republic, of course, their strengths, this is normal. At the beginning of the founding of the country is impossible to build the two exactly the same company. This is a great waste of resources that have been extremely stretched. But the problem is that this time I want to eat alone. I am not prepared to give two, but I can have an opening again. Refuse. The two are not happy, and they are embarrassed to refuse. Some are difficult. asked. Looking at Zhang Yad and Liu Benxi, Chen Geng thought, simply reminded them, I know this makes two difficulties, but if the cooperation can be reached, the combination of Huixia and Donglu will announce, 1. The new car production line is born. How much profit is this, which is tangled in the smaller, and I think it is the most important thing to do this. Yes, Chen Geng's words, let Zhang Yad and Liu Bentun suddenly opened to cheerful. Mr. Chen Li said that it is true. Can you earn a few more money? It is used to make this project as a template project, and the two will do the best in the same way, and it is good to make a lot of money internationally. Although this time earned, you can make more time to earn a few times. It is no wonder that people will become a millionaires old, and this is too much longer than yourself. I thought that Zhang Yad and Liu Ben have no hesitant. Chi nod, since Mr. Chen said, tell, Mr. Chen, your face is of course giving. Go back. I will call the brothers. Things have been made. Get the results you want. Liu Benxi and Zhang Yad are not going to continue to stay in Dongpu, and they can't wait to go back to deploy and range work. Of course, let him urgently want to go back. There is also a considerable part of the time to go back to leaders and heads. It is Zhang Yad, and he asked Chenj, Mr. Chen, when will you go to China? A few days. I have a fight with the little devil. Okay. Zhang Yad and Liu Benxi's face confused and intic. And the little devil fight? What to fight? Chen Li did not look at them. I am going to let the little devil give me money. Listening to Chen Geng, Zhang Yad and Liu Benxi not only didn't understand, but it is more confused. Let the little devil give you money? Why is the little devil give you money? Do you have money to spend money? Just doubty. The two also know that the two people know that the business mind is too big, and the gap between them is too big. It is almost a measure of the light years. It is also the confidentiality of others. So although it is curious, the two still pressed the doubts in my heart. Did not ask, but I want to come, since Chen Linbi said, is definitely there. The two can only wish Chen Gengxin in my heart, and a lot of cutting meat from the little devil. Chapter 257 is like a spring-tongue penmark www. Determined, the General Manager and Secretary of the First Heavy-Duty Industrial Equipment Manufacturing Company in Huixia have come to Dongpu. Determine, Lincoln Electric, Miller Electric, Gulick and Parker have become clearly expressed for Fernandez. Miller Electric president disclosed that the United States companies don't need German how to do business. Determined, the General Manager and Secretary of the First Heavy-Duty Industrial Equipment Manufacturing Company in Huixia and Chen Gengjun are very happy. After meeting with Chen Gengjun, the General Manager and Secretary of the First Heavy-Duty Industrial Equipment Manufacturing head of Huixia were very happy, and they were very eager to book a return ticket. Subsequent feedback from this information, let Honda skills can't live. Hilo High is already clear. Chen Geng seems to have realized a cooperation agreement with Huixia First Heavy Industrial Equipment Manufacturing Corporation, plus several equipment manufacturers in North America. In this Wolf in the battle launched by the Fort car, the advantage of Wolf Fort is quickly lost, and the components of Dongpu in this battle are also rapidly declining, and if Honda does not quickly take effective action, perhaps Honda has to become a common enemy in the Donglai industrial field. The reason why the trade industry and the province renamed the economy after 2001 have not taken the initiative to contact Chen Geng. But this is just because Chen Ming's first contact is Honda Technical Research. Everyone defaults Honda's role in this cooperation. The status, but if Honda's technological research does not take action to ensure everyone's interests, Honda will immediately be thrown one side. So, in this case, although the heart is 10,000 unwilling, Hilo is still a hard to return Chen Geng, but Hilo is clearly expressed that some things are impossible. Although the cooperation of the times is really good for the Dongpu industry, but Chen Jun is absolutely impossible. It's impossible. How long is the long-term interest? Chen Geng asked. Chen Geng did not wind around the circle, and the simplicity of Saibo, Fernandez Company cooperates with Huexia Magic Automobile Manufacturing Factory is a medium-sized automobile manufacturer of 60,000 cars in the largest annual production capacity, of which engine, gearbox and body stamping, welding, coating production lines are placed in the United States, and the total installation line is placed in China. According to our calculations, including the engine and gearbox production line, the total investment of the two factories in China and the United States will take approximately $60 million, including approximately $8 million installed in China. Therefore, Fernandez requirements is that the Business Bank of the East Government or Dongpu provides a total of $60 million, a 10-year interest-based loan. At the same time, Dongpu must guarantee that all selling equipment to Fernandez, below the current market price of at least 10%. Chen Geng's meaning is very clear: if you think this is a rare opportunity, you want to slaughter a knife by this chance Fernandez Company, sorry, you are not so big. However, Daraji is still not thinking about it for a long time. Here's $60 million. This number, Hella is happy, it is also crazy. Total $60 million endless loans? Exclamation mark. This bastard, he is clearly preparing to pay the East government to pay for his car factory. How can there be such a good thing? Exclamation mark. What do you know about $60 million? Exclamation mark. Before Hilo Prefecture, he also thought that Chen Li was a big good person, but now, in just a few minutes, he has changed. The earth-shaking change in Chen Geng. This bastard is a complete vampire. This is impossible. Mr. Hilo, don't say possible. Compared to the exaggerated reaction of Hilo Gao, Chen Geng's expression is very calm from beginning to end. If this production line can be built, you should be very clear that it is improving and pulling the East China industry, which is not only means Dongpu's industrial enterprises can enter the high-end industry in the automotive production line. This high-end industry will become a high-end business card in the Dongpu industrial and electronic technology. It means that Dongpu has reached the international advanced level in high-end machine tools, CNC and automation. Mr. Hilo, you ask yourself, compared to this huge benefits of Dongpu industry, the electronics industry, do you think of using an interest loan to exchange such an advertisement opportunity? Very expensive? Although it is very uncomfortable that Chen Li is the practice of robbery, the Hella Island will have to admit that Chen Pei's statement seems to be true. For the Dongpu industrial community, such a chance is indeed 1,000 years of difficulties. If this is not this time I got it, who would choose Dongpu's equipment to match and support the car line? Who knows when the next chance will appear? If you wait 10 years, this loss doesn't know that it is a few 60 million. Moreover, although there is no interest, the principal is still. The 10 years of interest is not cheap, but the selected enterprise is a little, and the average is actually not much. It is the advertising fee. It's just that the truth is such a truth, but it is so uncomfortable that Chen Zhirao is still in the heart of Chen Geng, and he is frowning, but no matter how much, $60 million is too much. Chen Minai looked at him, surprised. Mr. Hilo, you just be responsible for helping me to pass a word to the Dongpu industrial industry and the government, no matter who this is, how much, this is the same, it doesn't matter. What is your excitement? I don't seem to be the same as you have. Hilo is a good help. Although the truth is this truth, can you not say not to be? Exclamation mark. However, in the heart of the heart, Helaji suddenly found that his mood was very happy. It's right, since this money is not Honda, you are just a helpless voice, say so much. There is no doubt that Chen Bang's condition comes out, and the Dongpu Industrial Direct is blown up. $60 million endless loans. Nemu is just a good robbery. It is equivalent to Fernandez, and it is a factory that has an annual 60,000 cars with the money of Dongpu people. Why is this good thing not fall on the head of Lozi? Exclamation mark. Numerous sounds. Chen Geng's voice is floating over the east, and the capitalists of Dongpo think that Chen Wei is too deceived. Although you have played a little negligible help, you have a long-term interest-free loan of $60 million. Whereas we know how difficult we want to apply for a $6 million in the government! However, officials in the trade industry, obviously not to think such a big thing, can't surprising the official. It is more difficult to do, but also to say that Chen Meng wants to do this. In fact, the Dongpo government has always been I want to do it, but I don't think it is what they think. At least, the officials of the business and province in the foreigner before Chen Geng have to be persuaded by Chen Geng to persuade Mr. Yamada. $60 million indeed, it is a huge amount, but we must figure it out that this is an interest loan. Let us leave this very scary number to point to the nature of things. For Fernandez, this loan morning and evening still also, and for the government of Dongpo, it is nothing more than a subsidy of Fernandez. How much is the amount of the East government subsidized Fernandez company? I have a number. The East government has every year's low interest rates. The total amount of interest has exceeds $3 billion, and we will use the East to foreign low interest loans. 2% of the annual rate of interest rates, $60 million. The annual interest is only $720,000, and the total interest in 10 years is only $7.2 million. Compared to the Dongpo machinery industry, this electronic industry has promoted their own opportunities for the whole world. Do you still feel that $720,000 is expensive? This is already the cheapest advertising fee. Chen Geng desperately built a philosophy to Yamada, the officials of the Dongpo's business, and the cooperation with Fernandez, and East made Dafoaz for the $60 million of the golden white for himself for 10 years. This is negligible by someone who is interested in it. But there is no need to say that the chicken soup of Chen Ming's bowl is really a bit, and the Shanfai is just a truth. It is like Mr. Fernandez, although $60 million sound a little scary, but this is $6,001. Principle is still, the East government must do is $720,000 per year, which has been subsidized for 10 years. For Dongpo, this is not what, in order to make Dongpo's electronics industry and mechanical industry going out, as long as the value of this money, then the flower. But good, his IQ has not been offline. Finally think of a question. Although it is said, what is the premise of this? Is it necessary to play the advertising effect in the world? Of course, this is sure. Chen Geng, you have learned to answer. The expression of the eyes looks at the Yamada comrade. Therefore, for the government of Dongpo, this matter needs to be promoted worldwide, so that the world is paying attention to Fernandez and Wolf Maukar. Paying attention to the eyes, the more, the better the advertising effect. Yamada Gianni also understands this truth, but he is difficult. This is really a good way, but this also needs money. Chen Geng was surprised to look at him, followed by a fool, in the face of such a chance. The East government, Dongpo's corporate circles are not willing to spend this money. You have to understand a little, that is, this opportunity for Dongpo, the mechanical industry. The electronics industry is simple. Once missed this opportunity, in the future, you have now 10 times, dozens of money. I am afraid that there is no way to achieve such a good promotion. It seems it's really like this. I was built by Chen Geng's halo, and he felt that Chen Geng said it concrete. Chapter 258 is anxious penmark www. Do not say that Chen Geng is in the progress of Dongpo. Only Zhang Yad and Liu Benxi, two people will report Chen Geng to a heavy leader after returning to China, and the whole leadership is excited when the leadership not only will not lose money and profit. One important thing is only to promote the cooperation agreement between Fernandez Company and the Magic Automobile Manufacturing Factory. Too simple, so easy. As for Chen said to join hands with the two, although a heavy individual leader is not awesome, but also agree with Chen Pang. Although it is a major world's top heavy industrial equipment manufacturer, the second actually thinks so. But the second, after all, There are also places and fields they are good at. The international market is so big. Our own power is so weak. At this time, you should do it in civil war. The brothers bring the hand to consistently. It should do it. Thing. The secondary of the message is of course big. Although I can't eat alone, some somewhat regret, in this case, one Heavy and Chen Gengnu took themselves to eat it very much. What can I say? In order to show your own value, the second weight should be actively better than cooperation with Fernandez and the Magic Automobile Manufacturing Factory. Facing the pressure of the two heavy industrial equipment manufacturing groups in the Republic, the Magic has no longer can't hold it. The tangle is more loose every day. In this case, the wolf is anxious. China's first heavy industrial equipment manufacturing company really can produce equipment on the automotive production line. Carl Hahn frowned, and the eyebrows were screwed into Sichuan word. Since the competitors of Chen Geng are the competitors of this cooperative project, it is natural that the wolf came. Is not possible to let Chen Geng and indifferent. But before this, the wolf came, and a heavy cat play mouse toss. You are grandchildren, I see how you can turn out my five-way mountains. But now, this grandchildren will not only turn out the five-way mountains, it seems to be prepared in the five-finger hills, which makes the heart seller how to eat the Germans. According to our investigation. Yes. The assistant is careful. They created the first pressure of 12,000 tons of Huaxia in the 1960s, and I heard that this is also the main equipment for the nuclear submarine. To be honest, when I know that Huaxia actually in 10 years ago, the helper's heart is extremely shocking. As a chairman of an industrial enterprise, he knows some basic industrial common sense, knowing enough to ensure enough the pressure strength. The steel material on the submarine is extremely special in addition to the formulation and manufacturing process, and a must-have forging press that must be used for more than 10,000 tons. Then, the pressure of the pressing machine required for the car stamping link is usually around 3,000 tons, and an enterprise capable of manufacturing a pressure of 12,000 tons of pressure hydraulic press. Is it a thing of the water pressure of 3,000 tons? Obviously not. With Carl Hahn, I have been going to Huaxia. He is unable to imagine how the people in the Chinese people do this. It is simply to launch satellites in China, develop nuclear submarines, and people with nuclear weapons are completely unable to understand. Didn't wait for the assistant, Carl Hahn raised his hand. These don't have to say it, say the focus. Yes. Awareness is not happy. The assistant said, according to our news in Huaxia's friends, in order to get orders from Mr. Fernandez, China using high-level power to put pressure to Magic, our friends say that if we can't take any powerful and significant measures, no aidant, for later 3 months, they will sign with Fernandez. The last 3 months. Carl Hahn is somewhat embarrassed, so fast. In addition, looking at Carl Hahn, the assistant hesitated. You can think of the seriousness of the problem, but also said, Dongpu, facing the olive branch of Mr. Fernandez, they seem to be very hard. Dongpu. Carl Hahn is suddenly embarrassed. Prior to this, when I woven this secretly blocked network, Carl Hahn is quite self. He believes that Chen Tong is a fish in his own network. Let him toss. How to rush right suddenly. It is impossible to break through your own network, facing the blockade of the entire European and American industrial industry. How can Fernandez? The car is not what you can touch, and you will sell your second-hand car. If you can't think of him, you can't think of it. Just in the next second, Chen Li will take his own boss and a mouthful of his boss. Is it broken by this blockade network compiled by Fernandez? No way. For a while, the setback did not let Carl Hahn will give up, so he gave a mouth, and the assistant told me, give me a ticket to the US. Go to the US ticket? The assistant is somewhat surprised. In his opinion, boss will go to China, such as Dongpu can understand. But what is the situation in the United States? Can I solve the problem? Looking at the helpful assistant, Carl Hahn is angry. Don't you go. Not surprisingly, although the $60 million of the 10th year of interest sounds really scary, in the face of only a year of $720,000 interest subsidies, Dongpa's business or industry, the economy, and a basic consistency of this inconsistency, it can be considered in principle. It's just that the masters can slowly think about it. In any case, they don't worry, can be small, Panasonic, Ottich OTC, these companies are anxious, facing such a chance to enter the new market. How can I grind? Grinding? Let Chen Geng's things happen, and several of the more influential companies have gathered together, soon reached a consistency. It is $720,000 a year. Just, let's take a picture. A family there is less than $100,000 in a year. I have taken this business early. I will go in this market early. I earn it every year for dozens of $100,000. Now I will drag the pull, and I don't know how much it is. $100,000. So I saw the representative of the company in front of the East machinery manufacturing industry and the electronics industry, and the company, Chen Geng's entire person is really awkward, so I didn't understand the wrong words. The meaning of the meaning is that you pay money save me. Hi. The representative of the Seikosong machinery manufacturing is nodded. Mr. Fernandez is like this. In addition, I don't know if you intentionally take a business loan. Okay. Sumitomo Bank is willing to provide you with this loan. You don't have to worry about the loan interest. You will have a few companies. You only need to repay the principal. If you can keep Sumitomo Bank's loans, then the most in a week, this loan will go to your aunt. So fast. Chen picked his eyebrows. Talk, what else is there? With Chen Ming's understanding of the little devil, he didn't believe that the little devil will have such a good heart, and they will be willing to borrow money from their own banks. If there is no additional conditions, then it is a ghost. Hi. There is only one small condition that is not counted. Chen Geng nod. You said. He roughly guess what kind of condition will be put forward. It's really just a small condition. And Chen Geng talking, the waste is more powerful. I only hope that all the equipment on this car production line, all from our East's corporate enterprise, I also represent the Dongpa machinery manufacturing industry. The electronics industry guarantees you we sell the quality and price of our products, are the most competitive. P.S. Brothers, please wait a little more than 10 minutes. Let Chen Geng's things happen, and several of the more influential companies have gathered together, soon reached a consistency. It is $720,000 a year. Just, let's take a picture. A family there is less than $100,000 in a year. I have taken this business early. I will go in this market early. I earn it every year for dozens of $100,000. Now I will drag the pull, and I don't know how much it is. $100,000. So I saw the representative of the company in front of the East machinery manufacturing industry and the electronics industry, and the company, Chen Geng's entire person is really awkward, so I didn't understand the wrong words. The meaning of the meaning is that you pay money save me. Hi. The representative of the Seikosong machinery manufacturing is nodded. Mr. Fernandez is like this. In addition, I don't know if you intentionally take a business loan. Okay. Sumitomo Bank is willing to provide you with this loan. You don't have to worry about the loan interest. You will have a few companies. You only need to repay the principal. If you can keep Sumitomo Bank's loans, then the most in a week, this loan will go to your aunt. So fast. Chen picked his eyebrows. Talk, what else is there? With Chen Ming's understanding of the little devil, he didn't believe that the little devil will have such a good heart, and they will be willing to borrow money from their own banks. If there is no additional conditions, then it is a ghost. It's really just a small condition. And Chen Geng talking, the waste is more powerful. I only hope that all the equipment on this car production line, all from our East's corporate enterprise, I also represent the Dongpa machinery manufacturing industry. The electronics industry guarantees you we sell the quality and price of our products, are the most competitive. Chapter 259 Let the German Go Home Penmark www. Chen Gengjun, I would like to ask, why? The opening of the opening is an Anquan motor, although the answer to Chen's answer is very dissatisfied, but he will bear Chen Geng as Chenj. The automation technology of our Anquan motor has been recognized by the world. In the just ending Munich International on the Machinery Show, our products and technology of our Hugwin Motor Co. Limited have been recognized worldwide. Compared to our competitors, we will not only technical and quality more advantageous. In order to enhance your own persuasive, the minister of the Anquan motor simply took an example. You may not know, our Anquan motor is negotiating with Toyota. If not Adent, the new production line of Toyota will use our Anquan motor welding equipment and assembly, palletizing equipment, so you can rest assured to our product quality. Chen Multicang knew that Achaying Motor Co. Limited is very powerful. The future world industrial robot field for families. One of the people, is also the most industrial robot technology. The core robotic products contain welding, spot welding, spraying, handling, assembly, palletizing, various industrial applications. Industrial robots, OPing in the automobile production line. The market share exceeds 30%. Because I don't like to put the egg in a basket. Chen Geng's answer is very straightforward, and it is also very embarrassed. These little devils that are at least in the field will be open to the mouth of Chen Geng. I don't know what to say. You are all, don't trust us. How can we still reply? But after all, I still have to borrow money with the little devil. I don't give people a face, slightly, Chen Geng followed by a sentence, but I can guarantee that the total amount of equipment purchased from Dongpo Company is not lower than all 50% of the equation purchase amount. Not less than 40%. When Chen Li, I was exported to this, and a group of little deans were exciting $60 million. Which is used in the purchase of venues and the level of venues. The cost of construction will not exceed 10 million, and there is still 50 million, which means that the east of the business community can be minimized to $20 million in purchase. This is a good thing. And do you think about it, can you fight 50%? 60%? A group of little deans have seen in I feel that I can consider. But it is impossible to consider it. Now it is impossible. It can't be changed, said what is, otherwise, what is the difference between our puppet? The minister of Anquan Motor said angries. Chen Gengjun, 40% is too low. You must know that your construction funds can be provided by us. This, Chen Geng is going to break his words. What you mean is that my fund is all provided by Dongpo, so I should carefully consider the interests of Dongyi Enterprises. Isn't it the case? It seems to be like this. Chen Pegang thoughtfully thought of a moment, and even ended his head. Okay. Chen Geng's answer allowed the representative of the East, the representatives of the business community, and these guys are the elite in the East of the East. They will never think that Chen Geng is really an agreement, so the only explanation is that Chen Gengjun is the words are reversed, this way. Has a quick response, suddenly look up and look at Chen Tong. My friend, he is the executive of the United States, United Community Bank. Chen Geng was slowly said, after I know my project, he hopes that I can make a lot of money from the Union Community Bank. The interest can give me the biggest discount. But I have not made a decision. But listen, Mr. Jing, I think I am deeply inspired. As a US citizen, how can I not take care of my notification? Well, I decided, I only have 24 million from Dongpo to loans. The representative of his. The Anquan Motor representative was. Small Pines representative is also. The representatives of several major Dongpo companies are all. Because our requirements are too high. You don't even have bank loans. Have you made a mistake? Exclamation mark. Mr. Jing, do you think Chen Mongjun may be a mystery? From Chen Li here, the representative of several major companies did not immediately return to each home, and they were looking for a mother, but they did not have the same stop after coming out of a road. There is this possibility, but you can't rule out that he really will do this. Anquan Motor Sales. This minister of the minister's face is serious. According to our survey, Chen Gengjun has a good partnership with the United States and the United Community Bank, and their company's second-hand car financial business has always cooperated with United Community Banks. With the cooperation with Chen Gengjun, in the first half of this year, the United Community Bank advanced more than a dozen words, which was very great. Really? West. Unbelievable. The information of the well is not surprised by a group of little devils. I don't blame them so surprised. Before this, the little devils had a little bit down on Chen Geng, and they think that Chen Geng's $60 million long-term interest loan requirements either not borrow money in the United States, or because of the fire, or because I can't borrow money in the United States. I ran to Dongpu to play. But now the head of the well, let them feel the moment. The situation is different from what I think. Not this, nodes of the well. According to the information provided in the society, Chen Gengjun's firm's cash flow is very abundant. It is said to have almost 10 million cash flow. Chen Mong's hand actually has tens of millions of cash flow. A group of little devils are more cool. Don't look at Chen Geng's project is so big. But everyone understands that there is no company to pay all the funds when it is operating this big project. Almost all companies are through bank loans, usually 20%. Left and right startup funds are enough to start this project. Others can slowly come through bank loans. If Chen Li and the US banking relationship is good, you can easily get 1,000-level loans from the bank. Then, a group of little devils, look at me, I will see you. I started silently hunting my little abacus. Since the last season, Sheng Cheng and Chen Li, the United Community Bank has been in the same time and is waiting to contact himself. It is not a joint community bank to want to take the cooperation between Zhou, and the cooperation between the two sides has always been very good. But for the United Community Bank, such a big loan is also a big risk to them. As a funds provider, they must first put the shelf but left and other right, etc. Did not wait until Chen Mi came to negotiate with himself, but said that Chen Wei runs to Dongpu, the Lion de Guo's 10-year interest loan thing for the East Trona government. It's a blue sunny day. The Union Community Bank is instantly. I have been crowding my plate, and the hot ducks who have risen are so flying. The Union Community Banks can no longer sit. For a medium-sized bank, the authenticity of this matter will naturally, they will soon understand Chen Li's request, one of the 10-year period 2% annualization loans. Also requested the East government to provide full subsidies for interest. So you are here? Chen I worked to understand what the season wins became what would appear in herself. Have no idea. Jisheng Cheng smiled. What can I do if I have a boss personally? Chen Geng nod. Well, fortunately, it is not your boss message. I want to think. Can level. Jisheng Cheng shrugged. Oh, yes. My boss let me tell you a message. Oh, Wolf Baokar is going to the United States, is visiting some of the people's people. I hope to use the government's power to stop your investment, you know. Although the relationship between China and the United States has improved, some people's brain is still. His finger is a circle near the temple, you understand? Yes, I understand. Chen Geng nodded. He certainly understood what the season was saying. Although the improvement in the relationship between China and the United States is the trend of the development of the times, it is in line with the fundamental interests of the United States, and it is also a general trend, but in the United States, there is always some people. The proportion of people is still not small, all kinds, but it is definitely not considered in the fundamental interests of the United States, desperately wants to open history. However, Chen Geng thinks more interesting is the attitude of the Union Community Bank in this, and he smiled. So, as long as I will help me from the Union Community Bank, you will help me, otherwise you will help those Congress. I don't know, but I think the guys above should be so stupid. Jisheng Qing shakes his head. Union community banks can't afford your customers, even if they don't help you. They can't lose their feet under your feet. Calculate them to understand. Chen Geng nod. Talk about it, since the United Community Bank will make you not far away from the United States. What conditions do you want to touch me? Jisheng became immediately, $30 million US, 5 years, year-old, 85%, payment once a year, and if the interest has no breach, after 5 years, you can apply for a post extension, up to 3 years. If you want to make more money, you can also consider, I am estimated that there is no problem with 40 million to 45 million. That is, this money can you use for up to 8 years. Chen Geng Mini. This condition of the Union Community Bank is still very sincere. This condition is usually a discount loan for banks to their own strategic partners, and the waiting enterprises cannot get such a generous condition. Chen thought, said, don't have 40 million, just, the United Community Bank is responsible for helping me send the German home. Okay. I didn't expect such a smooth, Jishengqing Darxi. Chapter 260 Lays Penmark www. To say that in the United States, the strength of the Union Community Bank is not able to compare with the top 3, status giant homologous banks, but however, the United Community Bank is also a comprehensive strength. Banks entering the top 50 list of the top 50 banks in the United States. It is still not to be underestimated. Standing at the Joint Community Bank, they can never sit on the wolf, weaken Fernandez. That is not to go with their own wallet. Fernandez Company has a second-hand car from the United Community Bank. How much? This is a partner of the core level of the Union Community Bank, which is absolutely not allowed to give the German. So causing the United States, Carl Hahn depressed. It seems that there is an invisible hand to stop, so that he is almost inching the United States. Not only is the US, the bad news on the other side is also a pick one. One heavy and two are definitely more than just two heavy-duty industrial equipment manufacturing groups, but the core of the two heavy industrial equipment manufacturing groups, one with machine tools, steel, electromechanical, etc. into the huge equipment manufacturing of the backbone cluster. When this cluster began to start, the 10 big plane projects that even the Magic were most attached to the game to help Chen Geng talking. So as long as we can take a sample on time, the Germans will completely show up. Yes, that's it. Rosemary laughed is very happy. Huaxia's devil has been loosened. Just like you said, they are now waiting for a step, but the East, now it is anxious. Okay. Chen Geng microphone. Rosemary said that it is not an exaggeration. The current Dongpa's business community is really anxious. Not only is the East of the enterprise, the East government is more anxious. Originally, the East government and the East end of the East Central are very calm. I feel that there are not many money in Chen's hands, and I have been killed by the Germans. I can only find Dongpa cooperation, but I suddenly discovered things and I thought about it different. Chen Tong also got a $30 million in low-interest loan from the United States, but also went to the US lobbied Wolfberger Auto chairman Carl Hahn and yoked back Germany. Dongpa people. Lincoln Electric and Garrick Parker also called me. I hope to sign the contract as soon as possible. Rosemary said, in addition, you can't think of it, Krupp and ABB also took the initiative to call me. Krupp and ABB. Chen Geng is really a bit surprised. What did they say? Apologize. Rosemary said, it is mainly to explain what you explain. They also have helpless places. I hope we can understand. Hey. Understand? Chen Geng. Interesting. It is not very happy to block the wolf fort. What should we understand? What is understood? Nothing more than seeing can't blocked Fernandez, and worried that I lost a possible customer. First come down. Donned, Chen said. I apologize. It's late. The work on the surface is still doing, but when we procure the equipment in the future, all companies participating in this blocked product, as long as they can find alternative products, all let them stand back. Okay. Ross Mary did not see the decision of his own boss. This time was blocked by Wolf, She was very uncomfortable, and the wind is turned. Since you dare to block me, it would be prepared by me. After you should have, Ross Murray asked, boss, Honda skills. What do you want to do? Honda skills research? Chen Geng has a mouth. Honda's technological research is really eye-catching. Who can think of it? I thought it was a Chen Geng's good opportunity. You can make a bad brand, let it win. Winning is not a big problem. Honda's new car has no news. The George Luo design room has sent the latest renderings. But Chrysler family's U is in front. Hilo is a good and watching Jimmy is what is like this. How do you feel? Awkward. Let Honda's shareholders are in focus. With the hot sale of Chrysler family in the North American market, Honda Civic has been continuing to fall good in Toyota Corolla. This hard brother is accompanying Honda. If there is no decisive measures to stimulate the market, Honda has previously laid the advantage in the North American market. It is really dangerous. Let the bell must be a bell. Now the only way, I have to apologize to Chen Gengjun. I hope to get his forgiveness. Hilo is very ugly. Not only is the face of Hilo Island, it is not good to see where it is, no matter who it is. It is estimated that his face is turned off. Really? It's too humiliated. Jimmy is a symbolic eye, contains tears, and a faceful look at the interests of the association to sacrifice their dignity, and the high worship. You have worked hard. You have worked hard. With the hard work of Gigi is a hard work. Other executive ban, the business is bonded, and the parties worshipped. All is for the interests of the association. The Hilo Hi Eye has also contained tears. I feel that I have sublimated the whole person, Zhu Jun. I swear, this is the last time Honda's technological research lasts such a humiliation. In the future, we must use the market share of the United States. The face is coming back. Hi. The atmosphere is warm, even a little fanatic. If it is not a secretary of Hilo Island to come in, tell him a very bad news. Maybe the atmosphere can be more enthusiastic. After listening to the secretary in his ear, Hela is said that he suddenly opened his eyes. You said it again. Hi. The secretary was frightened and rushed. We have just got the news. Chen Gengjun has went to the airport. According to the news we investigated, Chen Gengjun seems to be a ticket to Huaxia. Chen Tong wants to go to China. It seems that it is poured in the boiling pot, and it suddenly came down in the conference room. What is it? Hilo Hai is suddenly running out of the net conference room. I don't know if it is too bad. He actually even forgets to wear it, while running around. Never let Chen Gengjun go to Huaxia. We must grab your front. It is standing in the service, and the business is branched and the head director stunned. When he was busy behind the Hela is joyed. Yes, it will definitely can't let Chen Geng go to Huaxia. At least this time it is not. But late. When they arrived at the airport, the flight to Huaxia has been vacated. Chapter 261 of The Way of Thinking Penmark www. Mr. Chen. These are the first batch of motorcycles on the official offline. Sun Xiupeng, who is accompanied by Chen Li, refers to a row of GN 125 small princes style. In addition to pride like children who are treasure to adults, waiting for praise. Yes, Chen Mi came to China, but it was not a situation in cooperation with the Magic Automobile Manufacturing Factory, but the first batch of 175 displacement motorcycles produced by Fernandez and the Mountain City Jialing factory officially landed. At the moment, Chen Li must personally arrive as for Honda's technological research in Dongpu. It is their own business. Chen Li did not perfunctive things for the psychology of the side, although this batch can basically think that it is CKD. The power assembly, the oil and the air filter are complete imported. Large harness, light, instrument system and the wheel. The tire is also imported from the United States. Only the frames manufactured by the Jialing factory, but the frames are the same as the importance of the bones for a car. He carefully observed the welding process of this batch of motorcycles in front of him. The final result made Chen Geng very satisfied. The weld is very flat and smooth fish scales, which is more piled up with a pile of chicken. I finally got some nods. Yes, the technology of welding master is good. I got Chen Bang's recognition. Sun Shuping's face suddenly laughed, and his smile said to Chen Geng, "We are ready to ride this batch of motorcycles to go to the capital, to D and national newspaper, tell the country the people, our Huaxia can also produce motorcycles with world advanced standards." Listening to Sun Xiaonan said that I have to go to D in the country, the people will report. There is always an inexplicable feelings in Chen Gengxin. History is still amazing. The Jialing in the year, Honda Cub 50 was the first batch of 5 Jialing 50 for prototypes, and immediately couldn't wait to go to D and the national newspaper, riding these 5 Jialing 50 in Chainan Street. Hyun. The circle did not expect this time and space, changed a cooperation object. After the first batch of offline, Sun Shuping thought that the first thing was still riding a car to Chainan Street. After the emotion, Chen Geng ran into Sam, which was sent to Jialing factory as a technical director and consultant, in fact, the role of the US chief engineer, asked, "Sam, how is this car assembly quality? This batch of cars?" Sam nodded. "If it is just this batch, is still good." "Okay." It is aware that there is still something in Sam. Chen Geng picked his eyebrows. "If there is anything, it will be said." How to say it? This batch is the best man who is taking the best person, and is completed in a near manual operation. The quality is naturally not worried. Sam is really a direct story, no matter whether the translation is present. It does not give the Jialing factory face, but the real scale production is impossible to take this model, and according to my observation, the quality of Jialing factory workers. When I said, Sam shakes his head, I finally left a face to Jialing factory. I don't think it is very optimistic. Don't the workers' quality of Jialing factory? Chen Geng is a bit surprised. As far as I know, the Jialing factory seems to be a military enterprise. The demand for the quality of workers should be relatively high. Yes, maybe, but I didn't see where their quality is high. Sam was a little surprised, but immediately shake his head. Huaxia workers are hardworking, very capable. Their work is admirable, but according to my observation, they don't seem to operate the machine according to the standard operation process, according to the production process. I always like to follow my favorite way, but I don't even have an example, but the common situation. So, I am hard to optimize. Them can produce thousands, and 10,000 or 10,000 quality always such a motorcycle. There is still a translation of the translation. Listening to the translation of the Sam engineer and Chen Geng's dialogue, is being pleased to say how to report to D in the country. Sun Shupen, Xingming, the face is red, and they are also reversed. Number workers operate habits, Sam has told them many times, but the effect does not seem to be big. In fact, even if they are not too much, Chen Geng's brow wrinkled. Prior to this, because Jialing factory is the military factory, he never doubted the quality and level of the workers in Jialing factory. Since the Jialing factory is a military factory, then the quality and level of the Jialing factory should be domestic. The industry worker, this group is comparable, and the industry workers as a motorcycle production should talk about more waste. How to listen to Sam? It seems that the situation is the opposite of them. The Jialing factory is from the people operating procedure. Rule system is very unreasonable. Tooth-headed to Chen Xingming and Sun Shuping, looked at Chen Xingming and Sun Shupen, and Chen Geng's heart swank. This is not considered a problem with himself. Now actually has a problem. If this is really like this, then it is absolutely can't be embarrassed. Looking at Sun Shupong and Chen Xingming, Chen Geng slowly said, Sun Factory Long, Chen Chief, if I have not remembering, in our original cooperation agreement, there is a rule for labor discipline and operational processes. Isn't the consensus in our agreement? Sun Shuping said. Mr. Chen, Mr. Sam said, is the simulation test production of the previous production line, because it is not official production. The attitude of individual comrades is not enough, not paying enough. But please rest assured, I assure you that this is absolutely no longer appearing. Lun Xiaonan said. Chen Geng shook his head. Sun Factory Long, do not say this. the importance of the last simulation test production of the production line. You should be more clear than me. This simulation is the final for the production line, a comprehensive test. Put it in the army, that is. The last comprehensive drill before the war is to improve the spirit to find problems, solve the problem, otherwise it may be lost. The army is like this, the company is also the case. The purpose of the test is to produce the problems that have not been discovered before, correct the problem. Frankly, said that the Jialing factory is a bit disappointed. Chen Geng made Sun Shuping and Cheng Xingming feel hot on his face. Is it annoyed? Of course not. Cheng Xingming and Sun Shuping are in the heart. In fact, it is very agree with Chen Geng. The last simulation test production of the production line is the last comprehensive experience of the army. It is to find problems, solve the problem, and maybe some questions found in this test can save the lives of countless warriors. Just like Cheng said, the final strife is very important. It is equally important to the factory, but before she is constructed, although it seems to be shouting slogan, pulling the banner, even like the model sample has made 1,000 people's swearing conference. I made a solemn oath at the conference. It seems to be very valued, but actually, in fact, that is, in addition to the lively, no matter whether cadres or employees did not take this simulation test production too much. But compared to this, more Cheng Xingming and Sun Shuping panic are Chen Geng's next words. Sun Chengshi, Cheng Chief, if the Jialing factory treats our cooperation with this attitude, I don't say to us the influence of automobile projects, only to say a little, if you think this kind of mentality, you think these motorcycles exported in the future can pass our testing? Chen Geng said, you won't think that our tester is like you. This is just right, is it? Sun Shuping and Cheng Xingming's face changed. If it is just awkward before, I can't do it. In addition to I feel that I haven't doing it, I feel that Chen Li is a bit intentional to give himself embarrassment. But at the moment, when Chen Li clearly, this is a motorcycle. After the export of the car, after they hung, they realized how serious this matter. Why is the central to approve Jialing factory from Fernandez to introduce van and a micro household car? It is because the Jialing factory has passed the test with the central head to ensure that his motorcycle, the car, can export. In Chen Li has clearly said that they cannot be used for exports with the cooperative project of the Majek automobile manufacturing factory. The Jialing factory is more difficult, but if these products are used for export, because of the quality problems, they have been hit by Fernandez, which is called by Fernandez. It is a serious consequence. Sun Shuping and Cheng Xingming can't help but hit a cold, that can be old! Exclamation mark. In the end, it is faster, the factory manager is faster. Awareness of the seriousness of the problem, Sun Shuping took Chen Geng's hand. The expression is a serious, called a sincerity. Mr. Chen, you criticized, in this matter, we have made a subjective mistake. Please rest assured that we must resolutely correct. Exporting is the #1 task of our Jialing factory, and you will not know. Let's meet the members of the Jialing factory. Who dares to hit the horses in this matter? Don't blame me to play with him. Awareness is that there is such a big scorpion, and Sun Shaohan is really anxious. In case there is a problem in the export of the motorcycle, it is not enough to stew himself. Chen Geng sighed. Sun is only the quality of export products. Is it possible to guarantee? How do you plan to guarantee the quality of motorcycles in China? For a long time, the quality of the export products of Huixiu export products is in 2 times, but this is not Chen Li wants to see. P.S. Today, the grave is going. The father-in-law is that there is too much to squeeze when the Qingming is clear. So in advance, the elders who have already passed the world will not wait until they are clear, they will be squeezed. Take wrong's money. In advance, it is true that people are indeed less, just climbing the tired stinky, come back to sleep again and then get together. I didn't expect to sleep. This chapter is on April 1st. Chapter 262 inherits 100 years Penmark www. This one. I didn't expect Chen Paigong asking the quality of the motorcycle to be able to reach the same level with the quality of the export. Sun Shuping hesitated, and said, Mr. Chen, if the quality of the motorcycles sold in China also reaches the export product quality level, cost may be less good. Chen Geng frowned. What do you mean if the same quality standards, the cost is rising? Well, it's right. Then do you have a detailed cost increase? How much will increase? Chen asked. Don't tell me that you just have to increase the cost of experience. This reason cannot be convinced. Sun Shufeng suddenly had a bit embarrassed, and the cause of the embarrassing is that Chen said, we feel that the cost increase is more costly. He looked at Chen Xingming at a glance. In this kind of matter, the general engineer's voice is relatively large. Cough. Chen Xingming is also more embarrassed, but the factory manager has spoke. What can he do? Hard Scalp said, the specific situation of the cost increases, we haven't been met in detail, but according to our experience. Chen Geng's crashed forward. I didn't remember the wrong. Before the Jialing factory mainly used firearms and shells as the master. Do you have expert experience? Cough and cough. Chen Li, this is an export. Chen Xingming and Sun Shupeng, two old faces are red, and they are desperate. Cough. Good, brothers, you will talk about the sky, do you know? Chen Xingming said. Hard my scalp, this. We mainly refer to the domestic manufacturers in the price gap on export and domestic sales. Unfortunately, Chen Xingming and Sun Shaohan still don't understand. Chen Yang is, how to talk to the sky. How can I eat Chen Xingming and my horses? If you interrupted Chen Xingming, Chen said, according to our previous plan, within 3 years, the two-power assembly of these cars is connected to the chemical oil, and the air filter is imported from Fernandez. In addition, there are more key bearings, etc. parts, Jialing factory to achieve localized supplies, the spare parts for the maintenance of the frame, large harness, lighting system, fuel tank, and fenders. Even if it is a quality standard with two differences, how much is the cost of these components? I think there is 100 yuan. I will give you 150 yuan. The cost rose by 150 yuan, but what is it? It is the quality of the whole vehicle. It can be seen from the imported products. There will be no difference between the 2 days of small parts. Chen Xingming is also anxious, if you say this is true. But Chen Dong, a car earns less 150 yuan. Who says a car earns less 150 yuan? What? Chen Xingming stunned. The expression is somewhat, you just said. I said a car earned 150. Chen Geng asked again. Chen Xingming is even more powerful. He feels that he is completely unable to understand Chen Pai's logic, isn't it? You clearly say that the cost will rise 150 pieces. Who stipulates that we can only sell the original price? Chen Geng helplessly hoped. Chen Xingming, Chen Chief, Sun Firm, since our cost increases by 150 pieces, why can't I increase the price of 150 or even 200, 300, relative to the price of the original 7 or 8,000 yuan? Now the price increases 2 or 300, do you think it is a big problem? Chen Xingming and Sun Shupeng are opposite each other, and two people don't know how to deal with it. Chen Geng's response is completely exceeding the way they often habits. They have never thought about it. Or the way to think about this era is almost the same fixed way. As long as it is used for export the product, it is inevitable to use good materials, the best craft, and don't hesitate to do. Even if you lose money, it doesn't matter, as long as you can successfully export to abroad. Give the country to a valuable foreign exchange, that is, it doesn't matter if it is sold in the inside, it doesn't matter if you have a little bit. Anyway, you don't buy a lot of people. It has never been like Chen Li, which requires the quality of the product and the product of the sales and domestic sales must be consistent. For this part of the sales, if the cost is increased in accordance with the production method of the export, it will increase the price. Is there a problem? At first glance, it seems that the problem is very big. You will increase the price. Will someone buy your things? I can think about it. It seems that it is not worried. The motorcycle in China can produce is nothing more than the Light Ride 15, Happiness 250 and a variety of manufacturers produced based on the Yangtze River 750, including all kinds of Happiness 250 and a big ticket. The imitation of the Yangtze River 750 is not sold for ordinary people, basically being rounded from the army, government department, and state-owned enterprises and institutions. The only one who can buy it is a Light Ride 15 and imported motorcycles. But imported motorcycles are too expensive. The price of a regular imported Honda 125 motorcycle is about 6,000 yuan, but there is no way to get this price at all, and can take the price of 8,000 yuan. It is hard to do not know that Sun Xupen is not known. Wait another 10 years. With the economic development and inflation, the price of Honda CG 125 and Suzuki GS 125 can soar to 28,000, and a Suzuki GN 250 prices even more can achieve 35,000 of scare people. Compared with the other Honda CG 125, the Jialing factory and Fernandez have calculated that a domestic CL rate can reach 40% of the cost price of Fernandez 175 is about 3,500. The profit of the integrated manufacturer and the dealer, the market. The price can be determined at 6,500. This price is more expensive than Honda CG 125. But don't forget that this motorcycle is equipped with a 175 displacement engine. The price is a little bit of this is what should be. As for this car, it may be that this is too normal because of the extremely tight priced price. Now, the cost increases from 100 to 150 yuan, and the price will be increased from the originally established 6,500 to 6,700 or 6,800. Is there a problem? There is no problem at all. I have never thought about this problem, suddenly found that although the price will mention 6,708, people who can buy, can still buy. The people who are originally prepared to buy. Jialing factory is okay, so make more money. Looking at the two people thoughtful, Chen Gengxin was suddenly, he was the first. It seems that two people want to understand, although it will bring a certain amount of cost. But actually we will not make less money, and we will also get an extra benefits. In addition to making more money, there are other benefits. Sun Xupen is happy, and I asked what is the benefit? Brand and reputation. Chen said, as long as we can maintain quality stability, we will gradually describe a Jialing factory's motorcycle production, but it is quite a good value. The quality of people is good. And there is also expensive truth. I haven't been repaired in these years, more than those who are so cheap goods. The other advantage of this is that when everyone recognizes the quality of our products, it is natural to recognize the brand more advanced than other brands, while the price is more advanced than other brands. I have been maintaining a relatively high level of profit. Well, this is the old name of wine and sense is not afraid of the alley. After several years, the car is so dry. At the same time, Sun Xupen and Chen Xingming have only a feeling, God. Listen to the monarch, win the 10 years. It is not enough to describe the mood of the two people. If the two are not idiot, they will understand that although the quality of the inner sales and the export items seems to have the cost of the company, but it can actually not rose. But instead there is also a chance to create a Jialing motorcycle into one like Quanjude. Such an old name. When everyone only stared at this point of profit, Chen Li gave the Jialing factory pointed out how to build 100 years of old down stores without relying on the government on this time, a minimum of 100,000 block. Lost Sun Xiaonan did not say to Chen Geng, otherwise it will kill Chen Gengxing students, Lozi. This is worth 100,000 yuan? Exclamation mark. Mr. Chen, we understand, you can all be a golden rose of thousands of gold, we can also thank you, you can only talk about it. After that, the excited full face of Sun Xiaoping, who has died deeply in Chen Geng, If you have any words, as long as the Jialing factory can do, there is absolutely no two words. Cheng Xingming, also rushed Chen Geng. Mr. Chen, thank you for your golden rose. It's busy, Chen Zihand is busy. What is your two? As for two, Sun Shuping nodded. After going back, I will convey this on the meeting. From now on, the quality of the inner sales and export items are the core spirit of our Jialing factory. No matter who comes, the factory manager must pass this spirit. From this moment, the Jialing factory inherited the spirit of 100 years and laid it completely. That is, whether it takes, the quality is life. Domestic foreign customers are equally important. P.S. Brothers, please wait a little 4 or 5 minutes. Mr. Chen, we understand. You can all be a golden rose of thousands of gold. We can also thank you. You can only talk about it. After that, the excited full face of Sun Xiaoping, who has died deeply in Chen Geng. If you have any words, as long as the Jialing factory can do, there is absolutely no two words. Cheng Xingming, also rushed Chen Geng. Mr. Chen, thank you for your golden rose. It's busy, Chen Zihand is busy. What is your two? As for, from this moment, the Jialing factory inherited the spirit of 100 years and laid it completely. That is, whether it takes, the quality is life. Domestic foreign customers are equally important. Chapter 263 Real Jew by Master Penmark www. Chen Geng is very happy in the mountain city, but it has grown many people. For example, some leadership of the magic. Why? Because some of the news from the next Suessa is very uncomfortable. It is very uneasy. When I learned that Wolf Mao is ready to pack Chen Geng, give Fernandez Company a lesson. Some think that the Magic automobile manufacturing factory should be with the German Wolf. The leadership of this old European factory cooperation is very happy, even in some semi-disclosed oasions. German will teach some companies to be a person. In their opinion, for a history of more than half a century, the relationship network has a small hair that the European old car manufacturing giant in each corner of the European, packing a car cannot be manufactured at all. 3 fingers are squeezed, and there is no effort to blow. The next development seems to have also confirmed their point of view, when the Wolf motor is in the world. After the first blasted order, the Fernandez Company seems to have been destined. The partners of the Magic automobile manufacturing factory seem to have been destined. Even if you are the central enthusiast, don't take the production line. Do you work with us with Mao, Fernandez, or Chen Ming? Finished. However, the development of things will have given some people a loud slap in the face. Not a loud slap, but a remarkable slap in the face. A record is loud. First, the U.S. Ford Auto chairman Henry Ford expressed that he would coordinate the United Native Machinery Industry and Fernandez, and then there was news from Dongpu, but also fully supported Chen Geng's production line procurement plan, but also expressed the meeting to give Fernandez. The company provides a 10-year discount loan for $60 million after the influence. This loan is completely interest-free. Do you say this? But this is still not finished. The development of the next thing is to make some people pounded the dog. After the poll of the Donglai people, the US bank actually gave him a poll to give him $40 million monthly loan! Exclamation mark. Is there anything to be odd? Still talking about it? 1 year, I wanted to export $1 million in the export. I was so difficult to eat. As for the bank from foreign banks, I found out that I would like to pay attention to it. How did Chen Li are here to change? Did this Chen Li gave you these guys? Exclamation mark. But think it is here? Too true. When the US Detroit Auto Show, Chen Geng is called Victoria Crown. The car got a madly sought after the industry. Some people were completely crazy. Today is the next day, one of the world's 5 major auto show, although the exhibition hall is not open. 2 hours, but the Ford's booth is already a fence. It is not a total area of more than 700 square meters. All Ford's booths, all the people in the sea, people are all concentrated in a small place. People are too much, But not only the audience is squeezed, even the reporters who have been late are squeezed. Don't go in. Yes, Chen Geng's Ford car design Ford Victorian Crown. The fire is for granted. Compared with the right sedan in this era, the Ford Victoria Crown of the Ford Victorian Crown for 95 years later is simply like a product from the sci-fi movie. When Chen Li was a great sensation, this Ford Victorian Crown has caused much sensation. The reporters who squeezed into them simply surrounded Henry Ford, who had not left the pavilion. Mr. Ford, say 2 words. Yeah, say 2 words. Mr. Ford, can you expect the Victoria Crown? This car is so popular. Mr. Ford, how did you think of getting? The reporter really doesn't know how to describe the car. You see, that it is good to understand the people who have a good mood, and asked the beauty reporter of this blonde bigwave, do you say that the whole vehicle anatomical model, whole anatomy model? Not only the beauty reporter of this blonde bigwave, the other reporters present in front of them are all bright. This statement describes or urate. It is the recommended recommendations of this vehicle anatomical model. It is the designer of Victoria, and I am coming out of Fernandez, the red-faced Henry Ford. At this moment, the extraordinary approach. Fernandez told me that as a manufacturer, we have a responsibility. It is obliged to make a good car for consumers, but how to let the consumers know this car is good? After all, for more than 99% of consumers say that he only has a car, only appearance and interior, and open the hood to see the engine, open the lift to see the chassis, but some deep things, such as this car, the material, the safety design of this car, there is no way to see these places. How do he know that the manufacturer is designing? Is it in the production of this car? Reporters have nodded and they are also very curious about this issue. So we made this whole car anatomy model. It is said that the Ford Victoria Crown of the Ford Victoria Crown, which is caught in the sea, and said that Henry Ford is proud and proud. This vehicle anatomical model is used with a real Ford is made by Dolly. In the future, we will place a place in every Ford's dealer, so that our customers can easily see the engine compartment, the body side of the body through the incision cut on the car. Structure, see the thickness of the steel plate and the structure of the independent suspension, even the wheel of the wheel and the cross-section of the tire, see how much care when we are manufacturing this car. In addition, all parts of the in-vehicle steering wheel, velocity rod, handbrake, seat belt fixing device and seat belt, etc. are also specially wrapped in a special 1x Hamation. The intensity level of the internal process, the construction of the whole vehicle can be clearly presented in front of everyone. Let everyone see a car who really uses the heart to think that the car is thinking, what should be like? It is good. Mr. Ford is too good. It should be like this early. The audience of the scene and applause, whether the reporter is still crazy. This is the first vehicle anatomical modeled to the public. Before this, there have been no car manufacturers to display their own products to the public in the way they have anatomical model. Let the public understand this car with the most intuitive way. The materials, work, which makes everyone feel the strong sincerity and full confidence from the manufacturer. Chen Geng's suggestion can be described as an open consumer to understand the primary river of a car. For consumers, it is actually in front of him. He also distinguished as a high integration, highly complex, highly sophisticated equipment. The ORACE requirements of many parts above the car are 0.1 mm or even 0.001 mm is in units, 0 ORACE and 0.001 mm. The ORACE of 1 mm differs from 10 times. The processing ORACE requirements and difficulty are more geometric index rise. But can ordinary consumers come out by the naked eye? Do not make jokes. Just like a number of car dismantles in some of the family after several years, it seems very scientific. Disassemble a car, tells you the cheapest McPherson independent suspension of this car, because MC, in front of the inferiority, it is the standard of the economy, so the performance is general. The car is the AA arm hang. The AA arm is suspended in the standard of sports car. a certain sports car and a certain the sports car is hanging before the AA arm, so the AA arm hangs more advanced. It seems to be reasonable. In fact, it is all in it. The same McPherson is standing in front of the $3,000. The small bread car for 30,000 yuan is used, and more than 100,000 household compact cars is used. It is used by it, with it. Millions of Porsche 911 is still it. You can say that $30,000 of small bread for the former McPherson independently suspended performance with the Porsche 911 McPherson independent suspension has a similar performance. Do you believe in this? The same structural form, see the design concept, see the material, see the performance requirements you need to achieve, see the adjustment school. Only in the form of structure. This structure is not good. The advanced is not advanced, and it is simply not friends. But what is the relationship? For the vast majority of consumers, they only believe that their eyes see. I saw that Ford Motor launched the anatomical model of Victoria Crown, which Ford is very confident in this car fight. So they dare to show us the deepest thing to hide one car. Do you dare to other manufacturers? Do you dare? You didn't do this. Just say that you are guilty, indicating that your quality of our products is less confident. Explain that your product is better than the Favoria Crown. If the consumer does not think so, as a manufacturer, you have a responsibility, and you have a responsibility and obligatory to guide consumers to think about it, and let them agree with your point of view. Listening to the scene, the cheers and applause of the roof, Henry Ford's mind couldn't help but remember Chen Geng in persuading the whole vehicle anatomical model of Victoria Crown towards to die. This is the real marketing master. At the same time, he also thought that Chen said to another story, Henry, when other manufacturers did not do this, Ford car first did it. Ford Auto is the forerunner, considering the most consumer in the automotive industry. You should borrow this opportunity establishes its own public image, and if it is convenient, it is also possible to step on other manufacturers, such as those Dongpu companies. Chapter 264 actually can play this! Penmark www. Looking at the exciting group of people and non-flashing flash, Henry Ford feels that Chen Geng said too correct. Since Chen Geng said, what he is also polite. Thinking here, he hides one-hand luggage. The CEO of the chief executive, Philip Keudle whispered, Philip, you will find a few people who have a good relationship with us. Let them publicize this. Good boss, I will arrange. Philip Keudle immediately nodded. He didn't even think. He had understood the purpose of the boss arrangement. The Suessa after Liaka was driven away, Philip Keudle is very clear to Ford the identity and positioning of the car. Looking at Henry Ford, Philip Keudle whispered. The reporters were in the heart of Henry Ford and the content of Philip Keudle. I can let Henry Ford are in this reporter. What must I say to Mr. Philip Keudle? Is it very important? The reporters suddenly screamed, Mr. Ford, can you say what you have just said to Mr. Keudle? Mr. Keudle, can you say what Ford just said to you? Mr. Ford. Mr. Keudle. Although I know my question 999% impossible to get response, can reporters still sue to ask questions? Can you care about your face? However, some of the expectations of the reporters, in the face of everyone's question, Henry Ford did not refuse this question. Slightly thoughts, he nodded, I just thought about it. I said to Phillips, in order to let users know more about our cars, in addition to this Victorian Crown, Ford Motors will launch more vehicle anatomical models, and will also host more experience activities. Let everyone know more about Ford. The reporters suddenly joked the thunder. Henry Ford's response, let the reporters have a sense of respect. Only Philip Keudle in silent spit. Boss, you said that the Book of Lies also true bear. When the reporters were excited, Henry Ford's eyes looked opposite. It is the booth of Chrysler. It may be to stimulate Liakaka. The oblique opposite of the Ford Auto booth is the booth of Chrysler. At this moment, watching the lively scene on the Ford car booth, watching countless users, Countless reporters are called Ford Victoria Crown. The full-size sedan is sought after, and the expression on the face of Lee Iacocca is very ugly. He thought that the design of Chrysler family was already Chen Geng's limit. I didn't expect this damn guy to take out a family. More excellent design. I know Victoria Crown. How can you want a family? ? In the next few days, Ford Victoria Crown completely became the star of this year's auto show. Every day, not only Ford's booth is rough. Watching the media on Ford car and Ford Victoria Crown. Report, Henry Ford laughed without a mouth. But let Henry Ford is happy. Theoretical, Ford Motors and Chrysler cars in the same pavilion. The popularity of Ford Motors should let Chrysler follow the benefits. But the actual situation is not true, just all the way. But the popularity of both sides is completely ice and fire. And the popularity of Chrysler is definitely can't say that it is a door, but it is normal, completely compared to Fordo. Fernandez, this time you have to help me. Henry Ford in the phone hid his attitude towards Lee Iacocca and Chrysler. I want Ford Motor to become the biggest news at this auto show. The other thing of this is to let Lee Iacocca and Chrysler can find a layout in the news. Chen is willing to help this busy. It is really a half of Lee Iacocca to make him angry. I still take you as a friend, you can. There is you. Do you treat friends? Since everyone's goal is consistent, Chen Tong is not polite. He said to Henry Ford, the media believes that you have already made a good relationship. Since you want to engage in a big name in this auto show, then I will tell you a way. You said. Henry Ford is excited. Fernandez really have a way. Your Ford car is not unanimous with the police. The taxi company is not bad. So, you will ask the city, or the head of the state's police system, let them publicly the media interview, say they are ready to purchase Victoria Crown as a police vehicle. There is also a taxi company. Find a local largest taxi company's boss to help you stop, then give the media stress point public relations fee. Let them report Victoria Crown by the police and taxi companies the news. The purpose of the sum, let consumers form an intuition, that is. The current Ford Victorian Crown is very hot, is American government, the US business, the US commercial institution. Oh, right. Don't forget to find a heavyweight image spokesperson. This is very important. Chen Geng has already said that it is so straightforward. But the brain of the Americans, it is the power of straight-line thinking. Henry Ford actually didn't respond to the way for a while, frowning. Fernandez, you are good. However, our car is still not officially launched, but also gives the police and taxi company, especially the police, their requirements for vehicle performance is very demanding. Victoria Crown is a good car, may not take the police testing me. I don't dare to guarantee this guy. I am worried that the police can't find the police or taxi company to give my own platform. Chen Geng was honest by Henry Ford. You can more honest, isn't it? At the time of Henry Ford, I will not be able to follow myself, otherwise I must have 2 feet out of the air. It is impossible, that is, thinking in my heart. It is said that there is no good gas on Chen puzzle. This is not easy. When you announce to the media, you can say this is an intention agreement. Roughly, the police attitude is that they very much like this Victoria Crown. Now the police are tested by Victoria Crown. As long as Victoria Crown adopted the police test, they will buy it immediately. This is not there. Well, taxi companies can say this. Yup. Henry Ford is not a stupid. As the chairman of the world's second largest automobile manufacturing company, he just didn't turn around. Now listening to Chen Li, so suddenly realize, tell the edge, find a police officer to the Ford bus station, saying that the police like Victoria Crown, now being tested on the vehicle, as long as the test will be purchased. Is there a problem? There is no problem. There is also a good relationship with the public relations between Ford Automobile and the good cooperation between the whole country, and even the city's police. This is the case. The taxi company is simpler, and a few large taxi companies that make Ford holdings and shareholdings are relatively larger. The New York Taxi Company is okay. Let the media cooperate with propaganda. With the powerful product power of Victoria, it is not easy to engage in a big news. Confirm Chen Geng's way to do management. Henry Ford is excited. Is there, Fernandez? There is any other way? Other ways. Chen Geng thought. There is. But what is the specific method? He doesn't say it. Xu is Chen Geng inspired. Henry Ford's brain is much better. People, Chen Geng gave you a few ideas. Why have you give you an idea free? He has decisively opened his own price. To Chen Geng opened 300,000 advisory fees. This is right. Chen Ming was very satisfied with Henry Ford. You can buy Victoria's enthusiasm with consumers to buy Victoria's enthusiasm for this car. Do you pre-sale? I thought that Chen Geng will give him a good idea of Henry Ford. Some disappointment for this method. What is the idea? Ford car. This has been notified to all dealers, and all Ford's dealers have S to Victoria Crown's orders. Yes, pre-sale. But pre-sale and pre-sale are different. You must make bigger things, vigorous, must cause a kind of illusion to consumers, that is, in fact, you don't want to engage in pre-sale, but the consumers really like this car. The company's phone is to be exploded. The consumer is really hot. You can't make a pre-sale. This is. Henry Ford is full of mouth. If this is the case, then it is not a good way. At least the B is much higher. What is this? Looking at $300,000. Chen said, you have to say this. Ford Motor has made more consumers to earn benefits. This pre-salers must pay the deposit. First come first served. But $500 can reach the promotion of $1,000 purchase. In short, it is to make consumers feel that although this promotion is that Ford is forced by consumers, but in fact, Ford is still very considered for consumers. A manufacturer. In addition, you will release the latest order information from time to time. For example, you have already received 10,000 orders, 20,000 orders, creating a consumer's madness. Like this car, attracting more people. Single, let consumers have such a feeling in their hearts, if I don't go back, maybe I want to mention the car next year. Listening to the phone Chengong machine, he said his promotion plan. Henry Ford's eyes were straight. Nima, a propaganda, actually can play like this, but more still excited, really can play this. With Fernandez, those guys in the company's marketing department are simply silly. X. Chapter 265 Thoroughly Penmark www. Chen Tong is still underestimating the influence of Ford Motors in American politics. After many taxi companies and the police officers who will introduce the Foodovolia Crown, Henry Ford has made a big trick. A deputy of FBI, the secretary, said that FBI is carefully considered whether to buy Foodovolia Crown sedan as FBI work, special vehicle. Taxi company, the police, now FBI, equal to multiple organizations in the quality of this car for Ford, have never seen this kind of oldest beauty in this marketing method. Instantly under this series of combination of Ford being hired. It seems that the pre-sale is good. Listening to Henry Ford excited tone, Chen Mongxiao asked, what is good? It's very good. Underexcited, even if there is money such as Henry Ford can't help but burst out. Fernandez, do you believe? But 3 days, 20,000. More than 20,000 orders. My heart is completely stable. So much? 3 days. I pre-sold more than 20,000. Chen Geng is also a bit surprised. Don't forget, this is not more than 3,000 Honda Civic or Toyota Corolla. This is a big displacement of up to $12,000. Full-size American luxury sedan. 20,000 orders are really a bit horrific. I didn't expect so many. Henry Ford laughed, but in the face of Chen Pei, he did not cover the water in this data. But some are the orders of the dealer, and some. You know. Chen Multi is of course understanding, but even if it is this, he is still amazed. That's very unrestrained. It seems that the first more than 10 years in advance, ordinary users can't resist its appeal. Henry Ford apparently appreciated Chen Geng. And the old beauty never didn't know what is modest. He smiled too, suddenly said, "Fernandez, I want to thank you. I must thank you. If not, you help me think about this marketing. Victoria Crown certainly doesn't have today's heat. Say, what do you want? As long as I can do it, you must satisfy you." Henry Ford's tone is especially sincere. Obviously, in Henry Ford, in the face of such excellent marketing programs, the previous $300,000 is not enough to express his gratitude. His heart urgently wants to do something. This is, since Henry Ford really wants to say any more, Chen Pei naturally will not be polite. He thought about it, said, "Can you send me a few Victorian Crown?" "No problem at all," Henry Ford agreed. As a car manufacturer, if Chen Mong is pointing other things, but a few Ford Victoria Crown? As a manufacturer, Henry Ford said that this is not. He has a big hand. 20 vehicles. 20 can't be enough. From the perspective of production costs, 20 Ford Victoria Crown have only a little more than $100,000. For Ford Motors, this is not a problem, and the main plant sent several cars to design the company. Isn't that the meaning of the sky? No, so much, too, Chen Gengli said. He is a bit embarrassed. "But you may have to bother you to help me send it to China." "Send to China?" Henry Ford quickly understood Chen Li's meaning and immediately said, "Okay, give it to me." Look at the 4 large wooden boxes in front of you. Chen Li has some days. Just Chen Li is in a daze. Milan, Stonson, and Lailasti are also in a daze. The reason is not because of other, but because the one of these 4 boxes is really too big. This is the international standard size for the container for air transport cars. That is, Henry Ford will be 4 Ford Victoria Crown. It is air from the United States to China. As for the comrades of several foreign affairs departments to our company, the airport to the airport, they did not dare to say, "Air transportation car." Lying in the trough. Always air in 4 vehicles. Lying in the trough. Lying in the trough. The capitalist is really rich. People can't wait to buy 2. These 4-car freight is probably enough to buy these 4 cars. In fact, these 4 big boxes are shipped from the Detroit to Los Angeles, the West Coast, and then air from Los Angeles to Tokyo. After the transfer from Tokyo to the Magic Airport, the freight is much more expensive than these 4 cars. Stanson handed a crowbar, a command to wait for his own boss, just like preparing for the delivery of the express delivery, but not only Stanson, the same is the same. Rutherford, who is holding a crowbar, is also element wants to try demolition. With the order of Chen Bai, the sedan in the 4 wooden box is quickly entertained into the eyes of everyone. 4 cars, 2 Chrysler family, 2 Ford Victoria Crowns, are Chen Geng design, and is the most representative product. Looking at the 4 cars in front of you, Chen Geng couldn't help to pick his eyebrows. "Henry, this sky, the atmosphere made by things." Chen Li came to a neat voice, and low whisper. "It's so beautiful. This car is really designed with Mr. Chen dynasty." "It is definitely true. Who will be stupid in this kind of thing?" That it is also, since Chen Dickey dare to send the car, then it is. Well, we haven't think of a little more. Atmosphere too big. I can't watch the photo. I can't see it. Now I see the real car. Oh, what kind of car is better than Mercedes-Benz? Followed by Chen Geng to the airport, and the comrades of the magic capital couldn't help but whisper, while one by one. Prior to this, many of the domestic comrades know that Chen Tong is not only rich, but it is a very famous car designer in the world. They even got a photo of Honda Xpou's Chrysler family, and even tried to let domestic units have made a small proportion of shelter models. That is, what do these cars do? Not look at Chen Geng's design. Remainable photos and soft mud models are also shocking in front of the trolley. Let me talk about Ford Victoria Crown. This is a length of up to 5.4 meters large full-size sedan. The only domestic car is the big red flag CA 770. The length is just 6 meters 995 meters, but the red flag of 3-seat sedan, while the Ford Victorian Crown is a Toro of sedan, and the design age of the two cars, the industrial processing level of the two countries, so the sentence may not "How can I listen?" In fact, I feel better than the red flag. So, after a discussion, these leaders quickly formed a consensus that everyone agreed: the Ford Victorian Crown is better than everyone who has seen all the cars, not only atmospheric and majestic. The important thing is that the two big sofa look comfortably. It is directly that this car is particularly suitable as a senior leader. As for the melody, it is ready to do contrast Mercedes-Benz EW115, don't say comparison with Ford Victoria Crown, directly even Chrysler family is more than. As a Mercedes-Benz designed in the 1960s, although the top Mercedes-Benz E-Class, the famous head, but it is very familiar with everyone compared to several years, the body is extended to more than 5 meters, and the wheelbase exceeds the 3 meters. The chassis code W115 is not called a level E-Class. The body length is only 1 more than 6 meters. Not only is the size of the body, but the Chrysler family, even the design is more than Chrysler family. As for the configuration, it is even more than enough for radios and air conditioners, all luxury. Configure Mercedes-Benz W114 W115, facing Henry Ford. Specially selected this top version of Chrysler family by electric window plus electric heating, electric 8 to luxury leather seat plus back air conditioner, air outlet plus automatic file. The powerful equipment group Army. It is simply crushed. As for the power, there is no match at all. No way. Don't look at the German Three Swordsman composed of BBA after several years. It is the world's recognized worldline luxury car brand. Lincoln, Cadillac can only be considered Talon products, but in the 1989, the BBA is what is in the middle of the 1990s. Lincoln and Cadillac are the boss of the real-world luxury car field. In front of these two, other car brands are slag. With Chen Zhong, the enemy, and Jiang Tao are excited to ask Chen, Mr. Chen, these two cars working with our magic, have these two cars? Chen Mong Xiao is the kind of laughter who is confident. For this cooperation, the two cars I design were named as the New Century and Jiamai. The positioning of the New Century is the middle and high-end officials and business vehicles, mainly the high-end market. Jiamai is the main mid-range market, so that the strength of the New Century and Jiamai. I said, in addition to the engine and body size without Victoria Crown, the other is not more than Victorian Crown. As for Jiamai, it is in the market space of the Wolf Passat B2 that you want to introduce you before the Mercedes-Benz W115. If there is no comrades in these two cars, the Gay of Magic and even the first machine will think that Chen Li is bragging. With Wolf Passat B2 and even Mercedes-Benz W115 ratio, your Chen Pai is really a new Burdock. Not afraid of Tiger, knowing that Passat B2 is the most advanced new generation intermediate sedan developed by Wolf Mao, Germany. I don't know, although W115 has been replaced by W123, it is possible to be Mercedes-Benz, is you better? But in that sentence, practice is all the standards of testing truth, and the Ford Victorian Crown and Chrysler, which is designed by Chen Geng, who is in front of his eyes, take it on the way, after experiencing, even the biggest comrades before, have to completely serve Chen Pod's ability. P.S. Brothers, I can't help, today this chapter is a bit hard, I have revised several times, I also ask the brothers to forgive. Chapter 266 10 years of Hexi, 10 years Penmark www. Old ancestors told us that ear listening is empty. Seeing is true. The Bright Daily July deliberate on May 11, 1978, telling us that practice is the only standard for testing truth. In the same way, before you see Chen Geng's Crown and Chrysler family, domestic comrade's judgment of Chen Pai Gong's ability is more than his age, a 20-year-old boy, it is still in China. I just worked for 2 years. Even if the relationship is hard, I will mix it into the extent of the deputy director, and I have to add a bracket IPA. 2 words. Even if he has this, how much can you? The reason why you can earn so much money, I am afraid because of the US system is good. I will rely on my own business. Maybe I go to the United States, the value is better than him. Don't laugh. There are some the heart is thinking so much, but now, after personally experienced these 2 cars from the air from the United States, in the face of Chen Geng design, the 2 complete raw Wolf Passat B2 and even Mercedes-Benz W115, the W123 car, no one dares to doubt Chen's ability. Even the comrades of the individual Magplan killer that have always been opposed to oppose, only the mouth closes the mouth, no one can objection, can only explain you're stupid. It can also be used before I am worried that Chen minutes can do this car. Come to do an objection reason, but now, what can I say before? Do you deliberately hurt the heart of the patriotic Chinese overseas Chinese? The situation is over. The comrades of the Magic City run from Chen dynasty every day. The attitude of Fernandez Company has ended. Our attitude towards us is sincere, but the contract is not an urgent. Yes, comrades, don't say, wait until you see the sample trucks we designed for this cooperation. I think this is very reasonable. Magical, and each department is responsible for this project. Many comrades, the anxious mouth of a circle, winning. What is not dying, it will not die, and the comrades of the One Machine department and the comrades of the Magic Capital are in person. Who is this who let some comrades die? There is no way, work still have to do. This is not, the breakfast has just passed, and the comrades of Jiang Tao, the deputy director of the Magic Metropolis Commission, and brought 2 of the most famous Big Pot Spring of the Magic, said together with Chen Zhong, you will have breakfast. The brother, I opened a meeting in the city yesterday, there is a very fun, are you interested? Eat the middle, Jiang Tao mysteriously asked Chen Geng. Chen Wangxing was biting a fried herd. He looked at Jiang Tao, there was no good way, Jiang director can don't pit. What do you meet? I said, you will not be prepared looking for an excuse to be a snooping political confidential to grab me. How can it be? Jiang Tao was told by Chen Geng, and quickly drunk 2 millet porridge. Pressure, since I tell you, it is definitely not violating confidential discipline. Seeing Chen Zhong did not take the initiative, Jiang Tao did not feel embarrassed, and she said, at the mayor's office, Wu Mayor's current investment in our city. The problem, I have an important instruction, and I have a criticism of some comrades. I even said that in the future, who took her hind legs in the investment promotion, playing a lot of characters, that is the hind legs are the historical sinners of the Magic Capital. Hey, even the history of the sinner said. While talking, Jiang Tao's observed reacted, from his heart. Jiang Tao is actually very understanding why Wudong comrades say this. Because he also can't wait to kill the people who have opposed to Chen Wukong, and I want to hold a German's thigh. Why? Not because these guys give all the Fernandez Magic automobile manufacturing factory. The cooperation project adds huge variables! Exclamation mark. It was the wishes of this cooperation, and Chen Geng and Magic cooperation is very strong, very sincere, and people do have good things in their hands. The Germans who don't know how many times in the top of the eye is long, so I'm going to. How do you want to drop? Hurrying the contract is that it is. There are some comrades. I don't know what I think is in my mind. I have to give this original water to the streak. You love I will wish to cooperate to make a Blackfeet, causing the original item that should be also useful. More importantly, if these guys are not toned, I will go to the Big Pot Spring to buy frying, and then send Chen Geng to Chen Geng, the time when the vice director of the Metropolis Commission is not worth money. He knows that Chen's 2 days of reaction is actually deliberately giving the devil, and people are intentionally. But to tell the truth, Jiang Tao feels that he is actually very understanding why Chen Li will have such a reaction. Don't say that people. Chen Geng is a big boss for tens of millions of dollars. Even if you change yourself, you will be angry before you die. Mr. Yan, is good, when I finally promised to work with you, do you play such a trick to me? This backhand is a very lingerie. Do you often do it? Some comrades, I felt that 2 words were so good, so that the old boss had given the birds, I wanted it. The brain is kicked by the really thought that the big boss, a big boss, is a stupid, sweet chick. Others say that 2 dozen, complement 2 sentences to the arms you forget. Heart turned into many ideas. Jiang Tower does not a bit, and there is a small news from the city saying that the city will be adjusted by the division of comrades in the second half of this year. Some brain more active comrades embark on more important positions. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, what? I am looking forward to a frying bag. Am looking forward to Jiang Tao, and I look at Jiang Tao. Well, I will know this. Jiang Tao sighed. See Chen Pai aura stupid, simply challenging, Mr. Chen, in this cooperation, some comrades playing in this cooperation, will be seriously dealt with. What else? Do you have any conditions? We will have the greatest sincerity to meet your requirements. I haven't mean to say this, and I don't mean again. Chen Geng nodded and put down the frying. Director Jiang, we are also friends. Some words, I said. I don't say it straight. Jiang Tao said quickly. Chen Geng, I am very understandable. Some comrades are really very understanding, and some comrades are really good. They are very clear that the current Huaxia cannot afford to toss and repeat it. Even the introduction technology and products are relatively backward. The most important thing is to stabilize, reliably. A relatively backward but stable and reliable technology and product is more advanced than one look, but it is actually not getting actually verified products. Technology is more important to China. Jiang Tao moved. He didn't expect that Chen Paigong actually brought about the sound of the opposition in this cooperation. This is really thinking of himself is also an opposition to the voice. Jiang Tao suddenly felt himself the nose is some acid. I want to say something. However, I haven't waited for him. Chen Geng then said, I am very admired for comrades who opposed because of my heart, but as far as I know, there are some of them holding against opinions. The reasons for their opposition seem to be more how much is it for private interests. Understood. Jiang Tao finally understood the meaning of Chen Geng. Must have someone to pay for this matter. Those who opposed it in a congression, they just opposed their duties. These people should not only be forgiven, but also worthy of respect. But those who oppose personal interests, they must pay for the time. This payment is never let. Some comrades will change a job. Understand Chen Geng's meaning and signing conditions. This matter is good, although Chen Pai's condition makes the magic capital is a bit difficult, but not afraid of Chen Geng open conditions. It is afraid that people will be rooted. We will carefully think about the comrades that you can't compete for the current work. Jiang Tao nodded, and informed Chen Pai. He asked himself and the meaning of magic. He immediately asked, Mr. Chen, what is your arrangement for this Japanese delegation? Is the Dongzai people come? Yes, I saw Chen Zhong. I didn't have the meaning of my own relationship with myself. I didn't know how to be in harness. I didn't stand it. I didn't stand it. But I didn't just the time, but I was a message representative. Honda Technical Research Co. Limited came to Huaxia and Chen Weijun. And Gigi is a representative of more than 20 companies and banks such as Xiaoquan, Panasonic, Hitachi, Uiti, Atmospheric, Hikim, Hitachi, Uiti, Atmospheric, Hikapo, Hitachi, Uiti, Atmospheric, Hicomico, Limited. Degree is really urgent. Chen Geng picked his eyebrows. What did Jiang Director do? Leaders, let me confirm with you. Mr. Chen, how do you need to cooperate with you? Jiang Tao is a bit embarrassed. After all, this time I came to the magic, there was a huge influence in Dongpu. This. As the landlord, if we have not entertaining, it may make these Dongpas companies have a too good impression. Just want to take this opportunity to see if you can pull your investment. This spending, it is a mountain road 18 bends. Chen Mong smiled nod. If the magic is convenient, it is best to do it. When Jiang Tao is big. Of course it's true. Chapter 267 is anxious penmark www. It's hard to confuse. So exquisite, like artwork, is really a cold ice industrial product. Unbelievable. Chrysler, family and Ford Victoria, in front of the Crown, a group of small devils with a group of teenagers who have a neutral disease, and the expression is very exciting. However, it can also understand their reaction. In this East economy, the British people in the East society have also adhered to hard-working, diligent, glorious tradition. In this country, the largest local brand that can be seen in this country, gas production sedan, Toyota Crown's body size is only 4,675 mm, 1,690 mm, 1,440 mm. The wheelbase is only 2,690 mm, which is the large-scale luxury sedan of the Dongpo Large Club Company, but still the Chen Li family in Chrysler Xiao No. 1. As for the Ford Victoria Crown, the ratio is Dongpa's Treasure, Oriental Rolls-Royce, the Toyota Century chosen by the East Queen Royal House and the tourism. The Toyota Century I would like to come out and have 2 laps. Not to mention the styling and powerful gas fields of this era showing the 2 cars. For the representatives of these Dongpo business communities, they saw this car and never stepped out of the village with 20 years. Suddenly saw that the big city dressed in the big city when they were brought into big cities. The reaction is like, the eyes are straight, the dog is losing. The water is flooding. I can't wait to hug a home. Even the me is a deputy chief of this Honda Technical Research Co., Limited. The next successor of Honda's technological research. Chrysler family was just listed. He bought a one. But at the moment, he looked at the Ford Victorian Crown in front of him. He suddenly couldn't be calm. Really? Too beautiful. He couldn't help but think that if the Honda Skills Research agreed to Chen Gengjun's condition, Chen Gengjun helped Honda design new cars, then the new car will be so beautiful. The Suez of Chrysler family can also be reluctant to think is a lucky, but when this Ford Victorian Crown also appears in front of himself, the conclusion is only one. Chen Li is indeed a real material, he is indeed the most good car designer. Can even one remove? I want to understand this. Gigi is no longer calm. He came to Chen Li and said, Chen Jun, can I talk to you? Of course can. Chen Geng's head, what about us before our cooperation plan? It is a wish to say that Chen Li is strangely picking with the teachings. Is there any discussion? We are not saying, Honda Technology assist Fernandez Company to cooperate with Huexia Magic Automobile Manufacturing Factory and from the loans of Dongpo Financial Institution. I assisted the George Liuo Design Room to help Honda's technical research. Is there a problem? Jimmy is a sign of ambiguity. This is the case. If Honda cancels the cooperation with Mr. George Liuo, this is impossible. Jimmy just said that I just said opening. Chen Geng shook his head. Jimmy is Mr. Zizi. You should know that I am a good friend with George Liuo. I can't grab business with friends. Before Jiki is a promise. Honda's high-rise will make a decision. Give Gigi is the full power of the blogger. And in the moment of seeing Chen Geng design Ford Victoria Crown, Giza promising decided, cancel the cooperation with George Liuo Design. Even if you pay a certain default, you will not hesitate to cooperate with Honda's technological research, although George Liuo Design Office is the best car design unit in the world. First, but compared with Chen Gengjun, their level and Chen Gengjun have too much difference. Although Honda pays some extra price, I have to sell some cars. How many times the cost earned? Chen Geng refused. At this point, this is not expected to be a long time. Chen Gengjun and Gala George Liuo have a very good private friendship. He knows, but he firmly believes that everything in front of the interests they are all floating clouds. I understand your choice. Jimmy is quite in place, but Chen Mingjun, you don't have to worry. The default and compensation issues will have our Honda's technological research. You don't have to worry. Specifically in the George Liuo Design Office. We will definitely give the two sides, and if you have any other conditions and requirements, you can mention. In short, Jimmy is the meaning of the way. 1. As long as you are willing to take over our strategic new car design work, everything is good. No matter what you have, we can discuss. The George Luo design room. You don't have to worry, hand it to us, let's get it. I finally recognized the more powerful Honda. In order to get Chen Pei's design, Honda ignored the most important point, that is, the mood of Chen Pei. Once in Honda, Master is very unhappy. The masses are not cool, not you say a few words, you can be happy. Gigi is a message, I want to say anything. The person in charge of other companies coming to the east is not dry. Time makes your Honda skills research. What do we do? Or another more familiar name, Shichun Island Brando and Industrial Co., Limited. The marketing of the Ministry of Hentai, Shengbo, struggling to Chen Geng, and it is a 60-degree, Mr. Fernand. I am very sorry to bother your conversation, but I think some things are more important. Chen Geng did not eat it immediately, but he looked at the long rice. Seeing each other, Jimmy is a lot to speak, but the back of it. Also, the influence of Dongpu, Ishikawa is broadcasted Heavy Industrial Co., Limited, but more than Honda Technology, Cattle X. Military enthusiasts must have heard of the Hatsun name, White Root Helicopter Destroy. I heard that the first snow, fog level, high wave frigate, also heard that in the 1990s, he wanted to destroy the Chinese Navy's Dongpu 8, the King Konga level destroyer of the fleet main force, and heard the defense of the data level helicopter aircraft carrier and Dongpu people. Helicopter aircraft carrier out of the cloud, yes, these main warships from Dongpu High are produced by Shichun Island Branding Industrial Co., Limited as the military giants of Dongpu. Whether the volume is still influential, Honda's technological research is better than Sichuan Island. The difference is too far. Chapter 268 No. Penmark www. Suzuki Shengbo is very satisfied as the performance of Zimi, nodded to Chen Geng. We have a good relationship with the Sichuan Island to broadcast heavy industry and Mitsui Bank. If you like, we can guarantee your guarantee for you. To Sanjing Bank applying for a long period of time, interest rate does not exceed 1-2% ultra-low interest loan. Mr. Suzuki, you don't know if Fernandez has reached a cooperation agreement in United Community Bank in the United States? Chen Geng frowned, interrupted Suzuki Shengbo, asked. I know, Suzuki Shengbo nodded. But the interest rates given by Sanjing Bank are much lower than the Union Community Bank. As long as you promise several slightly short conditions, Ishikawa is willing to help you apply for interest-free loans. Donned, Suzuki Shengbo is not proud, even if there is no support of the government of Dongpu. Sanjing Bank can also provide you with interest rate loans at least 10 years. But Chen Li has frowned. The words of Suzuki Shengbo seem to be full, but Chen Wang has seen another layer of imposing of Shichun Island from this words, or simply talking about threat. If you don't agree with the conditions of White Island to broadcast heavy industry, even if Fernandez is striving for ultra-low interest and even a long-term interest-based loan, Shichun Island Brand Industrial Co., Limited and Shichun Island Brando What Industrial Co., Limited will also make this matter to you. This is an implicit, typical East-style threat. Westerners may not hear, 10-8 and confused. I think it is very meaningful to think that the little devil is very meaningful. After all, I can avoid interest. It is not a small number 1 year, but the fart is over. I promised. When I was calculated by the little devil, I found myself, but the little devil wanted to use this to make myself. Chen Towel's only 2 words responded to this self-feeling good. Shichun Island Broadcasting Industrial Co., Limited. Head of Suzuki Shengbo. Oh, Mr. Suzuki. Looking at Suzuki Shengbo, Chen Wanto slowly said, do you think I will care about this interest every year? Recognizing that the other party is outing their own Chen Ming, even you. Change to you. Sorry, Chen Jun, I can't understand it. Suzuki Shengbo immediately apologized to Chen Gengs. We calculate for 4 major production companies, the maximum annual production capacity of 60,000 cars, and has a car manufacturer of the engine and gearbox. According to our calculations, such a car manufacturer needs about $200 million can be built. Chen Jun, Should this number do not have too much S? There is definitely, but the conclusion of Sichuan Island is broadcasting is an artificial and construction cost. So the number of Suzuki Shengbo said that although the number of Chen Geng calculated, it is also similar. Chen Geng nod. How? Mitsubank is willing to provide full loans to Fernandes. When I said this, I will be slightly introduced out. After a few years, we can often see in the media, one car brand investment billion new year has a new year, 200,000 new cars, a certain car brand investment more than 100 billion new year, a production line of 300,000 new cars, 300,000 new engines and a model transmission, which will make some car enthusiasts who have a little more about the automotive industry. I will remember in 1998 when it is founded, the registered capital 11,600 million RMB, total engineering total investment 22,77.5 billion RMB, even if the inflation is more powerful. The time for 20 years is not a few times. It is important to know that the price of industrial finished products is basically reduced with technology development. Why do you have this misunderstanding? Because everyone did not figure out the difference between the two production lines. In the late 1990s, the batch of automobile brands entering the country in the beginning of the millennium as an example. In the early stage, they basically only build a total dressing workshop, stamping, welding, painting, and the 3 craft production lines. Passing the third phase of the project has established a complete 4 major process production lines, and the 4 major process capabilities that have been completed require 4 or 5 years and even longer. However, the production line built after 2015, not only coming up, it is 4 major process production lines, but also builds a supporting engine and gearbox production capacity. In addition, a rarely known fact is that in the production process of the automobile, the engine, gearbox and the body's technical difficulty is body LT, manual transmission LT, engine LT, automatic transmission. The manufacturing difficulty of the body is the lowest, and the manufacturing difficulty of the automatic transmission is the highest. So in 2017, our vehicle technology is very good. Our engine technology level is basically reached in the industry, but it is still a good automatic transmission because the technical difficulty, commissioning and matching difficulty of automatic gearbox, especially the AT structure is used in a car, and the difficulty is the highest. Then, the investment is also the highest. And it is necessary to have a total of 200,000 vehicles with a whole vehicle, and the total investment of engine, automatic gearbox, and vehicle manufacturing capabilities require 100 billion, actually not too enough. Then the investment required by the engine and automatic gearbox is basically 70 million, and the rest is belonging to the body and the total installation. An annual output of 200,000 vehicles in 2017, and the automotive manufacturer of the engine and automatic transmission production capacity require 100 plus billion RMB. In 1979, an annual output of 60,000 needles were cut at the same time. The total investment of the car manufacturer of the box needs $2 billion. It is not exaggerated. The automotive industry is the project of super heavy assets. More than full. Suzuki Shengbo's face with a bit. I don't believe you will not agree. Pixabay, it is $500 million, if not enough, up to $800 million. All of these loans are interest-free. The loan period is still 10 years. Mr. Fernandes, such a large loan, the annual interest can be more than $2 million. Welcome to Suzuki Shengbo. Chen want to slowly shake his head. Number. What? I didn't expect that. Suzuki Shengbo, who would answer, even did not react. Chen Geng refused. Gay it. The Chinese leaders present in the scene did not respond, and they looked at Chen Li, and even suspect that he had a magical hearing. $800 million, 10 years and full payment. Chen Li actually refused? He refused? Sexual leaders can't wait to replace Chen Li's answer. $800 million. Free white for 10 years. have such a good thing still does not hurry. As you want Suzuki Shengbo, such a big loan, the annual interest is a few $1,000,000. Now people give you a full interest, nothing more than a few conditions. This is not what should be. If you come back, even if you can't use it, you can't use it. It is also good to use it. After all, 10 years, don't use white. Suzuki Shengbo stunned, and it was unbelievable to Chen Geng. And you didn't even listen to our conditions. You didn't even listen to our conditions. I don't know what the so-called slightly deficiency of Suzuki is. Since the Sanjin Cava valve is willing to come up with such a big fat, I will know that the requirements of the 3 wells can definitely not simple. Looking at Suzuki Shengbo, Chen Wanto slowly said, Mr. Suzuki, I am not wrong. Chapter 269. The little devil gives Chen Geng digging pit penmark www. Chen Jun, you misunderstand. Suzuki Shengbo certainly does not admit that the requirements of Shichen Island broadcast heavy industry is very much, and he smiles, it's just a few shortcomings. I have always been very consciously acting as a display, and the leaders of the Magic City, and I can't help it. And I desperately the enemies hatch. Mr. Chen, or you first listen to Mr. Suzuki's condition again. Light, whispered to Chen Geng. Do you want to listen? Although I have already felt that Chen Geng's dissatisfaction, there is no way to lead, and the enemy has said, amount. This. No matter what, listen is not a bad thing, if their conditions are too big deal let's don't have. It is a bit mean. Chen Geng's eyes can't wait to replace the face of the leaders of the Magic Urban, and Sweeper Heavy and 2 representatives in the crowd, and smiled nodded, okay, let's listen to the conditions of the casting of Shichen Island. He is looking forward to a Heavy, 2 comrades listening to Suzuki Shengbo. This little devil is finished. What kind of reaction will be after your request? I hope that the 2 comrades listen to the little devils will not jump. Suzuki Shengbo immediately said, the conditions for the broadcast of Shichen Island are actually very simple. In fact, it is actually a point. The equipment you need to produce this production line. If Shikawao is broadly produced, you prefer the product of Shikawao is broadcast. Shichen Island is broadcast. If there are no other companies in Dongpu, please purchase it from Dongpu. Shichen Island is also guaranteed to you, whether your product is playing from Shichen Island or from other companies of Dongpu, you absolutely don't worry, at least in the same type or the same type of product sold in the market. The price of the price is 10%. After saying that Suzuki Shengbo is full of Chen Ming, and it is not worried about Chen Geng. What are you going to face this condition? Listening to the translation of the whispering to the Suzuki Shengbo, the leadership of the Magic City is full of highlights. They feel that the conditions of the Sichuan Island are not too far. Not at all. It is a conscience to get home. I borrow money to you for 10 years. A penny interest is not you. Just ask you buy when I can use me. I can't produce it, but the company can produce. And the company purchases the east of the company cannot produce, and I have to buy it abroad, and I guarantee the price I sold to you is the same as the price of what I sold out, absolutely will not raise the price. Does this condition are too much? It's good to have a conscience to no longer be ideal. It is also an foreigner if Chen Li is a foreigner, otherwise, they have already gone through Chen Geng. Even a Heavy, 2 comrades. Although the face is ugly with 2 pounds, there is no difference, but it is only the lips, there is no saying, it is a powerfulness of the heart. No one Heavy, 2 what is more, 1 Heavy, 2 can produce things, Dongpas Enterprises can produce, and the degree of automation, extent, and processing oracy are more important, too important, facing such generous loans. Mr. Chen, will you not refuse? After all, think about it, even if it is changing the Chinese government, will the Huaxia government refuse this kind of cooperation? Not at all. In the face of the sole conditions of Shichen Island, the soil of Mitsui is coming out, even if they are opposite. I can't find a reasons for opposition still in the sentence. People take hundreds of millions and even $200 million in cash to you. White use 10 years. just ask you to buy things. Just consider their home. This condition is too much. Not too much. 1 Heavy. 2 Comrades are not involved in international business negotiations, knowing in international cooperation, only millions of dollars of loans will put forward countless harsh provisions, like Sichuan Island is broadcasting and Mandari Bank such conditions. I have never heard of it. I don't want to think. In the end, dozens of pairs of different eyes fell in the expressions of Chen Geng, the leadership, 1 Heavy and 2 leaders of the East, and Dumern. Everyone, even the representatives of Fernandez, everyone looking at Chen Li, what kind of answer he will give. Under the gaze of dozens of eyes, Chen Li finally opened, looked at the Suzuki Shengbo, a confident smile. Chen Geng slowly said, "It sounds this condition is indeed very generous." Yes, Suzuki Shengbuxi is a slightly smashing, but his face is a face proud and confident. Chen Jun, please believe that such a generous cooperation condition is not just when it can be obtained. In addition, if this Donglai machinery industry and the electronics industry start their own popularity's best time, you caught up, you think this kind of loan condition can fall on your head? This opportunity is completely the old man who fell down a piece of pie. You don't hurry, what is hesitant? Oh, if this is. Looking at Suzuki Shengbo confident smile, Chen Geng slowly said, "I refused." Suzuki Shengbo stunned, seriously suspected that it was not his own ears. Chen Jun, I didn't listen, you just said. Other people's response is not better than Suzuki Shengbo. No one thought that Chen Li, who faced such a generous condition, will also choose to refuse. The leaders of the Magic City are full of tongue. Watching Chen Pei's face is incredible, and 1 Heavy and 2 Comrades are more interesting, and they are still excused. You didn't get wrong. Welcome countless double eyes. Chen Geng slowly nodded. Everyone has not heard wrong. Yes, I said, I refuse. Why? Encyclopedia is the first to help. This will also care about Chen Geng is a foreign businessman. Mr. Chen, is very good. Why? Oh, I didn't question what you mean, I just want to understand what hangs. If you don't know if Chen Li is indeed a rich man worth tens of millions of dollars, he must doubt that Chen Mong is a problem with his brain. In fact, there is nothing to understand, just a very simple truth, that is, the wool will always be in the sheep. Chen Li took the mouth to answer a sentence, then turned to Suzuki Shengbo. Mr. Suzuki, although your condition is really very unusual, but can you tell me what you are after sale? Suzuki Shengbo's face is bigger. Xiaoquan, Panasonic, Uiti, Atmosphere, Hicom, Fanyuk, Anquan Motor, the face of the representatives of Epson. The face is also changed, planned by Chen Li to see it! Unbelievable, but have to believe this is true. Before Chen Geng's opening, the figs were quite self-satisfied, quite proud. The products sold did not make money, like stamping machines, welding equipment, spray equipment, testing equipment, specialties and fixtures. These things are not bought with their household TVs, home sounds. These home things, in order to ensure that the performance of these industrial production equipment is in the best state, and the unit needs to maintain and replace the equipment, regular maintenance and replacement. This is derived from a new profit space, after-sales profit. Different from civil goods, in the industrial production equipment, the equipment manufacturer has huge sayings. The manufacturer says how long it takes for a part, and the unit must be replaced according to the instructions given by the manufacturer. Manufacturers say that system lubricates need a manufacturer, a label lubricant product. Using units can only use this manufacturer, this label lubricant product. You don't follow the manufacturer of manufacturers? Sorry, don't carry according to our requirements. The equipment is damaged. We do not give a warranty, only provide paid repairs. As for this price of this paid repair, after aware of the profits of the after-sales service, Dongyi Enterprises use the price of the product as a nuclear weapon, and whether a device is in sales, it is not important. If you don't make money, even pay for money is worth encouraging. We can make it back through after-sales service, as long as you sell the product to our customers. Customers cannot discard it. For this car body and engine, the production line of Chen Geng prepares purchases. They are also the ultimate machine tools, testing equipment, stamping equipment, spraying equipment, welding equipment. These equipment can only earn a little less money. In order to extrude, the US Huixiu equipment supplier can even lose money to Chen Geng. Even in order to increase the chips, everyone can take some profits to subsidize the loan interest of the 3 wells. It is to earn this a profit. But I didn't expect it. The people of Dongpu gathered the wonderful idea of countless elite, and they were got to be seen by Chen Geng. A group of little devils is ugly. The leaders of the magic city look at Chen Ming, and then look at the little devils that are more ugly because Chen Ming's words, there is a bit unbelievable. This is really unbeatable. It is really unbeatable. Has a problem. Feelings are hard to eat, but the faces of these figs cannot do. Compared to some of the leadership of the magic, 1 heavy and 2 leaders, there is a kind of random ecstasy. Although I don't know what is going on, I can always have a heavy and 2. I have a chance. Have a chance. Have a chance. Chapter 270 Hun Resignation Penmark www. Roughly, Dongpa's plan is basically like this. After saying, Chen Geng is a government, and the campaign's representative is Picker. If you have any questions, even if you ask, is there such an operation? After listening to Chen Geng's description, a group of leaders in the Magic City did this only appreciate why I gave such a reasonable reason for Chen Zhong, and I didn't looked at it. Jiang Tao is even more indignant. Is the little devil be not intentionally pit? It is not to say that it is intentional pit, just normal business means. Chen Mong smiled and said, from a pure business manner, the little devil's trick is to obtain orders with low prices, and the operation mode of the sales service to make money is quite good. I think the Chinese company has obtained abroad. The order is actually quite known. The voice of the car has not yet fallen. When the general manager Liu Benxi is suddenly lit, quickly interrupted Chen Geng's words. Chen Dong, can we use this? Chen Mingyue asked, why can't you use it? Amount. This. For a company, I want to make my own sustainable development. I have to achieve 2 goals. One goal is to sell products, and another goal is to make money. The biggest benefits of this approach: it is possible to make some companies that have insufficient product strength to achieve these 2 goals, and the only mistake they commit is too dark. If they are not so dark, in fact, I don't mind working with them. 2 eyes listening to Liu, lighted, and looked at him. Obviously heroic words. Thetra. I am very inspired by Liu Benxi. Look at the leadership of the magic, the faces thinking about the expression. Chen Geng's explanation is also the same for their inspiration. Finally, Devil's representative of the deputy director of the Magic Metropolis Commission asked a question of their most concerned. Chen Dong, you refused the borrowing of Dongpu. This will not affect your cooperation with the Magic Automotive Manufacturing Factory? Question mark. Never. Chen Geng blew the cross. That the Germans. You can rest assured that the Germans are now can stand up, but I am worried about another thing. Jiang Tao hurriedly said, Mr. Chen, what is your problem? Although we must solve it for you. If the Germans expresses the conditions before giving up, with you to sign your contract with us, will you repeat again? I saw Jiang Tao at a glance. Chen Geng who? Mr. Chen, you can rest assured that after this time, we already know who really treats us as a friend. For true friends, we will always wait. Jiang Tao's expression is extremely solemn, like swearing some kind of vow. The general trend has been going. This is the current feeling in Karlhun. When Dongpa's business stood came out, it was a joke before the Wolfman's car. Not only the US company said it would not support the block of Wolfmao, but also support Karlhun's Kima, Kyuga. Enterprises such as ABB, FFT and Krupp have panicked. Previously, they supported Wolfmao, who supported Karlhun, because they believe in Karlhun said, thinking that even if it refuses Americans, Wolfmoo also will purchase this production line, and their own business will not be affected. But now even if it is a fool, it can be seen, and the wolf is almost impossible to get the favor of the Huaxia government. How to do? Is it ready for business? Of course it is impossible. ABB, FFT, Kima, Kitka, Krupp, etc. participated in the blocked enterprises in Fernandez, immediately lost their covers from the Wolfmoo car, and stepped on the 2 feet. Boss Gran Fubo said that 95% of the above quotes will provide punching machines. In the phone, Rosemary reported to Chen Wahang Yui. In addition, they said that they can provide us with cold-rolled galvanized steel plates with the best prices. Additionally, BB has also called me. I look forward to working with us. So, all the allies of the wolf came back to Wolf. Chen Geng has a mouth. It seems to have some regrets. Is such that Rosemary is very happy. Touching the chin, Chen Li Hui asked to Rosemary, you said, if I gave Carl Hun, Dr. Carl Hun, thank you for our god of help, will Mr. Will die? Just forget it. I didn't expect her own boss to be so beware of such a careful eyes. Rosemary is a good luck. Once Carl Hun is really angry, you can be big. Also, think about it. If Carl Han is really being angry, it is really a trouble for himself. Chen Li has to regret to give up this idea. Nod, it's going to be. However, Chen Tong is going to count this, but the Wolfmoo cars do not think so. P.S. Brothers, please wait 10 minutes. Previously, they supported Wolfmoo, who supported Carl Hun, because they believe in Carl Hun said, thinking that even if it refuses Americans, Wolfmoo also will purchase this production line, and their own business will not be affected. But now even if it is a fool, it can be seen, and the wolf is almost impossible to get the favor of the Huaxia government. How to do? Is it ready for business? Of course it is impossible. ABB, FFT, Kima, Kitka, Krupp, etc. participated in the blocked enterprises in Fernandez, immediately lost their covers from the Wolfmoo car, and stepped on the 2 feet. Boss Gran Fubo said that 95% of the above quotes will provide punching machines. In the phone, Rosemary reported to Chen Wahang Yui. In addition, they said that they can provide us with cold-rolled galvanized steel plates with the best prices. Additionally, BB has also called me. I look forward to working with us. So, all the allies of the wolf came back to Wolf. Chen Geng has a mouth. It seems to have some regrets. Is such that Rosemary is very happy. Touching the chin, Chen Li Hui asked to Rosemary, you said, if I gave Carl Hun, Dr. Carl Hun, thank you for our god of help, will Mr. Will die? However, Chen Tong is going to count this, but the Wolfmoo cars do not think so. Chapter 271 finally signed Penmark www. Carl Han is out of why? The decision of the resignation, Chen Mong didn't want to understand, but Chen Geng's white. Under normal circumstances, the failure in China is definitely not the reason of Carl Hun, which must have yourself. I don't know the mind, but for the east of the company, this news is too shocking. Dr. Carl Hun resigned? Is there a message? Jimmy is a blind man standing up and asked. Yes, I am very sure. The secretary who came into Gigi is a letter to the lips, and the sound is also trembled. He is also scared by this news. This is an announcement released by Wolfmoo Automotive. Announcement issued by the Wolfmoo Auto Board. When I heard this, Gigi is a true nature of this news, and no doubt it involves the chairman of the chairman of the chairman. Any company cannot publish false announcements. Although Gi's a way to make the practice of Wolfmoo's car can't understand. Why did they choose the chairman of their own homes? Because of the failure of China's investment. But this is not important. It is. He is some fear. Afraid of what? In fact, Gigi is nothing to know what is afraid. He is just awareness. It seems that he should be polite to Chen Mingjun. It has also been a person who is polite, and has become a news of this news that Carl Han resigned. Consensus. It seems that we need to think about it carefully. For a long time, Gi's a little bit of lips, muttered. Consider what? Of course, consider what way should be used as Chen intention. You must have the previous kind of as much as possible incorporation. The mentality is removed. Did you see the chairman of Wolfmau, a chairman of the Wolfmau, a chairman of the world's first-class car manufacturer, is forced to resign? Jimmy is a message that I don't want to lose the opportunity to inherit the next president of Honda Technology. But the most shocking for this news is not Chen Mine, not the company's representative of China, but Huaxia. One machine, the Magic City, one heavy, two. After confirming the authenticity of this message, all people who hear this news as a bit will not. For a long time, some people make light open. Although this is only included in the confused, everyone understands what he meant. Will not be Chen-less back? If it is true, then this Chen gang is too terrible. It should not. Another comrade took the words. According to the information we have mastered, he has never been to Germany, he has only been to Italy. I think he is unlikely to have such a big influence in Europe. It is also this reason. For this explanation, all of the seats are considered. In fact, it is considered that this thing has a relationship with Chen Tong. This view is really ridiculous. If Chen Wizard is just a good relationship, no one has a relationship between Chen Li and this matter. After a while, some people finally said, no matter what, first wait for the comrades of Germany to send back the news. Also, indeed, temporarily first in the soldiers. But should we do your two hands? After all, if this is true, then it is too. This program has been consistently agreed, but no one is concerned. With our intelligence in Germany, you can figure out what is going on. The problem should not be big. Welcomes some comrades that have not been understood yet. This soft explanation said, the influence of Wolfmau in Germany is very large, will definitely cause extensive public opinion and guess of German society, but then, this do not involve any political issue, just a very ordinary public incident. I think the German media is certainly indispensable to this matter. We will take the results of the survey on the German media. Yup. After listening to this explanation, I still repeatedly suddenly realized that it was, yes, we are interested in this matter, but say, the most interesting thing for this matter is also a German, European. China has thought that at least a few months can come out. Before this, you can only suspend the negotiation process with Chen Geng. Let anyone think of it. It is not used for a week. The majority of the European media will investigate the origin of this matter. The reason why Karl Hahn was forced to resign because of the pressure of Porsche family. In other words, Dr. Karl Kane is not because of the chance to lose in Huaxia, and lost the opportunity to invest in Huaxia's investment is just a primer. The real reason is that he had to resign under the huge pressure of Porsche family. For the reasons, it is also necessary to trace the road. In 1972, one of the two major shareholders of Wolf Motors and the Pence family have a major equity change. Porsche family Gold Porsche will hold themselves it is equivalent to 1% of the Wolfmau Miui to give his unmarried wife Malin. But on the eve of Gold Porsche and Marina, Gold Porsche's code, Ferdinand Pierre Malin, and married her. The direct result caused by this matter is the fundamental changes in the equity structure of the two families. According to the will of the founder of Wolf Motors, the will of Porsche, in order to avoid the interests of the brothers and brothers, after his death, the shares of Wolfmau Car will give their own son and daughter. That is, each person there are 50% of Wolf Motors, but with Marina married Ferdinand Pierre, it became a Porsche family holds 49% of the Wolfmau Car, while Pierre's family holds 51% of shares. Things stripped. It is conceivable that the Porsche family is how angry on this matter, and they even think that Ferdinand PC's seduce her brother's move. It is the plan of the Pizzi family, is the absolute control of Wolfmau. Right. Who is Karl Hahn's largest supporter? Of course it is a Pizzi family. All right. So far, the whole thing is finally in the air, and everything has floated the water. Dr. Karl Kane is not because of the failure of the investment in Huaxia, but because he is the side of the Pizzi family. As Chen Ming, He is just a meeting. It is just that this little bonus between this Pence family and the Porsche family flowing in a small range. Now it has become the topic of the entire European table broth, the wall corner of the cousin, the gym and grievances. People are fortunate, this is the attention. This topic of this is undoubtedly the most favorite of ordinary people and eats the people. Is it not worth spending the old life report and analysis? Looking at the reasons for the chairman of Wolfmau Auto, the embassy in Europe, from the top of the house, from the top office to the one, then to the magic both, one heavy, two. Everyone is crying. Just like a leader, this is a mess, it's a mess. If you have a mess, you will raise the piano. As long as this thing is not related to Chen Geng, it is not his conspiracy. Since I have a relationship with Chen Tong, then continue to talk. No, it's hard to sign so soon. Chen Geng is a bit surprised. Is it not the two cars to be signed after the engineering sample car of the two cars? Now the Germans are returned. We don't sign anyone with you. Jiang Tou's expression is a bit awkward. Mr. Chen, you know, in fact, we have always hoped to cooperate with you, but there are some comrades. Well, you know. Okay, I know. Chen Mini face suddenly realized. Nod, you will talk. Jiang Tao, only after reading the two cars designed for Chrysler and Ford Automotive. Comrades have no doubts about your strength. We also believe that you will take out the most suitable Huaxia products. Come to work with us. So there is no relationship with a day, and there is no relationship between a day. Since the breakfast is the same late, it is still signed early, and it is too much dreaming. Chen Geng laughed. He didn't really want to ask questions. Since this, let's sign later. I really want to see what kind of expression will be on this time. Indent edit this kind of voiced. Chen Geng nods, said, I am no problem, but you have determined that you have considered it. I remind you that everything is good when I have no contract, but if you sign your name on the contract when you come to the newspaper, the black word, some things can be. Jiang Tou's old face suddenly was red. He didn't know if this is Chenless interesting yourself. It can be said that this thing is indeed the insufficient authenticity of himself, but only can be put to hear Chen Geng's fun and, said, Mr. Chen is laughing, and the cooperation of Fernandez's sincerity, we have never suspected. It is good. The smile on Chen Geng's face suddenly received, the expression was still standing in the heart, just in Jiang Tou's heart. Chen Geng seriously said, Mr. will say, there are a few words, I don't vomit. Although I don't know what Chen Tong is saying, I can just talk to my head. Mr. Chen must be Jin Yan, please say. Before the contract is signed, everyone can be said to give himself to the benefits. It is also understandable, but I hope that when the contract is signed, you can effectively abide by the various regulations in the contract, with us harder-hearted efforts to promote this cooperation, rather than playing with your own small abacus. Looking at Jiang Tao, Chen Geng's words, frankly, our cooperation with the magic is not as good as the cooperation with the mountain city, and you repeatedly appear repeated in this cooperation. The reason is why, I think Mr. Jiang, you should be more clear than me. I hope this situation will not appear again in the future. Chen Geng's words are simply pointing at Jiang Tou's nose. You are not authentic, the ghost is too much, the sincerity of cooperation is serious. When Jiang Tao was blushing in the face of Chen Geng, but he was as bare because Chen bangs Aussies. There is no semi-word, this time in the cooperation with Fernandez, it is really too much, saying that it is directly. If it is not the chairman of Wolfmau Auto Karl Hun's sudden resignation, the official contractual time of both sides was postponed for more than 1 or 2 months, and it was completely likely to be exaggerated for 2 or 3 months. Even the words of Chen Geng, and then think about it, and can also appreciate the other point of Chen Pei's point. If you continue to go, I will not be happy. Don't blame me in the future. Revenue, don't blame me for 15. What is Jiang Tao? He can't recognize Chen Bang's ossations, he can only repeatedly. Chen Geng said, Mr. Chen misunderstood, our country's situation is different from the United States. The process of doing decisions is different. So. But no matter what, please rest assured that the magic is to work with your company with the most sincere mindset. This point you don't have to doubt. Chen Geng nodded. December, although it has entered the early winter, it is warm as spring in the auditorium. P.S. Brothers, please wait 10 minutes before the contract is signed. Everyone can be said to give himself to the benefits. It is also understandable, but I hope that when the contract is signed, you can effectively abide by the various regulations in the contract, with us hard-hearted efforts to promote this cooperation, rather than playing with your own small abacus. Looking at Jiang Tao, Chen Geng's words, frankly, our cooperation with the magic is not as good as the cooperation with the Mountain City, and you repeatedly appear repeated in this cooperation. The reason is why, I think Mr. Jiang, you should be more clear than me. I hope this situation will not appear again in the future. Chen Geng's words are simply pointing at Jiang Tao's nose. You are not authentic, the ghost is too much, the sincerity of cooperation is serious. When Jiang Tao was blushing in the face of Chen Geng, but he was as bare because Chen bangs Aussies. There is no semi-word, this time in the cooperation with Fernandez, it is really too much, saying that it is directly. If it is not the chairman of Wolfmau Auto Carl Hun's sudden resignation, the official contractual time of both sides was postponed for more than 1 or 2 months, and it was completely likely to be exaggerated for 2 or 3 months. Even the words of Chen Geng, and then think about it, and can also appreciate the other point of Chen Pei's point. If you continue to go, I will not be happy. Don't blame me in the future. Revenue, don't blame me for 15. Chapter 272 Gets to Thailand is the master. Penmark www. I really didn't expect that I actually returned to this place so quickly. It is worthwhile to have a low shabby building outside the Mercedes-Benz window. How? Want to go back to the United States? Chen Geng asked with his mouth. Okay. Milan shrugged and did not deny that he began to think about the red wine green. Although the air of Huaxia and Thailand is very good, I miss the Detroit bar. Do you want to let the boss give you a holiday after going back? Stonson is fun. For a long time, it's almost, but how is it bonus? As Chen Ming's private assistant, Miran never thought about putting a long holiday governing a holiday. As long as you have a long holiday, I saw someone replaced your position when I didn't cry. If the boss give yourself a lot of bonuses, it is best. Okay, you don't have to wait until you go back, Milan. Each person 2,000. Now give everyone. Chen Gengs nodded, although there is no danger this time, but for its own private bodyguards who are used to the American lights, the private bodyguards, private assistants, the life of China, and the next time Thailand's life is 2 points, appropriate point of help to improve morale. Everyone $2,000? Milan has not responded. Stonson and Laraft and other bodyguards suddenly cheered. In Thailand's $2,000 bonus, it belongs to its own $2,000. Don't pay taxes to the damn taxation bureau. How do you have those bastards still not die? Exclamation mark. I think that the damn National Tax Bureau, Stonson and Laraft are all compressible. Miran is also very happy, but she is very clear as the private assistant of the boss. At this time, what is their own job? His whisper asks, Boss, when do you go to the Bangkok city government to visit the local government official? Chen Mong Xiao, there is no such trouble, and the official of Bangkok will take the initiative to visit us. Miran's eyes are big. Some cannot understand. You didn't contact the Bangkok city government before you came. How to say hello? How can the official of the Bangkok city may know that his own person is preparing to visit and invest in Bangkok? Since the Bangkok city government does not know your arrival, how can they take the initiative to come to Wenhua Hotel to visit you? Beautiful lady, we have 5 minutes. The best 5-star hotel in Bangkok, Bangkok. Wenhua Oriental Hotel specializes in the driver of the Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan to Chenfang Kai to the airport. Thank you. The doubts of the heart. Milan plugged over a $10 tip. Seeing the Franklin and face value in front of you, I didn't expect the other party who will give the dollar directly to the dollar. Milan thinks that the officials in Bangkok can know how to know the boss to Thailand. How can they come to the hotel to visit their own boss? So when the next day, the hotel reception passed the president, the exclusive butler in the suite told Myron, the Bangkok city government called Spria to visit his own boss, asked the owner when it was convenient. Milan all shocked. How is this operation? Oh, very simple. In the face of Miran's doubts, Chen Geng said with his mouth, I let Algrax greeted the US Embassy in Thailand, let my US Embassy in Thailand to the Bangkok city government. Milan. She didn't know what to say. A US current mayor personally called the US Embassy in Thailand, and the US Embassy in Thailand is certainly impossible to pay attention to it. When the Bangkok city government receives the phone in Thailand, it is said that there is a use law to find, invest, and the Thai government is in Thailand. Miran still doesn't know what the Thai government will respond, but he thinks that in Thailand is better than Huaxia. Their enthusiasm for their own boss should not be less than Huaxia's enthusiasm for home boss. What do I need to do? Nothing needs. Chen Geng shakes two fingers. Remember, now Thai people are asking us, don't you like this? Milan doubts. Chen Geng joke, you think more. Soon, Myron knows how to play in Thailand. In the face of the deputy mayor of the Thai capital, his own boss did not face the kind of Huaxia government. How to say it? Just like a child in the past years, I want to do something anxious for my family. In Milan, the boss at this moment is really a qualified boss. The pair of Pico is completely a pair. The love is ignorant. Cyber, I must remind you to understand. I am coming to Thailand is getting ready, but I have this idea. Will I invest it? How much investment? I have to see specific examination results. Chen Gengxing sat on the sofa, unattended in a look big. No matter whether Piao is still the staff of the Bangkok city government, there is no feeling of Chen Mi's attitude. During the Vietnam War, about 90 miles from Bangkok, Utaga military, the base is one of the main bases of the U.S. Air Force B-52 strategic bomber for Vietnam. Such a near distance, Thai, especially the Bangkok people's virtue of the Americans can't be familiar. In 1972 is Bangkok. The deputy mayor's Piao fooled to the American virtue, familiar to the American virtue. Chen Geng's appearance is amiable. In the face of Chen Ming's attitude, he even has a sense of being stunned. Of course, Bishan nodded from Lian, but his heart was relieved. He asked carefully, so, I would like to ask Mr. Fernand, are you ready to invest in Bangkok? I am uncomfortable, and he is busy explaining. I know you prepare for the field of investment. We are targeted to give you this information. Chen Geng did not answer. But the antifinger refers to himself. Piamo is Mr. La. How much is you? Bisho was confused by Zengman, and the grievances in the heart did not speak. We have received a phone call from the U.S. Embassy in Thailand, telling us that there is a U.S. investor to prepare to invest in Thailand. Let us do a good job. In addition to your name, we don't know anything. Do you think we understand how much can you? I don't know. Pico is worried by laundry. It is said that the more young rich people, the more the temper is getting better. Look at the support of the support. Chen Li is very unhappy. See at the look of Mr. Fernandez. Pialo was raised by Las Heart, but she was unexpected to scales, and Mr. Fernandez did not get angry, but the beautiful thing to sit behind him. American woman is indicating, Milan, the information of our company to see Mr. Vice Mayor, and let Mr. Vice Mayor have aware of our strength. Well, PMO is Mr. La, your English reading can there be no problem? Bisha is in the English language, although the Thai cavity is, in general, it is good, and the exchange of this time will not feel that there is any problem. Can be endured. Chen Li still asks more. Yes, I understand English. Bishan is nodded by Lian, and the municipal government of Bangkok is sent. It is because Hipika is the only senior talent that is in the Bangkok city government, who has left in the UK, drinking ink, can communicate with English and people. At the same time, I am relieved in my heart. I have a statement. Simple look at the information. Pico was hired by the town, and even more is incredible. True fake? Such a rich big boss will come to the local investment of this poorer in Thailand? If you don't quasi, you will have such an idea. It is the introduction of Milan to his information. He thought that this Fernandez had 10, 8 or 9 is a little money, and it is a few million. The boss of the dollar can be displayed according to the information provided by the other party. The company of Fernandez Chen's company is the largest unpackaged carrier in the United States. It has cooperative relationship with more than 80 scrap cars in the United States. It is not ordinary business cooperation. Instead, it is the kind of company's company, and the business scale of the second-hand demolition of the car is as high as $3,000 million. Compared to the business of the driver, the business of the aircraft is small, but in addition to the discovered car, used car dismantles and scrapped aircraft dismantling, this Fernandez Chen is still a well-known American. The boss of the large car modified factory has Puzzle. This modified car brand, annual output of more than 3,000 modified cars. This is nothing. This Fernandez Chen acts in the East Tommy Honda Technical Research Co., Limited. The world's top automobile manufacturers such as Chrysler, US Ford Automobiles have cooperative relations, investing throughout the United States, Canada, Africa, and just with the magic of Huaxia Dubai manufacturing plant, military enterprise Jialing factory reached a cooperation agreement. Secretly Peking Chen Geng, Piama couldn't help but hurt, scare people. This guy. Shouldn't it be a liar? Not enough for the next second, Bisha went to demonstrate the possibility of this Fernandez in front of him. If he is a liar, it is impossible to take this kind of information about problems to give yourself. Oh. Hurt the brain. I know that Mr. Vice Mayor may have some questions about this information. It doesn't matter. Chen Mini, I said calmly, you can bring this information back. A netotist verification. I think this should be not difficult for the Bangkok city government. My only requirement, I hope you will be faster. I won't stay in Thailand for a long time. Chapter 273. Chen Geng's Bad Fun Penmark www. Bishan is frightened by the officials of the Bangkok city government. Even if there is a call to the US Embassy in Thailand, it can face such a level of investors if everything is true. This Fernandez Chen is basically Thailand's implementation of the market economy in 1962. The biggest to attract investors. At the very least, it is also one of the largest investors in Bangkok. Can be such a powerful investor. Should not be the three invitation of our door, open countless preferential conditions. The other party is really difficult to agree. How can I take the initiative to come to the door? In a word, Unifled poorly Bombat city government. There is a surprise that is not confident when the brick is falling in the sky. Is this true? This is real. Is this really true? Caution. Must be verified. The Bangkok city government reacted immediately past the Thai embassy and the US embassy, repeatedly reviewed the authenticity of Fernandez. There are many things in the information that Chen Geng gives Chen Geng. There is still a second-hand demolition service. But because Fernandez is not a listed company, how much is the size of the business? It is still to be further finalized. Fernandez has indeed aircraft dismantling company. Fernandez Chen does help the US Chrysler car designed a family intermediate sedan. This sedan has caused a huge sensation in the United States, from the beginning of the listing of the market, and has acquired multiple awards worldwide. The financial status of Chrysler is very dangerous, but relying on this car, the financial situation of Chrysler is rapidly improved. At the North American Detroit International Auto Show, Fernandez Chen helped Ford's design called Victoria Crown. The car became the largest 2 points of this year's auto show. This car is still not very listing, which has aroused the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, a number of local police bureaus and a number of taxi companies. The central situation and the US police. The system is performing performance testing of this Ford Victorian Crown. If performance meets the requirements of these government functions, they are very likely to purchase large quantities. In addition, this new car that has not yet listed has already got more than 20,000 pre-sale orders. There is a huge influence in the Southeast Asian fans, and there are countless cars in Dongpu as artifact. The Honda Xpao sports car is the work of Mr. Fernandez Chen. Mr. Fernandez Chen has a modified car manufacturer, and he is also one of the largest second-hand car dealers in the United States. The information given by Mr. Fernandez is all true, and there is no exaggeration at all. Looking at these officials of these people, the whole government of the Bangkok city government, from the beginning shock, and then shock to numb, and finally all stupid. The news didn't know how to pass to the King Rama. After confirming the authenticity of Mr. Fernandez, the Bangkok city government directly welcomed the decree of Rama, with the greatest sincerity. Retain Mr. Fernandez. Also choose a suitable time to invite Mr. Fernandez to visit the royal palace. What else is there? The king of the king, personally under the decree, everyone just follows. At this time, there was another thing that made the main leaders of the Bangkok city government lost the dog. Dongpu Honda Technical Research Co., Limited is a long-term rice, Mr. Z, who came to Thailand. The only purpose of his coming Thailand is to find Mr. Fernandez Chen. Compared to the unknown Chen Mung and Fernandez Company in Thailand, Honda Technical Research Co., Limited is much more famous in Thailand. It can be said that they will go to Nine Thailand, and they will go, almost not listened, saying Honda's big name. In Thailand, everyone is proud of the motorcycle with an Dongpu brand, and Honda is the first choice for most Thai people. Gigi is the emergence of deputy director, and also from another side strongly proved the identity of Mr. Fernandez Chen. Chen Jun, you really let me find. Gigi sitting opposite Chen Geng is a sign, smiling and said to Chen Geng, the needs of the company, there is no way. Chen Geng shook his head, he was very relaxed. Smiling, Gigi is a question. Mr. Jimmy, we are also old friends. Let's talk. What do you do? It is ambiguity. And Chen Geng has added another sentence, those obvious I can't agree. You don't want to say, it is a waste of each other. I don't want you to run again. Jimmy is a sign. It is really this. Jimmy is a trick and thinking about it. It doesn't have to waste time for some things that are not necessary. Since this, what you said, Jimmy is a point of mind, and the expression is sincere. So, Chen Jun, please tell me how the Honda Technical Research will pay. You will work with us? Pay you are a knife. I am fish meat. How do you want to cut? How to cut? Think about how to. The expression, think about how to work with Fernandez Company. The current Honda Technology Research is quite difficult. They have signed a cooperation agreement with the Huaxia Magic City, and officially kicked the Wolf Mao Huaxia. After the car kicked out, the blocking order before Wolf came was automatically invalidated, and the automobile production line manufacturer in Europe, USA had a willingness to provide the equipment they need to any company. In fact, it is to tell Chen Gengjun, they are ready in this way. The company in the Dongpu machinery industry and the electronics industry has no chips with the price of Chen Gengjun. Now Chen Gengjun, there is a challenge to pick the money, just this old. It is embarrassed, because Honda has no bear free Honda with Mr. Chen Gil. In the US market, a big truck is not a good thing for himself. Chen Hui thought about it. Zij is a question. What do you say about the George Luo design office? After listening to Chen Li, Jimmy is a spiritual time, and hurriedly said, Mr. George Luo said that if you are willing to participate in this project is a joint design of George Luo Design Room, but by you leading design, your name can be placed in front. As for the fees, you can take a 60%. The remaining 40% of George Luo Design Room. This is. Chen Geng wanted to think about it. I have a suggestion. I don't know if you want to listen. You please talk. Jimmy is a question, and the attitude is more respectful. I have cooperated with the Magic Automobile Manufacturing Factory. It is necessary to take 2 new products. Yeah, I know. Jimmy is a favorite. He has vaguely premunged that Chen minutes is nothing to say. The heart suddenly excited. Is it? I can use one of the designs to be authorized to use. Of course. You recognize this. What do you think of the premise? Jimmy is ambusity. He is so good for him to Herskler. Ford Auto design is so good. How is it to give yourself not more than the design of others? Normal logic should be better. If it is a better design, it is true that it is true, but for insurance, he hesitizes it. Gigi is a little asking, I know you can't ask too detailed things, but can you give me a simple saying that the basic parameters of this car? Of course, Chen Geng nod. This is a medium-sized car that is similar to family, but considering the actual situation of Huaxia, I will give them a relatively simple configuration, but they can be adjusted at any time according to the market, right? Yes. Okay, Chen Geng nod. I named this car to Camry, code VX10. The wheelbase of this car is 2,617 mm, the body size is 4,770 mm, 1,771 mm, 1,400 mm, is a former driver, power, can be equipped 1.8 liters, 2, a variety of engines, the maximum number of cabins can be accommodated without exceeding 3.8 liters of V6 engine. Gearboxes can match automatic and manual gearboxes as needed. Yes, Chen Geng directly moved the third generation of GMI, and the third generation of GMI is the largest, specializing in the VX10 version of the European and American markets, rather than specializing in Dongpu. Head and wheelbase Xiao No. 1 V30 version give Toyota's home models. This is definitely a vicious taste of Chen. Jimmy is a blush head of Zhu. The body size is similar to family, but the wheelbase seems to be a little bit better than family. Yes, Chen Geng did not deny this. However, because of the optimization of space in design, the ride space of the two cars is similar. Even if there is a gap, it is also a mid-size gap. Jimmy is ambiguous, since Chen Mingjun dare to say, then there must be no problem. The millimeter space gap does not have anything, can be endured. He is still a heartless to Chen Geng. So, when this car is probably can you complete it? This is nothing can't say, Chen said. Now I have entered the trial of the S1 version. So fast. Jimmy is a surprise. The so-called S1 version is the last project verification version before mass production. PS. Take a minute for 2 minutes. Is it completed? This is nothing can't say, Chen said. Now I have entered the trial of the S1 version. So fast. Jimmy is a surprise. The so-called S1 version is the last project verification version before mass production. Chapter 274 Secret is no longer a secret. Penmark www. Can I take a look and experience this car? Jimmy is a question of Zixiang Wing, and at the same time emphasizing the reason you do. I only have seen this car. I can make a decision. No problem at all. Chen Li will have a good time. If this car is still in the development stage, of course, it is necessary to strictly keep confidential, but now I have entered the final production stage, so that I have to introduce this car. I don't care. Chen Li and even clearly said, you can Mr. George Liu came over. Okay, Jimmy is a zillion, and his heart suddenly moved, and asked Chen Geng, Chen Jun, can you ask, what is your other car designed for Huaxia? A car positioned in China and senior business and administrative purposes. Seeing Jimmy as an intake, Chen Geng simply explained, there are some Ford Victorian design elements. But there is no Ford Victorian crown. The axial version of the wheelbase is 2,769 mm, the body length is 4,942 mm, long axis. The wheelbase of the version has a length of 120 mm, and the extensive partial wheelbase is all given the rear space, corresponding, the body length is also longer 120 mm. Jimmy is a surprised Jiang big mouth. This is a big car with a body of more than 5 meters. According to the popularity of automotive levels known in the world today except US, 4, the body size of more than 9 meters can be considered to be a class sedan. Mercedes-Benz is currently sold in the flagships class W116 body length of 4,960 millimeters. The wheelbase is only 2,865 millimeters. and they have just released this year. There is no the latest flagship luxury sedans class W126. The body size is described by the European media to redefine the luxury sedan. The length of the body is not only 5020 mm. The shaft distance is 2935 mm, and this size has been blown up by the European media. The whole of the United States is disdainful. This shoebox-sized body, you also mean to say big? We will pull a car, it is better than you. Chen Mingxiao is not to say. The long-axis version is also a 5-emitter. This size is also a big car. Jimmy is a little bit of his lips. Suddenly, he lifted his head and looked very seriously. Chen Geng, Chen Jun, this car, can we cooperate? What? Chen Pegang suspected that his ears were not listening to, but the little devil gave not only eyed the 3 generations of European version of GMI, but also stared on the long-axis version of Buick New Century. For the largest model so far, it is the Honda, which is Civic. Is this span a little big? Honda cannot always do only Civic low-end products, like what is determined. Gigi is a good job, solemnly said to Chen Geng. We don't think that you are Buffet, Chrysler, the genericity, Ford Motors, Chrysler and General Motors can produce products. Honda can also do it. We firmly believe our technical ability, but our design capacity is somewhat short. So you will not only eye my beauty, but also eye-catching my new century? Chen Geng's smile looks for a long time. GMI is going, Mr. Jimmy. What do you think? I will take the new century. In one sentence, G's a sign, including the self-healing of Honda's technological research. It is too good. You should cooperate with me. I will cooperate with you. I know this makes you feel hard, but this is really very important to our Honda. Jimmy is a deaf-hearted to Chen Geng's. Chen Geng-jun, you can mention it, our Honda skills will definitely consider it, so, please. The little devil's routine, seemingly sincere tone, in fact, there is no useful thing. What is called you have the conditions, we will carefully consider. That is, you will mention what you are, I will answer, I don't agree is my business. Chen Geng did not have been asked by Gigi, giving it to the flicker, smiling and asked, what conditions can be mentioned? Yes, Jimmy is a serious way. No matter what conditions, we will carefully consider. If I want to enter your Ohio Marysville factory, Chen Geng's voice is not big. It can hear it in the ear of Jimmy, but it seems to be thunder, and the heart suddenly smoked, and the face is shocked by Chen Tong. How do he know that Honda is ready to build a factory in Ohio? Denny, it is impossible, since Chen Li has got out of the specific location of the factory. Then explain that he really knows this matter, let alone the current Honda still seeking. Chen Tong, denied. That is impossible. This. A blink of an eye, Gigi is a cold sweat on the forehead. Honda Technical Research Co., Limited has just signed an agreement with the Ohio government, will build a large-scale comprehensive factory that has produced 400,000 cars and 450,000 power assemblies in Marysville. And the entire project is divided into 3 phases. It is expected to be completed for 10 years. The first phase of the project will have the ability to produce more than 80,000 Civic sedans and supporting engines and gearboxes. The first phase of the project is expected to be completed at the end of 1981. Which is officially put into use in 1982. This factory in Ohio is the largest investment in the U.S. market. It is also the largest overseas investment project since its establishment. For Honda, this investment is a gambling success, and Honda can succeed, entering the top of the car manufacturer of North America. But if Honda is gamble, then nothing to say. Honda is completely cool. In order not to cause Ford, Chrysler, General and AMC's 4 major car giants, Honda's technological research has signed a confidential agreement with Ohio. Until today, Honda's technological research is quite self-confidentiality and self-confidentiality. No one thought that the 4 major car giants in the United States did not know that Honda would establish a car factory in Ohio. Fernandez actually know. Jimmy is a symbol. I can't think that if Chen Geng tells Ford, General, Chrysler and AMC, Honda will face this four giants. Of course, there is nothing, but this kind of thing dares to gamble. Anyway, Jizaway is not dare. For a long time, Jifai is a sign finally or decided to first figure out how Chen Tong is in the case of this day. This matter will be important. As long as it is clear, other things are good. The lips were squatted, and Ji was a question. Chen Jun, this. I haven't waited for a long time to ask for an export. Chen Tong will pick the eyebrows. Mr. Jimmy, don't worry, now I don't know this in Ohio, I know that I haven't known it. Ford, Chrysler, General and AMC do not know this. Chapter 275 Strategic Cooperation Penmark WWW. After listening to Chen Li, Ji is Z, there is no peace of mind, a heart is a higher. Now I don't know, if we don't agree, Ford and Chrysler are likely to know. Just this kind of thing is only idle to say, and it is not interesting. He took a deep breath. Chen Jun, I am very sorry, I can't do this. But if you really want to enter our stock, I can report to the community. Just a long time, I was ambiguous, and Chen Wang was suddenly smiled. I have a joke. Mr. Jimmy is really true. Jimmy is a sign. Joke. He doesn't think Chen Li is joking with himself. Even if Chen Li is not intended to enter the Ohio factory, he is still not small. Your Honda wants to introduce the new Century? No problem. Chen Jihang seems to be really intended to be a joke. Slightly, he said. If you are anxious, you can go in the United States. Miss Moreau will help you. If you don't worry, you can wait for me. After the Thailand, the thing is over. So happiness? Jimmy is a question. I can't believe that Chen Li, who is suspicious, I always doubt that Chen Li will have a good feeling. Is there anything? Chen Geng also did not sell Guanzi, and the blunt to see the peak is a message. Mr. Jimmy, Fernandez is ready to enter the whole vehicle manufacturing area. This you should be able to see. Yes, I can see it. Jimmy is a sign point. Chen Geng made a tiger to the whole vehicle. Of course, he certainly saw it, otherwise he knew the Wolf Fort Auto, with the Huixia Magic Automobile Manufacturing Factory for what? Fun? But he still doesn't understand what Chen Li is going to say. Insurance. He waited for Chen Paigong to continue. The current situation in the US automotive industry. I believe that Mr. Jimmy is more clear. Under the absolute control of Ford, General, Chrysler and AMC, I can't enter the whole vehicle manufacturing field. Fernandez company engages in modified, engage in design even if you play the second-hand car. These are no problems, even the toss of the small trouble, no problem. But once I show some ideas that should not have, let Ford, Chrysler, General and AMC feel that I am invaded, they have the interests. They will definitely do not hesitate to face. And so, looking at the Jimmy is a sign, Chen Geng Shenxiu, Mr. Jimmy, I am preparing to cooperate with Honda. Strategic cooperation. Strategic cooperation? Jimmy is ambiguous. Cooperation is a matter, strategic cooperation is another thing. What is strategic cooperation? For East's companies, strategic cooperation is in-depth cooperation between the two sides, such as Toyota and Oxin Seiki, and the cooperation between electricity is a strategic cooperation. After a short excitement, Jimmy asked urgently, do you mean Honda Technical Research can enter your company? How can it be? Chen Mingxiao, if Honda Skills are allowed to study my company, who is Fernandez's company? Jimmy is to speak. Chen Geng raised his hand. Mr. Jimmy, those explain. We all understand that once Honda Skills are developed into my company, dozens of ways to take Fernandez through legal means the company takes away from my hands. So I don't have to have the idea of entering the share. Okay. Jimmy is a nod to the head. Although it is not allowed to enter the stock Fernandez that it is unfortunately, since Chen said not allowing Honda Skills to enter the stock, then he will not enter the stock. He is more concerned about the strategic cooperation in Chen Geng. What is a strategic law? There is no doubt that Honda's technological research has now standing in the North American market. But it is not enough to rely on this, so Honda hopes to launch more, larger, more in the North American market. Antifinger refers to himself, Chen Dynasty's face is proud, I can do it, I can provide a full range of product research and development support, so that Honda is in Ford, Chrysler, General and AMC's encirclement in Ford away. Because their breathing is too urgent, Jimmy is a powerful nose expansion, and his eyes are more popular, he whispered. What do you want? I want a factory, Chen Gengsheng said, a factory with the production capacity of engine and gearbox, and has a scientific management of operational capabilities. It is also a good car company. Capability? Jimmy is a red eye like a rabbit, and asked again. The annual capacity is not less than 100,000 cars. After listening to Chen Geng's conditions, Jimmy is a fascinating eye, and quickly thinks. It is undeniable that Chen Ming's ambition is great. He actually asked Honda's technological research to build a good car manufacturer in one hand, and then the complete transfer of this car manufacturing plant is given to him. He will never pay it. It can face this excessive requirement of Chen Pei. Gigi is a heart, not doing anything else. For Chen Ming, a stunned car design level. There is no doubt that if the help of Chen Li is in this regard, Honda Technology has first settled the time of North American development goals. Maybe for 10 years, Honda can become a market influence in the North American market. Manufacturer. However, is this the price of Honda? Jimmy is a kind of habitual desire to compress the price. In the face of the long-awaited, Chen Geng, a slap in the face, Mr. Jimmy, you want to enter the North American market, not just Honda, Toyota also on this world's largest car consumption market, I think. Toyota should. Is it more interested in my cooperation? Yes, there is Toyota. Jimmy is a way to react. There is no Honda technical research. Chen Pai can go to the dead Toyota cooperation, and once he has established a cooperative relationship with Toyota, Jimmy is a bit of a spirit. Absolutely no, absolutely not allowed. P.S. Brothers, wait a little 4 minutes. In the face of the long-awaited, Chen Geng, a slap in the face, Mr. Jimmy, you want to enter the North American market, not just Honda, Toyota also on this world's largest car consumption market, I think. Toyota should. Is it more interested in my cooperation? Yes, there is Toyota. Jimmy is a way to react. There is no Honda technical research. Chen Pai can go to the dead Toyota cooperation, and once he has established a cooperative relationship with Toyota, Jimmy is a bit of a spirit. Absolutely no. Chapter 276 is a good entanglement. Penmark www. Chen Geng intends to have a strategic cooperation with Honda's technological research. Immediately got a high level of attention of Honda's technological research. For this matter, not only the Rice is ambushed to rush back to Dongpu to participate in the meeting, and even resigned from Honda Technical Research Co., Limited and only served as Honda, the founder of Honda, the most close friend and closest. The assistant Fujiwara has also come. All the high-level tops of Honda's technological research knows that if Honda's technological research really can reach strategic cooperation with Chen Tong and his Fernandez, it is almost impossible to give Honda's benefits. Honda Technical Research attaches great importance to Chen Geng's partnership, completely distributed strategic level. These 3 words. So, Chen Jun's request is this. After the requirements and cooperation of Chen Geng and cooperation were reported to the Honda core layer present in the scene, Gigi was a deep bow, said that he finished. Gigi is a symphosis, and the big conference room is quiet. No one speaks, everyone is digesting the information that is a way back. For a long time, Honda's Ongling, who has retired second line, said, he hoped to take a hand in Honda before retirement, and the best friends and assistants of Fujiwara, Fujijun. Business, you are an expert, you tell me your judgment. Honda Zong Yilang's voice fell. The Honda of the conference room was currently high tube and the eyes of the veteran brushing on Fujiwara. After more than 30 years, the online Honda flower will be mentioned when Honda will refer to Honda's Onglang, how Honda's Ongyai. But these seems to be Honda powder. In fact, The Honda powder of the Sudathis field does not know Honda Zong Lang. There is a great image in their eyes because the man standing behind Honda Lang, Fujiwafo. Since 1948, the two began to retreat from the first-line leadership in 1973. Fujiwafo has not only held the Deputy General Manager of Honda, Deputy Director of Strikers, but also master all the seals of Honda. As far as the division of the actual Chinese, Honda Zongxi is more in the role of Chief Technology and Chief Strategy Officer and Chief Architect, and the Vines, who is a Deputy Society, played CEO roles. Honda Zongyiro said in public cases, if there is no Vines, Honda will soon fall. And Fujiwafo also said, there is no such thing in Honda. Honda is impossible to have today's scale. It is conceivable to know the status of Teng Tsiwavu in Honda's technological research. Fujiwafo understand that when he is not modest, he tightly squatted to Honda Zong Lang. Okay, then I will talk about some of my shallow views. Please advise. The voice of Fujiwafo fell, high tube, and the veteran voice suddenly became a piece. Don't dare to be. To advice is also quite easy to advise us. It is our pleasure to get the teachings of Wuzo. Fujiwafo waited until everyone was quiet. He said, first, now you can definitely, if Chen Wantong is really willing to mention the way it mentioned in Jumijun Honda cooperates to Honda, which will be a huge help of Honda's business in North America. A huge opportunity. Just grab this opportunity. Honda can not only get rid of cheap, low-end images as soon as possible, but can quickly expand market share. So my opinion is that as long as Chenpo, the conditions are not very overall, we can be considered. With the words of Fujiwafo, a group of people nodded. Obviously, I think that Fujiwafo is very reasonable. Next, we have to analyze it. It is whether it is expensive under Chen Wantong. As I am personal, I don't think that Chenpo is very expensive. Fujiwafo said, first of all, he asked Honda to send quality monitoring and management personnel to assist him with the joint venture plant from the Magic Automobile manufacturing factory to enter the right track as soon as possible, to control the quality, excellence. This is what we are good at. Anyway, I don't think this condition is very much. What about the Monarch? I think it can. Not more. It's really not even. The words of Fujiwafo have got a consistent accompanying. They really think that Chenpei's requirements are not too far. Say it back. If such conditions do not agree, Honda has no sincerity. Even these dispatched people handling Honda is halfway. Even Honda Zongyiro also followed him. It is really not more. Very good. Since everyone agrees, let's analyze the second point. Fujiwafo said, I believe this is the second point is also the most important point. That is, when we have developed to a certain level in the North American market, we must transfer an annual production of 100,000 cars and supporting engines. The whole vehicle production plant, as well as corresponding production, technology, and management. In short, Honda handed over a workmanship in good operation to Chen Geng. I believe this is also everyone's best and hesitating, right? After all, such a factory is not cheap. Fujiwafo said that the Honda executives and the people's heart, Chen Geng's request is indeed the most entangled, most reluctant place, money. We don't say such a factory that requires a lot of strength to build, only the simplest way, to measure what is meant, not counting the cost. The hardware costs of the factory and equipment, you need to $100 million. Not to mention Honda also needs to cultivate enough qualified workers, technicians and managers for this plant. This part of this cost is added, at least enough to build half of the factory. Counting the previous requirements, then counting other requirements of Chenpai, equal to Honda to be at least $500 billion. $500 billion. Think of this number. A group of I once again asked Fujiwafo, Fujijun, if we promise these conditions under Chenpo, what can we get? Yup. When I heard the words of Honda Zonglan, a group of old devils in the conference room was suddenly oscillated. How much benefits we have given this big? If the benefits are enough, even twice the 5 bill or more, triple, actually can still cooperate. Chapter 277, Picardo is happiness. Penmark www. Mr. Fernandez. What are you going to invest in our Bangkok? Bishan stands next to Chen Li, standing on the waist, and a face. You can get your investment is the honor of Bangkok. The Bangkok city government must provide you with the best investment conditions and treatment. Bisha was not unexpected to Chen Geng. After confirming Chen Geng's identity, and the Bangkok city government can't wait to be called Dad, although he did not know that Chen Tong intends to invest in Bangkok. What? But no matter what he invests, the luck will not be a shoe factory. The garment factory. If this Fernandez is happy, like investing in Huaxia, in Thailand, a large factory is investing in Thailand, and Bangkok makes a big hair. I am going to invest in a motorcycle manufacturing plant in Thailand. This is the first sentence of Chen Geng. When he heard Chen Geng, Piao was opened by Las mouth, a motorcycle manufacturing plant! Exclamation mark. Buddha, this is a big business. Since the 1960s, East Honda, Suzuki, Yamaha and Kawasaki's 4 motorcycle manufacturing companies have been building a factory in Thailand in a wholly owned or joint venture. For motorcycle manufacturing plants, Thai people's cognition is, which place has one motorcycle production plant? Local government. This place earns big hair. I heard that Chen Geng is preparing to build a motorcycle factory in Bangkok, and the Pico is excited by the deputy mayor. It is well suspended, but he is hard to stand, and the voice is trembling. Mr. Fernand, what are you talking about? Of course it's true. Chen Geng is a bit unhappy. You think I specially ran from the United States to Thailand, just to joking with you? No, Mr. Fernand is misunderstood. I don't mean this. Bisha was shaken immediately like a rig. I said, well, I am very surprised. I didn't expect. Mr. Fernandez, please believe that our Bangkok can give you a condition to be opened. We have discounts in the all-round fields involved in the land, electricity supply, taxation, etc. These don't tell me. Chen Geng's impatient swing of the Piao ruler. Piao is Mr. La, as long as your Bangkok city government promises me a core condition, other specific rules will have my negotiator to talk to you. You please say. Although I know that Chen Pang's condition will be tricky, but Piao is also simply agreed to simmer, as long as the rich Fernandez is really willing to invest in a motorcycle manufacturing plant in Bangkok, no matter what did him. The conditions are good. Very good. First point, Chen Geng has a finger. Motorcycles I have produced in China's factory can enter Thailand market sales. This one? Too easy. Through the previous survey, Bisha was a joint venture with the Jialing Fair Fernand, and the product of this joint venture is a motorcycle. He did not hesitate. No problem. As long as your motorcycle produced in China can detect Thailand's relevant laws and regulations, then there is absolutely no problem. It seems that I am worried that Chen Moss will explain it, and Bishan is following the explanation. You can rest assured, it is normal testing. There is absolutely no people to set obstacles. Do you set an obstacle? Chen Geng snorted, and his face did not pull Piker in the eyes. Give a US business person to set obstacles? Hee. Bishan took a few points with a bit of a smile, and at the same time, she was desperately comforts himself. Americans, it is like this. It's good to continue to sepia, then said, second point, my factory will produce a 3-wheeled motorcycle, and the Bangkok city government must allow my 3-wheeled motorcycle to enter the taxi market. Piala. 3-wheeled motorcycle he has seen. Can a 3-wheeled motorcycle when a taxi? Exclamation mark. But this is not a problem. Now the Bangkok street-run taxi 5 flowers, from the airport and 5-star hotels, stop the Tao-wheeled motorcycles on the roadside, from the modified pickup to the human 3 rounds. You think of and you can't think of taxi, they should be doing it in Bangkok, nothing more than one thing in the current complicated taxi. This is not something big. I thought that the Chen Geng will propose any excessive Saiapian pica. I have agreed to the same time, I'm trying to immediately. Okay, Okay, this is no problem, definitely no problem. Mr. Fernandez, you still have any problems, you must say, I want to solve it for you. Well, there is the last question. The last one. I originally thought that Chen Zhong will propose a lot of excessive conditions, Syapi. Suddenly the sense of consciousness. The two conditions are so simple, then this last condition must be very, extremely difficult. He played the spirit of the 12, and his heart was secretly decided, as long as it is not too much. Well, even a little too much, you can promise. Buddha, a motorcycle manufacturing plant. Chen Li, I hope that from the next month, the motorcycle produced by my Huexia factory can appear in the market of Thailand. Bisha was pulled in 2 eyes, still did not respond. Hey, Chen Geng is a bit depressed, isn't I not clear enough? In fact, it is already clear enough, but the heart is highly tense, and Yan Ya, who is waiting for the third one of Chen Pei, is also the last condition or so simple. Fortunately, it is the deputy mayor of Bangkok, and Bisha is more than 2 brushes in the handle. After a short mistake, he nodded quickly. No problem, of course, no problem, definitely no problem. You rest assured, I will say hello to the testing institution, guarantee your products next month, you can sell in the store, this absolutely no problem. To some extent, it is not to build a motorcycle sales in Thailand. This is not a problem, this is not a problem. BMA has even set my thoughts, and he agreed with the foreign trade department. Give Fernandez products as soon as possible. A motorcycle manufacturing plant. In fact, even during the testing process, it doesn't hinder the first to sell the product. At this point, the Thai government is still quite flexible. Chen Geng was very satisfied with the performance of Pika. He finally nodded. There is no problem. No agent, I think. My factory is definitely able to break the ground in half a year. Chapter 278 Magic Sun Pen Mark WWW! Exclamation mark. This is the Camry designed under Chen Po. It's very beautiful. Jiamai is very beautiful, but I still prefer this century, atmospheric, Denzhuang, luxury, which is what the high-end sedan should appear. When is our East's designer to design so beautiful? So there is a favorite car, but then, the ability of Chen Wantong is really admiring, it is really Chen Po. Industrial designers, only he can accurately grasp the pulse of the times, design the 2 perfect articles before the eyes. Where did the designers of the George Luo design room have not yet go? They have previously been horizontal knife love. The head is still a bit dissatisfaction. But they are also amazing by these 3 cars in front of them, and then Chen Geng is just a lucky product. Even them can't help themselves. This is right. The no respect of your own career. I personally came to Huexia to see these 3 cars to completely serve Chen Geng in automotive design. Fernandez, Dongpu people choose to work with you is correct. In addition, he tried to say, if you don't because you are a big company's boss, you don't miss the money. I must try my best to join the George Luo design room, even if you pay half of the shares, you will not hesitate. Chen Geng Ming, George Luo, this truly meaning is not a regret, but euphemistic to Chen Geng expressed if you are willing to come to my George Luo design office. I can also think that some shares can be considered. That is, it is said that the appreciation of Chen Geng Tissa, and if Chen Li is not happy, you will not be too embarrassing. Chen Mong smiled and shook his head. That is still, a large shareholder in a company is not a good thing, but can we cooperate? In the face of Chen Geng, George Liu haha smiled. Haha. That is also, Fernandez, I decided to quit from this project. Well, exit. Chen Geng smashed. Yes, exit. George Liu refers to these 3 cars in front of you, saying, before I didn't see these 3 cars. I can also think that the George Luo design room can play its own role in this cooperation. After these 3 cars, Fernandez, you are also a car designer. You should know that for a designer's dignity, I will not do something to write my name on a perfect work. Understand, the designer's self-esteem is doing. However, as a designer, Chen Li did very much understanding George's idea, because it is self. You will do this, since it is a cooperative project. It should be that I can contribute my own in this project. The power is that only I am more sweating in the project. I have to fight for myself, I can strive for myself. But if I am doing anything in this project, I will fight for myself, it will go out. I have become a joke. It is a person with a face, even in the industry, it is very popular in the world. No one rely on this, the two judges have been in the days. Why did you become a laughter in the mouth for this project? Become a laughter. Jokes in the eyes of cooperation? That's really, it is not worth it. For George Luo, he really envious of Chen Geng to design such a perfect work, but he is not honored to be in this work, it is not honored, the opposite, in his opinion is that it is the humiliation, so it's just that he chose to refuse. For George Luo's choice, Chen Geng is very understanding, because he is changed, he will do this. Let alone George Luo knows that Honda's skills started to find himself, and immediately smiled. Okay. I believe that there will be a lot of cooperation in the future. When I heard Chen Li, George Luo's eyes bright, if this is, I have a project in my hand. Well, now I don't talk about this now, let's talk back. It's really not talking about it. Chen Geng nodded, I am very expected for the next cooperation. Although Chen Geng has squeezed the car in cooperation with Honda's technological research, George Luo is Georgia. His face can't see a frustrated and disappointed. On the contrary, he will this time it is a rare opportunity to seek a rare study, and it is the benefit of the designs and this line of the design, which is not suitable to discuss the exquisiteness of Chen Geng's designs. The Jimmy, which is, I finally caught the opportunity, struggling to Chen Geng's follow-up. I didn't say it first, I was deeply awkward to Chen Geng. Chen Jun, thank you very much for letting us open the eye, let us know that the original car can also be designed, I hope we can cooperate more after. Chen Wanto stopped and unfortunately said that Li Mi said that I said, Mr. J, you will not just come to congratulations? Sorry for the inconvenience caused, Jimmy is a little bit. And the little devil is like this. He is clearly to find Chen Geng's thigh, and it is nonsense. Yes, for the cooperation suggestions you mentioned, Honda roughly, just in some detail clauses I hope to make some adjustments. Mr. Jimmy, maybe you still have not figured it, or I express it unclear enough. Looking at Gigi is a sign, Chen Geng's side, I last and what the conditions you said, I don't have to discuss it. I don't have so much time, and I have no so much energy. You promise us to cooperate, it doesn't matter if I don't agree, I don't care about my personal concern. For the little devils in the strategic look, Chen Li is also to serve, you only see the price of yourself. Didn't you have to bring how much benefits from this work? I want to eat meat, I am afraid to be beaten. And the benefits of the sky are given up by your little devils. Gigi is a brother, he didn't expect Chen Li's attitude in this matter, it is so tough, the condition is like this, and does not eat bargaining. How can we work with people? It can be carefully seen Chen Geng's eyes. Jimmy is a sign to determine that Chen Mong is not joking with himself, he is serious. If Honda does not eat his condition, the cooperation between the two sides will not be achieved, not only cannot becomes, maybe him it will also work with Toyota, and it has always regarded Toyota as its largest competitors Honda, which is absolutely allowed. But I thought about it, Jimmy is a good effort to try again. Chen Geng-jun, you have to know that a factory produces 100,000 vehicles and supporting engine and gearbox, single hardware cost requires billion US dollars. Let alone there are also people, manage these soft power, Honda pays for this, absolutely exceeds your imagination. I am not waiting for a long time, Chen Lis raise hand, Mr. Jimmy, I have said that I have said it, I support your choice, but I want to say is the premise of the cooperation between Honda and Fernandez is like this. I am sorry, I still have something to take. Looking at Chen Geng's back, Jesus Mfio, if Chen Mong refuses to change his cooperation conditions. All the leaders of the Majek Automobile Manufacturing Factory asked, Are you the leadership? Are you satisfied with our products? Talking, Chen Geng's eyes swept in the crowd. How did you come? One machine. The leaders of the Magical and the Magic City Auto Manufacturing Factory. You will see me. I will see you. I don't know how to answer Chen Zhong. These 3 cars are naturally seen, and they are directly delayed, and there are many leaders who have seen the Passat B2 of Wolf Mao. At that time, everyone's Passat B2 of Wolf is simply shocked. Heaven. But now compare this beautiful and new century. Can't be better than it, it will not be better. The root of the country is the difference between the country girl who has no poverty grant. Just saying pitiful. As a partner of Fernandez, the leaders of the Huaxia's leaders have been squeezed in the outer circumference of the Watchman. Some comrades have a heart to see if they want to squeeze in and see it. Dongpu people and Italians hesitated and hesitated, still did not take courage to squeeze in. As the deputy director of the Municipal Planning Commission, Jiang Tao does not have to worry too much. Face factor caught the opportunity, and he asked. Chen Geng asked, Chen Dong, these 3 cars you really plan to produce in China? Chen Mongxiao said, how? This car is in front of you? Do you still don't believe? Don't believe it, but, looking up and look at the 2 eyes of the 2 eyes, then look at the people who hate the face directly on the car. Jiang Tao didn't know what to say. Chen Gengxin very much understand why Jiang Tao has such a reaction. Something you come out is too good. Where is it too good? How to say? Simply, it is because Chen Geng is so good. It is to let many people in China, including Jiang Tao, don't confidently, such a good thing for us. This. Is it really no problem? Also, in this era that just opened the world, Jiang Tao is also the first batch of people in China. I really know how big the gap between China and the world is, know why the country has implemented reform and opening up. Why must reform and open a group of people? Because after contrast, after the gap between China and the world's developed countries, they will come to a conclusion, do not reform, not open, only dead road. It is also because I realized this huge gap, when I viewed the gap between Huaxia and foreign countries, I had a lot of time they didn't correctly understand this gap. Specifically, I have never expected the introduction of foreign countries. The best products and technology, everyone's ideas are very simple, can introduce foreign second flow technology enough to digest. So, I can imagine that when I see the 3 most advanced automotive design philosophy in the world today, how their mentality is, although they look like the problem, very problem. Deputy Director Jiang, I probably understand what you mean. Pat Jiang Tao's hand. Although a big man takes another big man's hand, this movement makes people a little disgusting. Chen Pai Gong color. But please remember, I am also a Chinese master. I hope that my nation can be strong. I am willing to make some contributions to my nation within the scope of our strength. When Jiang Tao's eyes suddenly became red, there is a kind of moving thing in my heart from these Italians and Dongpu people. I can't knew directly, Chen Geng is coming out. Things are really good things. After a while, he looked back. Master, other words, I don't say much. In short, although I still don't have enough, I still want to represent all the Chinese children. Thank you. I suddenly said, he whispered, Chen, you can rest assured that this project is the parents of the magic. Knowing Jiang Tao's meaning, since this project is the parent son of the magic, how can a good thing not from the truth of his pro? Chen Mongxiao said, the person does not have a son, it doesn't matter. I just hope that this cooperation can be smooth. Don't be like this, tell the truth. This cooperation process is really said. Chen Geng couldn't help but shook his head, obviously a more helplessness to this cooperation. Although the thick face is a compulsory course for every qualified official, he can hear Chen Geng's complaint, Jiang Tao's old face but red. In this cooperation, the performance of the Magic City is not much better. In particular, the individual comrade of the devil is simply to show how to drag the hind legs of the partner in the process of cooperation with the process of cooperation. P.S. Brothers, please wait a minute or wait, said Chen Geng couldn't help but shook his head, obviously a more helplessness to this cooperation. Although the thick face is a compulsory course for every qualified official, he can hear Chen Geng's complaint, Jiang Tou's old face but red. In this cooperation, the performance of the Magic City is not much better. In particular, the individual comrade of the devil is simply to show how to drag the hind legs of the partner in the process of cooperation with the process of cooperation. Chapter 279 Ovitz to Honda Penmark WWW is the Mayor Wu Dong of the Magical. If strictly according to the official name, Wu Dong is the first secretary of the Magic City, and the mayor is not very suitable. Seeing Wu Dong, Chen Geng is a bit surprised. It seems that he and the devil seem to be a little incompetent. When you come to the magic, you just caught up with him to meet the capital. This is also a second time with Wu Dong. When I met, I was still signed with the magic automobile manufacturing plant. In front of Chen Li, there is a big investment. Wu Dong cannot see a high height. He has a spring breeze to reach out and hold Chen Geng's hand. Mr. Chen, I just saw the 3 of your design. The car is really amazing. Watching Mr. Chen, we know how much the gap between our advanced levels is. Looking at Chen Geng, the 3 cars do not hesitate to do. It is indeed very hitting people. The design is still the second. The key is to get through the 3 superb craftsmanship, peak at the US industry level, Magic Automobile Manufacturing Factory on the Scary. Don't mention the superb metal stamping process and the bright scared paint. The gloss of the paint is good, indicating that the American chemistry level is superb. The paint spray is uniform, indicating advanced spraying equipment. Through these small details, we can find that we are in the industry, and it is a full range of days behind the United States, and it is sharp backward. Leaders may not be accurately realized through these small details, the gap between China and the United States in industrial standards, but it doesn't matter, even if the leaders don't understand, can be present. There is a groom with the Magical Auto Manufacturing Factory. Magic Automobile Manufacturing Factory comrade is still understandable. This Oasian, Chen Multi, did not say some disappointment. He smiled. Wu Mei passed. In fact, from my personal point of view, I am very surprised by the China's industrial foundation today. Oh, Wu Dong didn't make too much time, and Chen Li was like a good thing, or the words of being swearing. I don't understand. He will do not say anything forever. Chen Zhong did not sell Guan Kai, then said, you should know my situation. My grandfather is the United States before the Huixia founding the country. I asked my grandfather Xiaoxia. I said that Huixia is a poor white, basically without your own industrial basis. It is less than 30 years from the founding to now. In less than 30 years, Huixia has built a fully equipped industrial system from ships to automobile manufacturing, from aerospace to heavy industrial machine tools. Although the overall industrial technology in Huixia is still relatively backward, only in just 30 years, from a poor to white to this extent, it is very difficult to manufacture satellite, can make jet fighters. This is very rare. There is also a worldwide. I heard Chen Li, but not only Wu Dong's face reveals a smile. Even the comrades are accompanied by the surroundings. They could not help but show their pride, and have a glory. Yeah, although our country is indeed still relatively backward, however, we have been thin before. Nothing, even the boxes, nails cannot be produced. The match is called the ocean, the nail is called the nail. In just 30 years, we have come to this step. Although it is indeed there is a gap between the United States, but it is also worthy of pride, and pride so saying that the publicity is hurting, and the foundation of our industrial is almost equal to zero, but matches and nails can still be produced. Wu Dong hooks. Mr. Chen is too polite. Although we have initially established a fully equipped industrial foundation, but we also realize that our gap between our advanced level. This is not through your 3 cars. We know how big the automotive industry in our country and the world's advanced countries. This requires us to work hard with greater enthusiasm, more active attitude. As a hand of the magic city, Wudong's brain is very awake. Since the words of Chen Pei, there is a good judgment. Don't look at Chen Li, but how many of this? It is very difficult to say. Maybe people just this is a feast. Chen Mongxiao said, Wu Mei, you are modest, although the domestic industrial technology level is indeed behind. This foundation is the most important. You may not know, even in the world, there are only 3 countries in a fully equipped industrial door class. What? There are 3 countries that have a complete industrial door class. Only 3 worldwide? Exclamation mark. Chen Geng has been exported. Not only the people around them are scared, even Wu Dong is also scared. According to Chen Zhend, it is obvious that China is 1, then 2 want to be the US and Soviet Union, so other countries, is the no? Impossible. We didn't shout catching super beauty. Does it? Does the UK have not fully equipped industrial categories? What about the East? What about Germany? What about France? Is the industrial categories of these countries? In the face of this problem, Chen Geng nod. Yes. Although the industrial technology in Dongpu, Germany, France is indeed very developed, but their industrial categories are not completed, such as Germany and Dongpu. These 2 countries are recognized in the world. The big country, but carefully analyzed their industries will find that their space industry is almost zero. Huaxia is a worldwide and the United States and the Soviet Union. The only 3 of the United Nations all major and medium-sized industrial countries have 39 industrial categories, 191 SNE class and 525 small classes. This is very great. After saying, Chen Geng added a silent in his heart. After several years, Huaxia is the only industrial country in the world with all large and medium-sized classifications, and the only one in Blue Star has formed a world unparalleled, industry fully equipped industry country of the system. Okay, this is not a touting, this is true. People even have the data of the United Nations. I heard Chen Geng. And the surrounding China is full of red light. This kind of home has been recognized by others. So good. Wudong full of red light, but the mouth is a polite. You are polite. Although we have a certain foundation, we still have to be aware of the gap between the world's advanced countries. Is also because of us the gap between the world, we must adhere to the reform and opening up. Welcome Mr. Jun's patriotic Chinese overseas Chinese to invest. When Honda is still hesitating whether to agree to Chen Geng's conditions, another car production company in Dongpu is brewing with Chen Geng's cooperation. Not the old Toyota in the Dongpu auto industry, nor does it always like to be addicted to playing the rotor flow money, want to make money, earn money. Continue to engage in the rotor, engage in the money to spend money, continue to find a way to make money. This dead cycle cannot be pulled from Mazda, but another wonderful existence of a harmonious unity of the stealing and quality stability. Nissan as a wonderful, of course, you have to do something in line with the wonderful things, such as the present, Nissan's president, deputy president, although the minister is meeting, but the location is not a meeting room, but a place in a similar exhibition hall. The exhibition hall 3 cars, which are Honda Xpao, Ford F-Series Picard, and have not officially launched Ford Victoria Crown and Chrysler family. In these cars, Nissan's executives are amazed. It's really a designed. It is unimaginable that how does Chen Gengjun think of this design? I really look forward to cooperating with Chen Po. If you can get the design of Chen Po, we can also be invincible in the United States, just like Chrysler family and Ford Victorian Crown. I listened to the discussion of everyone, and the face of the Sichuan people smiled slightly, and there were some proud. According to everyone's reaction, their decision was correct. He patted, Mr. Gentleman, if you have seen, everyone in front of these arts is the work of Mr. Chen Geng. I believe that everyone will not have any doubts about Mr. Chen dynasty. Then, I want to ask everyone, if we cooperate with Mr. Chen Ming, do you agree? Comment. Of course agree. Must agree. Xichen Guangrun's words, let the atmosphere of the scene suddenly be warm. His Shatner, What are you talking about? Our Nissan is really going to cooperate with Mr. Chen Li? Your decision is correct. Only cooperate with Mr. Chen Li. We can stand in the US market as soon as possible. What kind of sound is there? But there is no exception. All people have a word to support that cooperation with Chen Pei, and even radical people shouted to grab the slogan in front of Honda. As the country's peers, the number of car manufacturers in Dongpu have become the secret of everyone in the interior of each other, and Nissan is preparing to cooperate with Chen Geng. Of course, it is impossible to cover Honda. Received the news from Nissan to prepare to cooperate with Chen Geng. It was originally intended to hang Chen Geng's appetite. Seeing that he can let Chen Geng reduce the national skills of cooperation, this is a bit panicked. Nissan is now in the US market more than Honda can be a big cut, but if Nissan has been helped by Chen Geng, it can be different. The worst, if Chen Mingjun puts forward the same cooperation conditions to Nissan, and Nissan's columns promise. It is absolutely not allowed to happen. Honda Zongyai, who has returned on the surface, clearly said, if this is the price we have to pay, then pay. But even if we have to pay such a price, you can't let Nissan's group of archers grab our chance. And so, Fujai's Washu asked. Notifying Jimmy is a sign, you can agree to Mr. Chen Geng, the only condition, even if he can no longer cooperate with Dongpa's business car manufacturing enterprises. When Honda is still hesitating whether to agree to Chen Geng's conditions, another car production company in Dongpu is brewing with Chen Geng's cooperation. Not the old Toyota in the Dongpu auto industry, nor does it always like to be addicted to playing the rotor flow money, want to make money, earn money, continue to engage in the rotor, engage in the money to spend money, continue to find a way to make money. This dead cycle cannot be pulled from Mazda, but another wonderful existence of a harmonious unity of the stealing and quality stability. Nissan as a wonderful, of course, you have to do something in line with the wonderful things, such as the present, Nissan's president, deputy president, although the minister is meeting, but the location is not a meeting room, but a place in a similar exhibition hall. The exhibition hall 3 cars, which are Honda Xpao, Ford F-Series Picard, and have not officially launched Ford Victoria Crown and Chrysler family. In these cars, Nissan's executives are amazed. It's really a designed. It is unimaginable that how does Chen Gengjun think of this design? I really look forward to cooperating with Chen Po. If you can get the design of Chen Po, we can also be invincible in the United States, just like Chrysler family and Ford Victorian Crown. I listened to the discussion of everyone, and the face of the Sichuan people smiled slightly, and there were some proud. According to everyone's reaction, their decision was correct. He patted, Mr. Gentleman, if you have seen, everyone in front of these arts is the work of Mr. Chen Geng. I believe that everyone will not have any doubts about Mr. Chen dynasty. Then, I want to ask everyone, if we cooperate with Mr. Chen Ming, do you agree? Comment. Of course agree. Must agree. Xichen Guangrun's words. Let the atmosphere of the scene suddenly be warm. His Shatner, what are you talking about? Our Nissan is really going to cooperate with Mr. Chen Li? Your decision is correct. Only cooperate with Mr. Chen Li. We can stand in the US market as soon as possible. What kind of sound is there? But there is no exception. All people have a word to support that cooperation with Chen Pei, and even radical people shouted to grab the slogan in front of Honda. Absolutely not allow this happening. Honda Zongyai, who has returned on the surface, clearly said, if this is the price we have to pay, then pay. But even if we have to pay such a price, you can't let Nissan's group of archers grab our chance. And so, Fujai's Washu asked. Notifying Jimmy is a sign, you can agree to Mr. Chen Geng, the only condition, even if he can no longer cooperate with Dongpa's business car manufacturing enterprises. Chapter 280 Overts to Honda, under penmark www. Looking at the browse, Chen Geng, Jiji is a very nervous, he does not understand. Why did Chen Wantong heard the words after he heard himself? What did he know? The heart of the heart turned into a circle. Chen Geng suddenly asked, "Is Toyota or Nissan?" Jimmy is ambiguous, looking at Chen Tong. He know? Do he know? Sure enough, Jimmy is a horrified look that it is confirmed that Chen Geng's guess. It has an exclusive condition except for this reason, there is really no other reason to explain. Although just guess, but a pair of Chen Bokong I have long known. The high-profile expression, "Don't use this to look at me, Mr. Jimmy." Is this not very well understood? Since my design has such an immediate effect for a host factory. Do you have other car brands in Dongpo outside the Honda? Can't you see? Do they don't feel angry? Don't say that I have been big. I'm going to go to you. Jimmy is a lot of regrets and annoyed. Regret is such a simple logic. How do you haven't thought of him and Honda's skills? Honda knows that the benefits of cooperation with Chen Gengjun. Is it a fool? Not only Nissan, I am afraid Suzuki, Mazda is also ready to move. Annoys that since others are moving, preparing to cooperate with Chen Gengjun. The onliness and special nature of Honda have not, in this cooperation, in addition to Chen Tong, no one can be replaced. Realize this one point. Jimmy is a revised negotiation strategy that Zi-Fi is amended. Is Nissan. I know that this matter cannot be hired. Honda is not likely to stop Nissan to contact Chen Geng. He nodded and nodded. According to our news, Nissan is very interested in cooperation with you. Now, I will see how Chen Geng will take it. I hope he will not be greedy. The line is open. In Jimmy is a nervous gaze. Chen Geng opened. Chen Geng's answer allowed Jimmy as ambiguous time without reacting. If Honda's sincerity is sufficient, the exclusiveness is not considered. Chen Geng said this really meant this is to see how much it is willing to pay. In the face of Chen Wanto, I didn't hide it. I was as strong as the heart, but I didn't have a way. Who made it before? Didn't take this. Chen Geng knows that Jimmy is what is thinking, but he is the heart of Jimmy is a nose. Did not take into account. I didn't think about it. It's not your homias. I want to eat meat. I still don't want to give the chef wage. The benefits of the sky are all given by you. That your condition is. Jiji is a question of Zixiang Wing. He is smart enough, and he didn't dare to expect Chen Gengyue unconditionally consent Honda's request. Chen Mi did not follow the way as a ritual, and it was not polite with the devil. First, this exclusiveness is conditional. Of course, no problem. After listening to Chen Geng's first request, Jimmy is a lot of breath. Honda has never expected that Chen Geng in himself. However, although it is impossible to put Chen Pai for a lifetime on himself, it is best to do so long. So Gigi is a test sexy road that you want to move, so. What do you think? 10 years. Chen Mong Xiao is the kind of laughing. Although Chen Li did not speak, Long Mai is a way to read the expression of Chen Monga's mocking. Your Honda wants to take me Chen Geng in your Honda technical research 10 years. What jokes. Jimmy is a red face that Chen Geng. If Chen Li is just a normal car designer, even if he is a very powerful designer, it is not a big problem. Chen Meng is more than a relatively powerful car designer, and it is a very successful, soon to become a billionaire. You want to tie such a billionaire in yourself. In addition to stupidity and not self-tempered, Gigi is a good word. I really can't find the right words to describe it. Yourself. Forget it. Don't play those hearts. Jimmy is a sign finally decided. First listen to Chenzi. How to say it. From now on, 5 years, Chen Wanto said slowly, in addition to Jiamai and the new century, I can help you with 3 cars. In addition, I will still work with Dongpas Automobile Enterprises, but in the next 5 years, I only design 3 cars for your Dongless Car Enterprise. Jimmy is a lot to think this is very unfair. If you only give us a total of 8 cars in Dongpo in the next 5 years, 2 of which are still designed now, and cooperation with European and American companies is not limited. Jimmy is a message to try again. If he only has a good expression for Honda's technological design, he can look at the firm expression on Chen Bokong. Impossible. It is also the same sentence, which is not comparative from Honda, Chen Zhong, and there is no more than Chentong in design. Honda can make a mixed into the North American market. It is really not good, so this condition is not EPT. When he was prepared, Chen Li was once again opened. Oh, I almost forgot, this restriction is limited to the cooperation with Yu Dongpu Company, unrestricted with Europe and US companies. I heard that the cooperation with European and American companies is not restricted. Gigi, just prepared to agree, is an eye-catching. Chen Gengjun, I can't EPT it. If the cooperation with European and American companies is not limited, don't move, don't move. Chen's hands pressed down, and it was said that Gigi is a symphosis, listening to himself. Although I said that it is not restricted, you should know that our Fernand is preparing to enter the whole vehicle, right? Seeing Jimmy is a sign point, Chen Geng asked, then you think, will I give me a competitor? This, it seems to be. Jimmy is a reason to recognize, Chen Geng said, in order to ensure that Fernandez can grow up smoothly, even if he will cooperate with Europe and America. This cooperation is also very limited, and it is impossible to be like this, one by one. The stunned design is not to be lost. Although the truth is this reason, it is not assured that I want to think about Chen Geng. Chen Jun, since it is worse than the next 5 years, you can help you in the next 5 years. Car brands and models designed outside your own brands do not exceed 5. This small abacus. Chen Wang wants to think. Nod, okay. What? Chapter 281 enters the pit. Penmark www. Regret, you can have a lot of money. Gigi is still the same thing. Still did not dare to open. He is not stupid, knowing that Chen Tong's reason is so happy, not because of his weakness, but is ready to enter the whole car. Chen Genggong is not planning how many excellent design have such a good design. Why not leave it to yourself? This is only the request of the boat and the request. For Chen Ming, I promised Honda's condition is completely benefiting, and even in some critical moments can also take guns and refuse others. You look, not we don't help you, it is our everywhere and Honda the cooperation agreement is ruined, so I am sorry. If you think you can take some conditions to him, you can only Aware of this, Gigi is a depressed panic in the heart. Dare to do this seems to be limited to you, in fact, more benefits to you. Long Mai is a message, it is nothing. The condition is what you mentioned, what can you do? It's hard to just finish the conditions, turn your face to mouthfuls. I looked at the skin of a smile. Chen Gengxin smiled, then said, I can't always mention the conditions of this open. I also followed 2 conditions. Mr. Jimmy, I should have no problem. Has a problem. The problem is big. Gigi, who is full of wrath, is a half sentence. I don't want to listen to Chen Geng. It can be reasonable is the truth of Chen Geng. Honda has mentioned so many conditions, it is difficult to do not allow Chen Geng to condition, even if you are in your heart. Jimmy is a nod to the difficulties. Of course, Mr. Chen, please say. Reassure, will not make you difficult. Looking at Gigi is away. Chen Mongxiao said, Fernandez is ready to enter the whole vehicle manufacturing area, is right. But I don't intend to stimulate the 4 major car giants in the United States in a short time, so Fernandez enter the first product made by the whole vehicle is a sports car. Sports car? I heard Chen Geng said that Fernandez's first product is actually a sports car. Gigi is a heart. Sports car. This special model is well known, such as styling wind, such as expensive, such as unpractical, such as sales. Gigi is a sign of Chen Geng to make a styling motion, pull the wind, sports car. But what? The Xpao sports car designed with Chen Geng. Honda gives a naturality of the Xpao. This Xpao as an example, this Xpao sports car for Honda earned countless reputation in the world. They have got countless international awards, but sales? As of the previous month, Xpao sold more than 1,300 units. Although there is a high pricing of Honda, the Xpao is equipped with a super precision V12 engine. The price is not a matter of course. Look at the sports cars equipped with V12 engine, such as Ferrari, such as Lamborghini, How much is their product sold? The pricing of XPO even less than a third of the product of the V12 engine? But the shape is better than Ferrari, and the Lamborghini is cool. But even if this is, for nearly a year, even the pre-sale orders, for example, more than 1,200 sets are there. Chen Geng's sports car, even if his shape is more than XPO, what is it to die? You can sell 2,000 or 3,000 vehicles a year. When a big stone in my heart suddenly fell, Gigi is a good idea to listen to Chen Geng. After you put down my heart. He is really curious. Chen Yuan suddenly refers to this as what Chen Geng said. This sports car, engine and gearbox part must be processed by Fernandez to process and manufacture. The stamping, welding, spraying, these three processes are also completed by Fernandez, but I hope Honda can provide assistance. And the other last body assembly and quality monitoring are completed by Honda. As for why the general assembly is going to be made by Honda, the reason is very simple. The total installation line ordered is not to be placed in the Magic. No problem. Jimmy is a sign, of course, also knows that Chen Tong should put the total installation line in the Magic, but a few hundred or 2,000 sales sports cars, this person can give it. Gigi is a lot of trouble. The last point, Chen Geng said, Honda puts the frame technology and patents of CB250 and CG125 to Fernandez. The Honda CB250, which is said, is not a few years, and the countless motorcycle fan is equipped with a water-cooled, the 250 displacement engine of the 4-cylinder. The limit speed can pull to 18,000 turn. The last CB250, it is not the 90-year-old car friend more familiar CB250R, but now Honda is in production of 250 wind-cooled double-cylinder engine, Honda CB250 Nightingale. This car is very similar to the Jialing produced by Jialing Honda CBT125, all the same frame and shape, all equipped with a cold-cooled engine with a twin-cylinder. And the exhaust is also chrome double exhaust. Far away it is really easy to see the two cars. As for the CG125, that is the classic of countless Honda fans, and has been learning in the country. And launched a similar model of Honda Honda. Chen Geng and Bangkok have signed an agreement. The news that will build a motorcycle factory in Bangkok is of course not hidden. And the frame authorization of the CG125, Gigi is a sign immediately and understands what Chen Tong is planning, but this is a small thing, considering the ability to Chen Geng, even if he is the same. He can also develop a suitable frame. It is better to sell him now. Jimmy is a symbolic thinking, Nodjan, okay, no problem. After determining that Chen Zhong has no other conditions, Gigi is the heart of the heart, and the tone of the heart has always been loose. Although the two is just a preliminary cooperation framework, the cooperation framework is guided, and next company all negotiations must be carried out around this framework, that is, the two sides only have some details, but the big adjustment will not have. For Honda, this is the good news of the ancestors. With this cooperative framework, which is afraid of Nissan really got Chen's help, it is not enough. He is full of joy to Chen Geng extended his hand. Chen Jun, then I wish us a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Two fetches of the ghosts were together. Chapter 282 finds that Penmark WWW. Although there is no formal contract with Honda, no matter Fernandez, it is also known that this cooperation is already the staple. In order to celebrate, it is also for the diligence of the employees, for the time for rewards. Simple and rude way to reward your own employees. Send a bonus. Directly and indirectly participated in the Tonga Honda Technical Research Go, Limited, all the employees in the Tonga Honda Machinery Manufacturing Factory, all of which got a number of lots of bonuses. Basically, the number of this bonus roughly it is equivalent to the salary of them to 3 months. The US employees don't talk to the boss, only to pay for money, a boss that can pay for them on time. And the bonus of the bonus from time to time is a good boss. Although Chen Li is not in the United States, but the employees who do not hold the thunder excited easel old long live. Just then the Happy Fernandez Company, Chen Geng's peers, US AMC's days is a bit sad. Yes, AMC, US Auto Company, the four major car manufacturers in the United States, and the boss of Jeep. Don't look at AMC is now one of the four major car giants in the United States. It can be more difficult than Chrysler in the United States. How difficult it is, one sentence can be said. In addition to Jeep, this brand is still making money. All cars, AMC companies are losses. This is very important. But this is not the most important. The most important thing is that AMC has survived. The small car market is getting bigger and bigger in the Japanese car brand headed by Toyota and Honda. So as to last month, AMC the US market share is less than 3% under the impact of the two Japanese small cars in Toyota Corolla and Honda Civic. The AMC's market share has lowered. The market share is more frequent, and it is even worse. Given that the AMC has continued to lose money from 1974, even the bank has confidently of AMC Company. Just before a week, AMC's main cooperation bank, Rich Banks cleared AMC, expressing the credit loans applied by AMC companies in view of the poor sales situation of AMC. This is a credit loan for $90 million. Snow adds a frost. This loan is the funds originally planned to develop new products, although there is no doubt that AMC's own shareholders are doubts. After the announcement is issued, the AMC's stock price is falling. Falling is not big, only 3%. But such a small decline is not a market, and the stockholders are also full of confidence in AMC. It has been falling in the past few years, and the depreciation of the AMC has now fall. Gentlemen, at the early meeting, the general manager of AMC, Tim Slin, was exhausted and awkward, and told the executives a poor news. After the Bank of the country, Mellon Bank said to suspend the loan support for AMC. Even if we do not develop new products, we must also raise $12 million in the next month to maintain the company's operation, otherwise the workers who can't get wages can strike under the organization of the trade union. I heard strike. This word, the executives in the conference room, all consciously hit union. That is a group of vampires, easy to strike. You can think of the union agreed to work, then you can trouble. That is to say, we must raise $12 million in the next 30 days, is it? Board of Directors said. The eyes are really looking to the company's chief financial officer Berkshire. In fact, it is $12.8 million. The chief financial officer Berkshire is holding the mouth. The large session room will die, whether it is $12 million or $1.8 million. It is not the current AMC company to get it according to the bank's attitude toward AMC and the sales performance of AMC. I am afraid that I want to borrow money from the bank. I am afraid it is not too general. Difficult. But this money is anxious. What should I do? There's one more thing. In a silence, Tim Slin has once again, the Ministry of National Defense officially put forward the development requirements for the military replacement of new General 4x4 new high-machine multi-purpose wheel tactical vehicles. Whether we continue to follow enter, if followed, AMC will definitely not have a fund breakage. Tim Slin's words reminded everyone, yes, this army dress-up plan is AMC's life-saving straw. Although the Ministry of Defense is officially issued, but all countries are the same. The Ministry of National Defense will have an internal discussion process before formal issuance, and as long as the internal discussion is performed, the relevant interests of this news will be. The first time I learned this news, after acquiring the G configuration, AMC as a supplier of the US military's active M151 light motor vehicle. Naturally, I knew this news at the beginning. In accordance with the idea of the Ministry of Defense, this new high-speed multi-purpose wheel tactical vehicle will replace the original M151, M274, M880, M561 and other models, by combining a variety of models into a single model. To reduce overall procurement costs, and reduce the complexity of usual and battlefield logistics guarantees and maintenance. In response to this high machine dynamic multi-purpose wheel vehicle, the U.S. military also puts forward many specific requirements. For example, in terms of specific tactical technical requirements, the Ministry of Defense requires this new high-speed multi-purpose wheel tactical vehicle to act as a command and the control car, can also act as a special purpose of the branch transport vehicle, and must also be able to act as a general platform for a variety of special weapons in modern battlefields. The most important thing is that this car must be able to support and the existing logistics of the body of the army and maintenance system. As for other requirements, such as high-performance diesel engines, automatic transmission, and four-wheel drive systems, as well as performance requirements that can be published by various aircraft to achieve transportation and airborne, etc. In fact, it has already been in AMC. The executives of the executives for the AMC, which is in the sales crisis, not mentioning Jeep has always been the choice of American majors. Just saying that for the current AMC, the total amount of the future will be expected to over $1.2 billion. It will become a life-saving straw that AMC has walked out of the mud. This order, AMC must take it in your hand, absolutely not lost. But the problem is coming. If the AMC wants to win this order, you must find a way to get $12 million in a month. No, it is $12.8 million. But now AMC, where to get $12.8 million? Do you have $12.8 million? Chairman Stavert asked Berkshire, is it possible? Less words. Berkshire wrinkled for a long time, finally said, at least $8 million. $8 million is the limit. $8 million. Staff size are full of confused. Now the bank refuses to borrow money to AMC. The market AMC's car sales situation is bleak. And the difficulty of getting $8 million or $12.8 million is actually a matter of heart. It is difficult to go to the sky. Or, can we introduce a shareholder? Some people put forward suggestions. This suggestion was raised, and immediately got ridicule. Introducing new shareholders? Who will be so stupid? Will it be shares this time? Yes. AMC is a listed company. All operating conditions must be open to the public. And even if it is not open, the situation in AMC has been obviously vegged in the past few years, and countless investors who have been shared by AMC are now crying. Nothing, there is no door. Will someone want to be a shareholder of AMC? Funny. In the past few years, AMC has not tried to introduce new shareholders to solve the company's problems. And the problem that AMC can face now is not to introduce several shareholders to solve. From management to the trade union, from the trade union to workers, AMC is up and down its trouble. Who will enter the share AMC? The proposal to introduce new shareholders also knows this truth, is a little can't stand on his face, and I can't help but say, that Jeep is mortgaged to the bank. Can I pay for money? You are not good or forgotten, and Jeep's equity is still in the bank. This is a sad thing in all the AMC executives in the stamp. The only Jeep brand of excellent assets in the AMC hand, and it was published by the AMC. It's really not. The general manager Tim Slin, who has not opened, he said in a faint, find a suitable factory selling well. For example, I feel that the Kennesaw plant that is always a lot of trouble is good. Just put the workers and disbanded together. Solding always sells yourself a troublesome Kennesaw plant. This is a good way. The Kennesaw plant is simply the abscess and the largest thorns on the AMC. Under the support of the trade union, the workers in this factory are extremely difficult to manage. If you can take this opportunity to sell the Kennesaw plant, that is not a good way. The only problem is, Kennesaw factory equipment is so backward. We have updated the equipment after the financial situation is going to improve. Can we sell such a pile of snacks? Who will buy? The chairman of Steve's eyes shine and asked, how do you think the Chinese kid? That Chinese kid? Yup. This is not only the chairman Steve, and the eyes of the entire AMC executives of the will have brightly lit up. Why didn't you think about him? Who didn't know where the Chinese kid and the Germans were blocked and anti-sealed, although the Germany's blocking is now in the world, and he can easily from any equipment manufacturer, integrate other no production line equipment he needs, but the production of equipment is taken. But if you buy a Kenosha plant from the AMC's hand, then there is no problem. Chapter 283, Buddins, Don't Smash Penmark www. Boss, good morning. Boss, good morning. Everyone is of course a happy reason. Honda. Even if you look at this Donglai company in your mouth, it is said that Honda's Civic is toys who have fun. But the mouth said that everyone understands that a car and motorcycle can firmly stand firm in the US market. Is Fernandez. Honda is small, it is also a big thing relative to the four major car giants represented by Universal and Ford. Now, the company that works, not only has become Honda's partner, but also the future will inherit a complete automobile manufacturing plant from Honda. What does this mean? This means that the company's development situation is more than good, but a big good. As the old employees who entered the company, they will definitely be filled into new plants. When they can rise in the current foundation, how can I not active? I saw a boss that didn't see for a month. Everyone wants to do every way to look at the face in front of my own boss. And Chen Tong is also a one-time. Hello, Tom. Looks good. Andy, your wife is born. Remember that the company has a well-being for your situation. Remember to lead. Molson, good morning. Don't look at the people who have called Chen Geng everywhere, but Chen Geng is very clear. I haven't returned to the company for a long time. I want to spend a leisurely morning. This is not. Rosemary is waiting for himself at the door of his office. Basically, all our good news. Boss, this is the money we earned from the oil futures market last month. Totaling is $221,850,000. Rosemary took a leather folder and took out a data to Chen Geng. As of yesterday, the total profit from the oil futures market has exceeded $12 million. Not bad. Chen Geng is waiting for Rosemary to say. But now there is a problem. Just yesterday, the price of crude oil per barrel has broken through the $26 mark, and many internationally renowned financial institutions have released warnings, indicating that the current price has exceeded the capabilities that countries can bear. No, the price of optimistic oil futures will continue to rise. So do you think we need to adjust the strategy next? Rosemary asked Chen Geng. The words of the speech looked at Chen Dynasty, the young handsome face. Rosemary couldn't help but a few days, a few months. This young boss actually earned tens of millions from the crude oil futures market. Really? The speed of making money is more than the speed of the printing machine. According to the decision before the boss, I can earn almost $60,000. But why do you want to make money than him? Cancel the speculation in the international crude oil futures market now? Chen Mong Xiao. But he did not answer immediately, but asked Rosemary. What do you think? You think can you pull? Rosemary hesitated, or nodded. Well, the price of $26 has indeed beyond the limit of governments that governments can eat. I am not an expert in oil futures. I don't know much about oil futures, but I also believe that these analyzers said it is reasonable. Those analyzers, listen, to see Mary to talk. Chen Geng swayed, and said disdain, if these analyzers are really managed, why don't they invest? Look at what they start from this oil crisis. In the international crude oil, when the price reached $13 in a barrel before the crisis broke out, they said that a bucket of $17 is the limit. When the crude oil price exceeds the $20, they say that it is absolutely impossible to break through $22. What did they say when breaking through $22? This time is long, saying that it is absolutely impossible to break through $25 of $25. But what is actually? It has now broken through $26. Rosemary recalled, discovered. Lying. It's really a boss saying this. Although futures and banks are two lines, the relationship between the two lines is very close. and they do not ratify the financial leverage of the futures market when the Union Community Bank is as Deputy General Manager, and the react will be reacted. Analytical institutions that are impossible to rise in crude oil prices are speaking for some scenes behind. The international crude oil price will not rise. It depends on two factors. One is the limit of governments to the crude oil prices, but according to the reactions of governments, the price of international crude oil is far from the government's upper limit exceeded this limit. Americans must have to send troops. Second, to see the root cause of this crude oil price skyrocket, Iran and Iraq. These two countries do now have a smooth handshake and talk about it. Anyway, I didn't see it. Speaking here, Chen Geng two hands. Anyway, short time. The minimum is within 2 or 3 months of the next. I didn't see the reason for the price of international crude oil. It's also, Rosemary thought about it. Nod. What step do you think of crude oil price? Can you break through the $30? $30 is already the limit of Rosemary imagination. Hi? She dares to think at all, and this is equivalent to the price of the international crude oil before this oil crisis. If it is not the unusual or accurate judgment of the crude oil price trend in this oil crisis, Rosemary does not dare to listen to his own boss. It is the optimism that Chen Geng actually exceeds the international crude oil price to excel the $30. He wants to say, $30? I think the problem is not big. I think it will be within a year. It should be able to break through $33. $33. Rosemary was scared by his own boss. Well, I don't dare to say, but $33.50 must have no problem. Chen said. I joked. After the oil crisis in this swept world, the price of international crude oil was rapidly broken by less than $13 before the outbreak, which caused the entire Western national economy decline. Ultimately, international crude oil prices have soared to $34. The $62 start begun to fall back. And the reasons for falling down is not because Iran and Iraq have grown their words and in the world, but the world cannot stand this toss. In order to regulate the establishment of a strategic oil reserve system, Chen Li did not think that his own wings can cause much impact on international crude oil prices, even if there is affected. $33.50 is also the limit. This is, boss. How much have you been? Okay. Chen Bai did not quite understand the meaning of Rosemary. Before, for insurance, we have been using a low horizontal financial leverage. If you determine that crude oil can break through $30, it will eventually reach $33.50. Rosemary bite the teeth. If we use high magnification financial leverage, I guarantee that our profit will not be less than $300 million. For financial, engage in futures. The hardest is to estimate the price. As long as the price is estimated, the fool can make money in the futures market. Rosemary is not engaged in futures, but the basic futures mode of operation. No problem, as long as your own boss dares to be his 33. The price of $50 is responsible. She dares to use a higher financial leverage with a higher risk. Chen thought. Did not answer directly, but asked Rosemary. Do you want to use how high leverage? As long as you dare to guarantee $33.50. She opened 5 fingers in Chen Geng. I dare to use 60 times the lever. When I said here, she's sorry, if the boss said so, I used high magnification from the beginning. No problem. Chen Li was not cared for. It seems to be a little thing. Watching Rosemary is nervous, he smiled. As for it, big deal is to be mandatory. Big? How big is it? I haven't done this investment. I will take the authorized document. I sign. Is there anything? I didn't expect their own bosses to promise such subin. Rosemary reacted for a while, hurriedly said, oh. There is one thing. AMC has intentionally sells their Kenosha factory. Ask you if you are interested. AMC's Kenosha factory? Chen Geng frowned. The Kenosha factory is the earliest factory in AMC. P.S. Please wait a little 5 minutes. For financial, engage in futures. The hardest is to estimate the price. As long as the price is estimated, The fool can make money in the futures market. Rosemary is not engaged in futures, but the basic futures mode of operation. No problem, as long as your own boss dares to be his 33. The price of $50 is responsible. She dares to use a higher financial leverage with a higher risk. Chen's thought. Did not answer directly, but asked Rosemary, do you want to use how high leverage? As long as you dare to guarantee $33.50. She opened 5 fingers in Chen Geng. I dare to use 60 times the lever. When I said here, she's sorry, if the boss said so, I used high magnification from the beginning. No problem. Chen Li was not cared for. It seems to be a little thing. Watching Rosemary is nervous, he smiled, as a for it. Big deal is to be mandatory. Big, how big is it? I haven't done this investment. I will take the authorized document. I sign. Is there anything? Chapter 284 Hummer's father. Penmark www. Rosemary has some don't understand why Chenmi is not AMC's Kennesaw plant. Kennesaw factory is the earliest. The technical level is more backward, but the corresponding price is also cheap. Don't look at AMC offer $15 million however, it is actually available with a price of $800 to $9 million. And the equipment in this factory is more old, but the maintenance is always good. Otherwise the Kennesaw factory is not until one of the most important plants in AMC. We bought the Kennesaw plant and sent the equipment to Huaxia. Even if one of the devices that fail to reach one of them can be eliminated, replace. The overall cost will not exceed $20 million, which is cheaper than a new plant. Chen Geng frequently nodded, waiting for Rosemary to finish. He said, I understand what you mean. But selling and smashing, I have to sell the Messica. How much is the general production line buying from Mexico? However, according to I know, the AMC's Kennesaw plant is almost built in the same time in the production line of Mexico. Now they sell us $15 million. I am not rare. As for this reason, it is another thing. Rosemary thought about it, nod, it makes sense. Then I will return them. Although AMC is working in the same year with General in Mexico, AMC is built in the same year of Mexico, but the production line in Mexico has to be eliminated because of the update replacement, and AMC is still using this production line in Kennesaw. It is said that the price of this production line of AMC must be more expensive than the production line of Universal Elimination. Moreover, the Mexican production line that is universally eliminated does not have the production line of the engine and gearbox. But even if it is, Rosemary also, this is not the reason for the AMC price of $15 million. This is the first to slaughter Fernandez. Let them roll away. Chen Geng did not give the United States' fourth large car manufacturer. Rosemary hesitated and said, oh, yes, there is something. Okay. Chen Geng nodded and screed. Rosemary said, the Ministry of National Defense has just issued a document to give the army to exchange a new generation of Jeep. Didn't wait for Rosemary. Chen Gengson suddenly, HMMWV. The official name is called Light High-Speed Multi-Purpose Wheel Vehicle, and our domestic car enthusiasts and military enthusiasts are more familiar with it. Is another one's name, Hummer. When Chen Li came back, he only listened to Rosemary. According to the news I got, AM General and Jeep, Mainland Company and General Motors are very interested in this order of the Ministry of Defense, especially it is AMC. It is said to be a must. Boss didn't pay attention to Chen Geng, just got a meeting of the gods of Rosemary. Said here, 2 eyes looked at Chen Geng. This is a total value of more than $1 billion, counting subsequent spare parts supply. The total value is very likely to exceed $2 billion. Of which at least $340 million. Nowadays, the AMC in the mud pit is referring to this order to help. You said, do you want to try it? Chen Geng touched the next moment of sinking, and asked, do you think this business can be done? Of course you can do it. Rosemary nodded. I carefully study this HMMWV technical requirement of the Ministry of Defense, requiring the use of diesel engines and automatic gearboxes. 4-drive system, these we have no but it doesn't matter, we can purchase. I value the most, in fact, how much is it to earn through this order, but it can be part of the military supplier through this opportunity to establish a relationship with the military. Chen Wanto nodded. It is indeed. It is the most important thing to become a military supplier. How much benefits become military suppliers? Don't say anything else. The US majors are fighting in Afghanistan. Non-bottled water does not drink. Do not say those suppliers of drinking water for the US vendors in Afghanistan. The potted pot is full. That is, those plastic bottles that are broken and put on the bottles of water. Can you sew big meat? Who doesn't want to eat? Look at the company participating in this order competition. AMC company ounce for both, Jeep and AM General. As for Continent and General, these two are not good. As for Ford and Chrysler, this two harmless things, although they are now I haven't gone, but I don't forget. The US majors are now the M151 Jeep sitting below Ford. They will face such fat meat indifferent. I want to eat this fat in my mouth and is not easy. After a long thought, Chen Li finally lifted his head. Our company is now not able to be called a whole vehicle manufacturer, can participate in bidding. After listening to Chen Li, Rosemary is happy, rushing. No problem, I have read the document of the Ministry of Defense. As long as the sample cars can be provided, and the sample cars can pass the Defense Department alternative me considering that from now on to formally selected producers, we have to have 3 years. For up to 2 years, our stamping, welding, and spraying process line can be put into production, and it is a big dedicated line. Think about it again. Although replacing AM General has become a very challenging thing, this is not worth doing. How to do it. Chen Li also needs to consider carefully. Rosemary didn't expect the boss to immediately promise, nodded, okay. How? Looking at Rosemary's appearance, Chen Ming smiled. If you want to say, when is it going to vomit? Rosemary is a bit embarrassed. It's like this, I think. No matter what it can be, it is better to make a sample car first. Okay. To other companies. Develop such a new car may be a big feast thing. Can be a boss. This sample car should be a $1 or $2 million US. You are really confident in me? Chen Mong smiled, but he took a moment. But you are not wrong. No matter what, let's first make a sample car. He thought of HMMWV civil model, Hummer H1, even if the final body is due to various field factors failed to become the selection of US military. It can be completely successfully reflected in the new generation of high-mobile multi-purpose wheeled vehicles. Enter the civilian market. In the United States, there is a recognized fact that the equipment purchased by the Army must not be the best performance during the selection, but in various performance, the price is the lowest. In other words, it is the cheapest price of the bidding, and the performance indicators can reach 60 points. Such as M9 pistols. I didn't expect Fernandez did not refuse, even the symbolic bargain is not. This is totally do not want to buy the rhythm. Received the phone of Rosemary. The AMC's high-rise suddenly had an eye. They originally thought of very good, offer $15 million US. And finally bargain. How can you sell $89 million? I didn't expect Fernandez that the dead boy is completely unspeakable. Mr. Fernandez refuses. The chairman of staff is a full face. They don't even have to bargain with us. You should know what this means. No one is not doing because they really don't know what to say. There is no bargaining, indicating that Fernandez is completely interested in the AMC's Kenosha plant. And they don't even look at it. But there is no angry. All the executives of all the meeting are turning their own care. AMC is now in this situation, like a driving in the sea, in the water leaking. I have a long time, although everyone has always tried to drain, but now, all the people on board are actually understood. The sink of the ship is inevitable. When this is still not silent, they are angry. All emotions are all right. And they want to get a life boy from board. Just turning careful, everyone's eyes are not from the autonomy of the general manager Timston. Blames the Kenosha plant to sell to Fernandez. it is what he comes out. Feel the eyes of colleagues. The general manager Timslan is somewhat embarrassing, but more still anger. What do I do? Yes, selling the Kenosha plant to Fernandez Company is what I have commented. But when you vote, which one of these bastards did not show up? Why, now I am refused. I feel that my face cannot hang, and I will have no way to take Fernandez. It is ready to find me. Dream. Sold the Kenosha plant to Fernandez Company, which is the same. Welcoming the eyes of everyone, though the voice of Timslan is not big, but every word is clearly introduced into the ear of everyone. I said at the time, the price of $15 million is somewhat inappropriate. Which idiots adhere to the price of $15 million? 15 million US dollars? Oh. You simply get 15 million US dollars. Let Fernando Dadon help AMC design a car. Good proposal. Timslan's voice has not yet landed. Staff took a slap in the table. Timslan was shocked, looking at it around, lying in the trough. What did I say? I didn't pay attention to Timslan. Staff excited. Mr. Timslan reminds me, look at Chrysler family, look at Foote Villa Crown. You said, if AMC can get Mr. Fernandez design, what will our future? Chapter 285 I became the wall of excavated penmark www. Chen Geng may not know that he has been stared by AMC. It's rare. He is happy to tease Dehian too. Well, the two hare and the second are the two Chinese venue dogs sent to him. From the name, they can divide the gender of these little guys. Dehai is an authentic boy. Urxit is a gentle girl. Xu is that Chen Geng is rare to play with them. Two are less than half a year old, and the weight is 7-8 pounds. The half-size dog is being very excited. The two puppies were happy, but they were tired of Chen Geng, playing for half an hour. Chen Geng's dead dog lying on the lounge chair in the lawn, saying, not willing to get it, even if Alka the arrival is not willing to come. Sit. What do you want to drink? Stretch your finger refers to a lounger next to yourself. Although the other party is the mayor of the Detroit city, Chen Li has no eye-catching. Orange juice, thank you. I looked at the orange juice from Chen Li. Alex Goodrich also had a drink with the maid of the side, and then sat down on the lounge next to it, watching the two hare and two of the lawn, laughing, and handed over the 2 bags of dog food. It is a gift from the door from the gold donor visiting. The gift belonging is actually giving the dog. Alex Goodrich's brain loop is also clear. Odd. Let's talk. Is there anything this time? After chatting with a few words, Chen Geng opened. To be honest, don't look at the appearance of Chen Geng's face, but he is really curious about Alex Goodrich in his heart. What is going on? Let Alex Goodrich, the current mayor of the Tangtung city, personally runs here. Even how the United States is how the capitalist country, but you can't take the mayor's improper approval for the vast majority of the capital of the local medium wealth scale. The length of the city is not the circle of the circle. I want to slap flat, refer to the top 10 mayor of the United States. They have errands. This kind of thing is rare. Some people want to visit you. After finishing, Alex Goodrich's held eyes saw Chen Geng and a little regret. Chen Ming was half his eyes. There was no expression, and I can't see anything. Oh, Chen Li did not promise, did not say it. But the other party feels directly to visit you two, taking the liberty. It is not enough attention to you. This will find me. So you will come? Can you let the mayor of Detroit to help him speak? This guy is very powerful. Alex Goodrich is exported. Chen Li knows that he can't refuse, nodded, then by the way, and give me an next more eye. Alex Goodrich didn't talk, just say some, Mr. Fernandez said. It seems right. Chen Geng has drank an orange juice, and said slowly, let's talk about it. What is this guy? Alex Goodrich has a sigh of relief, and said, it is the general manager of the Rich Bank, John Tust, general manager of the Rich Bank. When I heard this, Chen Geng lived. Alex Goodrich's answer is completely unexpected. Just a dozen seconds, Chen Geng believes that it is a big figure of the general car. It may be a shareholder who holds a general car, and it may be a business giant, but the industry giant is guess. In the middle, But I didn't expect it to be the general manager of the rich bank of the 5 major banks. What ghosts! Exclamation mark. Yes, Alex Gardridge has a mouthful, looking at the eyes of his own golden lord. It is full of envy. The rich bank wants to cooperate with you, comprehensive cooperation, so. Okay, don't say, I know. If Alex Gardridge is finished, Chen Pai will sway his hand to interrupt him. He has already understood what happened. He did not expect that Fernandez has caused one of the 5 major banks in the United States the focus of the rich bank, and has begun to plan to wave the small hose for the United Community Bank. As one of the 5 major U.S. banks, there is not much customer in the Fernandez company, and the company is a lot of customers such as the company. After all, how is the scale of Fernandez? If Fernandez is working with the rich bank is a firm that both hands welcome, but will not let the general manager come from personally, and will not be able to dig people from the general manager. And the reason why this happens, all worship this sudden the oil crisis is given. Not only is the day of the rich bank, not only the days, everyone is not good, subject to this already called the crisis of the second oil crisis. The US economy continues to decline, except for the new computer. In addition to the industry, all other industries, especially oil, chemical, and steel and other heavy industry are more fully frustrated. As the financial industry that is attached to the industrial industry, the days are naturally not better. Chen Zhong did not read the financial report of the rich country, but when I chatted with Ji Shengqing, I won the Ji King. I haven't glad to say that from the economic crisis outbreaks, the United States has fallen down 2,000 banks. USA banks have fallen from more than 14,400 people in the peak period last year, and in the top 100 banks in the United States, the United Community Bank is the only profit. Other banks, even the ranking the Flower, Melon, Datong, and the Rich Bank, the days are miserable, especially the rich country, and the first quarter loss in a fall. The only community bank that achieves profit growth is naturally especially attractive. Note, everyone is naturally curious. Can you have to go on? Your kid can still eat meat now? As a listed company, only the financial report released by the Union Community Bank knows what happened. The total amount of automotive financial loans released by the United Community Bank only less than $30 million US. And this year is over the past 3 quarters. The total amount of car loans from the United Community Bank has exceeded $200 million US. So many auto financial loan business. The profit of this small and medium-sized bank of the United Community Bank is a ghost. More ghost is, so many car financial loans are actually coming from the same company. You said that the rich country will not know this. Will it be a madness of the water? That is certain. Will there be a thoughtfulness of the wall? No, it is a ghost. But since it is necessary to dig the corner, then take enough sincerity. What is sincere? The general manager John Tust person is sincere. Let Alex Goodridge give John Tust's introductors are also sincere. Talk, Cheng said. The rich bank wants me to give the car loan business to their rich bank. What can they give me? If you want to dig the corner, you will definitely not pay a bigger price. Chen Zhong did not believe in the general manager of the bank. He didn't believe this John Tust will not leak to Alex Goodridge. Alex Goodridge is really aware of something, Mr. Tust said. If you choose a rich bank, the rich bank will fully support the expansion of your second-hand car business, and guarantee you are from the car loan business. The profits you earn are 10% higher than in the United Community Bank. 10%. This is not a small number, Chen Gan muttered. Yeah, 10% is not a small number, at least $1 million a year. Alex Gardridge. Under the next moment, the words of Alex Gardridge suddenly stop, because he found that Chen Piggles looked at himself, realizing that he said. Cause Goodridge. Suddenly some are awkward. Mr. John Tust is very clear. Chen Geng is like laughing. Interesting. Alex Gardridge's expression is getting awkward. Tell John, let me say that I have time tomorrow. I can eat dinner with him. I didn't expect to realize what I did. Mr. Fernandez still willing to see Mr. John Tust. Alex Goodridge is a bit surprised. Nodjian, something. I must turn your words to Mr. State. I will be ready. Alex, Chen Mong suddenly interrupted the words of Alex Goodrich. What? You are a smart person, so you should understand that your use value for the rich bank is basically here, so I hope to be the last time. Do you understand? Chen Geng is looking at Alex Goodrich, and his eyes cannot be strict, but the coldness revealed to let Alex Goodrich hit a cold. It is cold. Alex Goodrich's face is awkward. He realized what a stupid thing he did. How stupid money was received, and he expected to take the opportunity to climb the thigh of the rich bank after helping the other person. What do you think? The current situation is clearly the rich country's bank wants to reverse the current unfavorable situation with Mr. Fernandez. How do I make this kind of thing in the heart of the pig? Exclamation mark. At this moment, Alex Goodrich is really regretting. He does not want to think about Chen Pei's support, especially being known to him because of betraying his golden master after abandonment. What will be like a future? Chapter 286, Open Guy Penmark www. The general manager of the rich country is personally, please also ask the mayor of Detroit to come up with middle people. No matter whether Chen Li is intentional to cooperate with the rich bank, he must meet John Tust. But it must not be such a trade meet each other. This is not an ordinary meeting. This is a confrontation. Since it is a confrontation, it is necessary to know someone who knows each other, who knows it, who is most likely to know about John Tust. Of course, Rosemary, as the former deputy general manager of the United Community Bank, Chen Geng thinks that Rosemary is not likely not to understand the top elite in this industry. Rosemary, really familiar with John Tust, heard this name. He wrinkled her mega download. John Tust? This guy. Very powerful. Very difficult. Okay. Chen Geng nodded, and Rosemary continued to say, can become the general manager of the rich bank of the 5 major banks in the United States. John Tust's ability is of course unquestionable. It is very good. Otherwise he rely on the annual salary of $60,000. You know, this is $630,000 in 1979. I will tell you about John Tust's resume. You know how powerful this guy. Rosemary said, John Tust is 16 years old. I have been admitted to Columbia University. I only got 4 degrees in 2 years. Columbian University is also an old famous school in the United States. All the year-rounds the top 10 in the United States. John Tust Special can be admitted to Columbia University at the age of 16, and I have got 4 degrees in 2 years. This is not a school. It is set. This is the existence of learning God. Chen Geng's head, it is really very powerful. But this is not the most powerful. The life after graduating from John Tust is simply hanging. The opening is Rosemary to learn from his own boss. After knowing the meaning of hanging is the general existence of bug, she is used to using opening to describe a powerful excessive guy. After graduating from college, he is extremely rare by Columbia University, with assistant's identity to assist his mentor to teach economics to undergraduate students, and continue to study master. 2 years after John Tust, he graduated from the University of Columbia. In the 3rd year, it became the youngest professor of Columbia University, and the youngest associate professor at the University of Columbia. Lying. Slot. Even if I have seen more talented genius, Chen Tong is also surprised by John Tust. This is a school, which is a super learning god. But do you think this is it? No, it is also very early. Rosemary then said, after the University of Columbia, after 3 years of economic associate professor, John Tust was hired by Indiana, and became Indiana in the 2nd year. There are only a few professors who can teach students from the associate professor of economics and finance. Chen Geng's mouth twitched. At the age of 29, John Tust became a professor and associate professor of Indiana University. 32 years old, John Tust gave up college education, went to Morgan Stanley, during Morgan Stanley. After more than 10 years, I have served as president of Morgan Stanley Legal Securities. After that he resigned from Morgan Stanley and built a hedge fund because the hedge fund has been well achieved. The hedge fund established by John Tust is seen by Citibank, and selling this hedge fund. After the Citibank, John Tust also entered the Citibank. In the 4th year of the Citibank, it is the supervisor of the Citibank's investment business. Then you should know that in 1975, John Tust officially became the Citibank CEO. It seems not a good guy. After a while, Chen Geng smiled and said to Rosemary, "It's really not good to deal with." Rosemary is very much agree with their own boss. How can this guy hanging in this one? No matter what is not good, you still have to see it. The location of the meeting is a famous French restaurant in Detroit, but it is not the same as Chen Huaji. It is the guy who has been hanging in Chen Geng. It should be all the world except for everyone outside. Silly X. At the time, I was a smile with a smile. Although it is a kind of ritual smile, it will not make you feel that there is a feeling of a good colleague in your relationship. Is a dangerous person. Chen Yuanxin immediately increased the danger level of John Tust in an instant, several levels. Chen Geng didn't know that when he was carefully treated John Tust also revised his own views of Chen. It is like this meeting, Chen Geng, taking the history of John Tust, like the characteristics of personal information. In order to win Chen Pei and his Fernandez, John Tust is also targeted. Before I have done a lot of homework, and after I saw Chen Tong, the general manager of this rich country, found that she didn't seem to underestimate this young Asian kid. There are several people who can face one of the 5 major banks in the United States. When the general manager of the rich bank, the face is calm, and it is not nervous. So far, all personal wealth encountered in John Tust is in the reach of $10 million. But you can do this, young excess boy. And John Tust is very worried. Chen Pang's calmness is not installed. In fact, it is the kind of death. But in his heart, it is true that he is the total of this rich bank. How far is the manager? And it is. How much is the rich bank? John Tust did not doubt his judgment. Many people know that John Tust has 4 degrees. It is a professor in economics and financial schools, but few people know that they still have a psychology. The degree of the student is the extensive knowledge of psychology. In the past negotiations, I can accurately make the most appropriate judgment to the microscopic psychological response to the negotiation opponent. It can look at Chen Li. John Tust laughs, interest. Mr. Fernand. After a few words, John Tust opened. He directly entered the topic directly in a single knife. I believe that in order to meet this time, you have made some homework on the rich bank, so I will say it straight. You can. This age has these amazing wealth, must be because you have the vision of the vast majority of people. Then I firmly believe that your cooperation with United Community Banks, wealth directly obtained from the United Community Bank, should not be your most important. Instead, through this deep, the strategic level cooperates to provide your company's convenience, right? These rich banks can give you, and you can give more. How much more? As long as you can come. If you are worried about the problem of cooperation agreement with the Joint Community Bank, you will be assured that you can give us peace of mind. I promise that the rich bank will help you handle properly. There will be no hassle. But I also firmly believe that our cooperation is a win-win situation. Said this, John Tust's special force is a wave. Mr. Fernand, I believe that the Joint Community Bank has been helpless for your support. Your company can have the current scale, except for your personal spirit and admire. In addition, the United Community Bank is equally important to your support. Suddenly, there is no time to think about Chen Geng too much. Only this is convenient to observe the true reaction of Mr. Fernandez. From the beginning to the end, John Tust did not say a bad thing in the Union Community Bank, and even hints did not. He was only repeatedly explained to the role of the United Community Bank in the development process of Fernandez, just telling Chen Geng, when Fernandez developed to the current scale and physical volume, the Joint Community Bank has limited support. Fernandez wants to further develop. The best way is to be with the rich bank, Merlin Bank. This kind of giant other banks work together. John Tust didn't really let Chen Geng feel a bit surprised, but John Tust's coup is wrong, with a wrong person. If Chen Geng is just a young person in his 20s, in such a test of John Tust, it is necessary to have a sense of mentality, and inevitably reveal a little bit of his true idea. Different. Don't forget, Chen people are a 3-year-old ghost. I used to manage more than 10,000 people, and the huge enterprise group of millions of people in the upper and downstream, saying that John Tust point try is like ice under the sun. It is impossible to cause a little wave in his heart. I was grateful to John Tust, Mr. Tust, thank you very much for my own and my company. I also believe that the rich bank will provide me more than the United Community Bank more money support, but you know, there are a lot of places involved in this, and I need to make a decision after it is careful. Of course, your mood can be fully understood that you should make a decision after you should make careful consideration. Then I will wait for your news. John Tust is a smile. This is a normal young person should be a bit. Chapter 287 is a friend. Penmark www. When John Tust is self-satisfied, he did not pay attention to a car parked opposite the road, and his face excited. Jisheng Komu is full of hands and put down the camera in the hand. I want to take it clearly this distance. It is basically used without telephoto, meddler, and even the short focus. Put down the camera. Jisheng Cheng immediately got off, found a coin public telephone on the street, took a few, the phone was connected, and he gave a relaxation. Mr. Brian is there? I am White Season, it is our bank. The staff of the Detroit. Yes, Mr. Brian told me, if there is any important special case, I can report it to him. I just came out to eat. I accidentally saw there is a general manager of the rich bank. Mr. John Tust. Dinner with Fernandez Chen. Yes, it is true, Mr. Fernand, our most important customer. Yes, I took the camera. Understand, I immediately rinse it out to send you a fax in the past. Hanging up the phone, Jisheng Cheng is satisfied and grateful to Chen Li, who is less than 100 meters from him, sitting in a huge floor window, said in the heart silently said thank you. If Chen Geng gave himself this phone, the least to $20,000. As a co-community bank Michigan president, Rhodes Daly is very comfortable. In the eyes of countless people, he is a high top, a big man, such as the end of the day, after the busy day I'd like to go to the high-end bar to drink a cup, and I will have a beautiful chick to go back, or go to a high-end restaurant to eat more than a high-end dinner than the ordinary worker. But it can be tonight. Lord is broken. But Rod is not a bit of opinions, because breaking his cozels, is his head boss, the CEO of the Union Community Bank, Brian Mooneyham. He not only didn't have a little opinion, even the two legs whispered, because the information inside his head was frightened. Mister, you didn't joke. Rod voices, Mr. John Tust, can be the general manager of the rich country. How is this high-level weight? How is the big man on the high? If Rod is finished, Brian Moy is roaring and interrupted his words. John Tusterman and Fernandez Mr. CO together with dinner now is now in me. In front of you, you are still telling me that it is impossible? Seeing ghosts. As a general manager of the rich bank, you should be more busy than me. John Tust is how busy? Now he leaves the job, come to Michigan and Fernandez, eat, just to eat a meal? Give me a good idea to use your pork brain. On the forehead of Rod, under the rain. Mr. Brian Mooney is correct. As the general manager of the rich bank of the 5 major banks, John Tust Daly can be used to use Japanese universal to describe. Now, in this happening person, it actually ran to the UK, and Fernandez Chen, who did not have any business relationship with the rich bank, and did not have a dinner in the dinner. This is simply insulting everyone's IQ. In addition to the rich banks, I want to take him away from the United Community Bank to take the reason. Although at this moment, he is still a little less believed in such a total asset of nearly $10 billion. Comprehensive strength is in the top 5 in the US banking industry. and they actually send their general manager to personally come to Detroit, just to dig a customer who is less than $500 billion in the United Community Bank! Well, even this customer is the biggest and most important customer of the Union Community Bank, and the general manager of the rich bank is not in person. Is the president of the rich bank Michigan can't do this! Brian Mooney is like knowing what Lord's heart is thinking. It is a madness in the phone. Rod, you have to figure out what the Union Community Bank can rise against the trend in this saying economic crisis. Is it your efforts to do your guys' shit, relying on the business of car loans from Fernandez? Remove the profits from Fernandez to us. We have a decline in performance in the first 3 quarters of this year. In fact, in the first 3 quarters this year, we achieved 6 in the same period last year. 2% net profit growth. Now, what do you tell me? Rod's shirt is wet at the time. He trembled. This Fernandez is the core customer of our bank. Wrong. Brian Mooney is unfair to interrupt him. This means Fernandez Company is the core customer of our bank pillar. With Fernandez, we can achieve profit growth under the trend of the United States and the decline. The stock price is improved, and once the Fernandez Company is lost. He passed the 2 breaths, throwing a penny. Mr. Rowell, I am solemnly remind you of the headquarters. You can write a resignation report now. If Fernandez giving go, I hope that your resignation can appear on my desk in the first time. As the CEO of the Union Community Bank, Brian Mooney is very clear about Fernandez Gin's business for the meaning of the United Community Bank. He is not just the core customers of the United Community Bank, but also the joint community bank. This is a hopes that really covers the business bank of the United States. If Fernandez giving away by the rich bank, it is only resigned by the rich bank, and it is not that Rowell has resigns, but you can't go, except for the roll away. He can think of the second possibility. Thinking of this terrible consequences, Brian Mooney Hanchey once again shouted, Mr. Rowell, I know that you often can see the meaning of Fernandez, due to Mr. Fernandez, often can't face the meaning of Fernandez Bank. But now, if you don't want to find a job, give me a steadily of Fernandez. Definitely can't let Mr. Fernandez have reached any agreement with the rich bank. We'll have a fax to send you. I will sit the fastest flight. Reward to Detroit. After saying that Brian Mooney there is a call in front of this serious crisis. No matter what is in the United Community Bank, it is not as good as this matter. After a while, I looked at the headquarters past the content through the fax machine. Rod was stayed. He looked at the dark night sky outside, and then he looked at the fax in his hand. He resolutely called, Hey, it is Milan Miss. Hello, this is like this. Learning to Mitra said Rowell wanted the news to meet himself tomorrow. Chen Geng nodded. Didn't feel unexpected at all. Tell him, say that I have no time tomorrow. I don't see it. Not see? Milan is a bit surprised, getting a phone call or herself. Now boss can't tell. Boss is impossible to know what Rod is doing. Why didn't he see? Chen Mong is a good mood today. Watching Milan's face confused, he said with her 2 sentences, Union Community Banks and rich banks. Which bank's strength is more powerful? Of course it is a rich bank. Miran does not think about it. Is this simple question? Very good. In order to cooperate with us, the rich bank is coming to their general manager. The Union Community Bank is coming to their state president. You said, whoever pays more attention to us, who is more sincere. Milan was out. Yes, in order to dig your own boss, the general manager of the rich country is coming. And the Detroit from the headquarters of New York, it is important to pay attention to the degree and sincerity, and the rich bank is obviously too much than the United Community Bank. Is the Union Community Bank is silly X? At other times, I will still have to know that the general manager of the competitors will come to dig the corner of the wall. They only have a state president! If the Chen Geng refused, Rod was stupid. Just a minute ago, he didn't expect Chen Geng to refuse himself. In his subconscious, as long as he sent an invitation, Chen Li did not refuse, so that he doubted that his ear is not out. Problem. Miss Mullen, you repeat it again. Lol Deco once again. Boss is very busy, there is no time tomorrow, so I am very sorry. Mullen's voice apologized, but rejected. In the face of this fact, any apologies appear thinner. Rejected is rejected, will never hit half of the discount because of apologies. It is thought that if the Brian Money can't go to dinner with Chen Geng, what kind of misery will be faced? Raw-Dommy has played a cold. Next moment, he is crazy. A phone. The phone just turned on. He roared and said to the phone, "Help me, let me book a ticket that can now go to Detroit." What? No flight? Don't tell me. I don't care what it is using. Private aircraft, helicopter, business jet. In short, I have to appear in Detroit before tomorrow morning, otherwise you will give me a glow. Lousy is not good. Don't think of it. At the same time, Mullen said softly to Chen Geng, "Boss is the CEO of the United Community Bank, Mr. Brian Mooney." Chapter 288 on the hard cow pen mark www. Mr. Chen, hello, I am Brian Moyleen. I heard the name of Brian Mooney. Chen Geng's brow wrinkled, and immediately stretched. United Community Bank is really doing a lot of homework in himself. Actually knowing yourself more. Mr. Chen. This name, not Mr. Fernandez. Mr. Mooney, hello. It should be, Chen Geng is waiting for Brian Mooney. Brian Mooney Han said, "I am sorry to bother you so late. This is a problem with the Detroit. I have to pass." Well, do you have time tomorrow? Take a time to get there. Okay, of course no problem. Chen Yuanzuo sinks, and then promised, since Brian Moy is still stupid, then he is stupid. Okay, that's how it is said. I will let Lord set a place. The meaning of Brian Mooney is to bring Rord, but Chen Li has not refused. He just said that Miss Rosemary will also be together. Brian Mooney is certainly never will refuse. Do not tyrus Mary once is his own main assistant, saying that she is the CEO of Fernandez. Since Chen Geng opened his mouth, he could not refuse. Hanging on the phone, Brian Mooney Han is happy. He is not a happy invitation of Chen Pei, but the meaning behind this action. Chen Geng has responded to his own invitation, and the situation does not have previously estimated. Worse, Chen Geng's heart did not completely reverse the bank of the country. In other words, the chance of the Union Community Bank to keep Fernandez money tree is still not small. The only problem is that I don't know how much the price is to keep this currency tree, but in any case, as long as the cost does not exceed the limit of the Union Community Bank, I have to do every way to stay Fernanda in the joint community bank. Brian Mooney is like a true future Detroit check work, like by the important customers visits their own banks. The two sides are happy. Bentley, Bri Mooney Han. There was a small piece of snoring, and suddenly he did not care. Mr. Chen, do you know, I heard that the rich bank's business has a big problem in Detroit. Even their general manager John Tust is coming. Chen Geng started. Yes, I am not very clear, you know. I am not a bank system. The situation in your industry is not familiar. Chen Wirong smiled, shook his head, and immediately said with an unhappy attitude, "When I was eating with Tust last night, Mr. Tust was very good, not like a business made in the big problem." The eyes of Brian Moynihan suddenly beaten. Originally, he is intended to try again, but he didn't expect that Chen Mong actually admitted that he had contact with John Tust. But in the heart of Brian Mooney, it is a bitter laugh. Yes, Fernandez is recognized, but even if he admits what it is, can you prove what? Can you explain? As a boss of a company, do he eat with anyone is not very normal. Then this person is the CEO of the rich bank of the country's largest 5 banks, even if everyone understands what is going on here. But what is it? It is difficult to achieve because Chen Geng's Fernandez company and the United Community Bank are partnerships. Can he eat with executives of other banks? There is no truth under the atmosphere. So, even if you know that Fernandez Chen and John Tust have eaten together, know how the rich bank is digging in the corner of the Union Community Bank. When is the United States not allowed to dig the wall? Oh, It is not a fair competition. Chen Geng is simply putting a fork, looking like a laughing, looking at Brian Moyleen, said, Mr. Mooney, you are not to check what work is not to check. Yes, this kind of little thoughtfully was broken by Chen Geng. Brian Mooney Hanso is no longer a circle. Yes, one of our banks is your friend, White Season. Yesterday, I saw a dinner with Mr. John Tust, so I didn't explore your own meaning of your personal privacy, but can you tell me, do you have an impact on our two companies? He sold the quarter solo. Unfortunately, Brian Mooney Han is do not know the reason why Ji Shengqing will appear in the restaurant of Chen Geng and John Tust, because Chen Geng called him in the past. Chen Pil's face is turned up. He nodded. It turned out to be like this. Yes, this is nothing can't say. Mr. Tust asked me to eat meals. Of course, we also talked about some things, such as Mr. Tust said to me, Fernandez has developed to the current scale, and the support of UN community banks can provide for me. But the rich banks are different. They can provide me with greater help. It is as expected. The dead rich country is actually really digging our corners. After listening to this incident, Brian Moynihan's face is a bit white. Fortunately, the decision has made decisions, in the first time and Fernandez, and use the fastest. The speed rushed over, otherwise the consequences. I can't imagine. Rod's face is even more white, and the whole person is not shaking a few times. He is afraid. He is afraid of him. It is really afraid. As a joint community bank Michigan president, a very important job is to maintain our relationship. And now, the mother-in-law and customers have been worked at the foot of their eyes, but they know knowledge. This is an unforgive negligence and mistake. If the work of the rich bank is really successful, in addition to the round resignation, there is no other way, and the headquarters must never give such a serious mistake of this serious mistake. Only Rosemary watched his own boss with admired eyes. Just the situation is not the boss to discuss the way the boss is discussed this morning, but now it seems that the effect is very imagined. Brian Moyleen and Rod, these two guys are scared. La Desert glanced. Brian Moynihan took a breath. So, Mr. Fernandez, you promised my invitation. Yes. Chen Geng nodded. Then Brian Moynihan said, after all, since the founding of my company, I have been working with your bank, and our cooperation has been very happy, although the rich bank is really able to provide me more support and boost. But before this, I want to see your attitude with Chen Bai, whether it is Rod or Brian Mooney-Han to grow a long breath, as long as Fernandez is willing to give a chance to join Community Bank, for the United Community Bank for this, Fernandez is definitely can't fall, and it is even more eloquent. Brian Mooney-Han is asking, Fernandez, I don't know what conditions do you have to give you a rich bank? Of course, if you feel that it is not suitable. Nothing can't say. Chen Gengzu, the conditions of the bank's bank are actually very simple. Refer to your previous conditions, the same car financial loan amount. My income is more than 10% in the joint community bank, and there are some loans, projects, the convenience of government public relations, etc. Brian Mooney Harmony and Roddy's toothache, more than 10% of Fernandez. This is not a key point. The focus is that the rich bank will actually use the resources of the political circles to do public relations for Fernandez! Although this public relations cannot be unconditional, unlimited, as one of the 5 major banks in the United States, the rich public relations power in the government is obviously too much than the United Community Bank. At this time, Brian Mooney also understood that Chen Li was still willing to meet himself in this situation. Talking about it, it is really very sneaky to the United Community Bank. After all, the US businessman, the purpose of the belief has always been business is business. The business is business, in the mall, this kind of example, because the third party has opened a better cooperation conditions, there is not hesitant to turn around the third party. It is too much. There are more than the number, no say those examples who have been written into the textbook, which are refreshed as a classic business case, even in the United Community Bank, such things have also missed a few. In a word, Chen Li is very meaningful, not general enough. Mr. Fernandez, you know, the Joint Community Bank is just a mid-range community bank consortium. The quantity, the scale, theory of public relations ability, theory and government high princes, and the private friendship with parliamentarians. The Union Community Bank is far from comparing with the rich bank, but in this case, you are still willing to give us a chance to join the community bank. I am very touched. I am also very grateful. I represent all directors of the Board of Directors of Union Community Bank. Thank you. You are welcome. Chen Geng hooks. If you have a polite, you don't have to say it. The Americans say good. 10,000 thank you also arrived on the US dollars. Say more thanks. You can't let me stay, unless you can attract me to stay. Condition. Chapter 289 scared you. Penmark www. As a strategic partner of the United Community Bank, we should give you a higher return. Brian Mooneyhan took a breath. But compared with the rich bank, we will be a small bank. There is no way to give you so much in rebate, and we can only give it on the existing basis. You increase by 5%. In addition, the Joint Community Bank has some influence in the government. Although there is no way to compare with the rich bank, I promise that when you need anything, we will do our best to do our best. It's a smile, Mr. Mooney, Mr. Mooney, Mr. Mooney. I can believe that the bank will tell me the key moment. I will help you although we are cooperation partner, but I may wish to talk directly. The bank is likely to do, but I will be transported in the snow. But I will add flowers on the brown. A face of Brian Mooneyhan is full of embarrassment. But he has no way to refute, in the capitalist country in the world, a fact that is recognized by everyone, including the banker himself, must lend money to the rich, and absolutely can't borrow money to the poor. Why is the Joint Community Bank crying, holding Chen Geng's thighs called Dad? Not because Chen Geng is really a dad of the Union Community Bank, but because Chen Geng can bring huge profits to the United Community Bank. But in turn, once the future, the cooperation with Chen Pai has threatened the interests of the United Community Bank. Or just like Brian Mooney, Chen Li has anything to do with community banks to help. At that time, the Union Community Bank must be the fastest run. But for capitalists, as long as you can make money, what is the fact that Brian Mooney is pleaded to Rosemary? I hope that Rosemary will say 2 good words. In the face of his own head, Rosemary is not polite. Brian, the United Community Bank is now a listing bank. If Fernandez gives the Joint Community, turn the car financial credit business to the rich bank, guess how much will the stock price of the Union Community? Brian Mooneyhan has changed several times. As a commercial bank, the total assets of the Union Community Bank have reached $400 million. Once they have passed their own core customers, the stock price does not dare to say that fell 200%. But fall 1% is absolutely easy to play with the play. If you see the bad performance after the core customers who have lost Fernandez, the stock price can only continue to fall down. And so, some people who have a boss are not suitable for saying, but Rosemary has no problem. I want Fairnose Company to stay in the Joint Community Bank. No problem. As long as the Union Community Bank promises us, it is not a problem. You please talk. Although the head feels very bad, Canon Mooneyhan still has to say it hard. Fernandez is committed to the Union Community Bank. What? After playing, I didn't think of such a result of Brian Moynihan, standing up. This is impossible. This board is impossible to promise. Nothing is impossible. Rosemary is not polite. Brian, you may forget. The Joint Community Bank's circulation shares account for 46 of the total share capital, 75%, so the board promised still not to agree. It is not a problem. The key look at my boss. I hope to hold this 99% shares. Brian Mooneyhan fell on the chair, and a sentence couldn't say it. Yes, as Rosemary said, as a commercial bank listed, whether the shareholders of the United Community Bank agreed to Chen Geng hold the shares of the bank, this is totally not affecting what, even if the entire board of directors and all shareholders what is not agreeing. Fernandez can be publicly acquired from the stock market. although it will be a bit troublesome in the hands of nearly 5/5 of the circulation stocks. The cost of spending is not small, but as long as Chen will spend a little time and energy, it is not a problem. Once Chen Geng has held a joint community bank 99% of the shares, he will change from the core customers of the United Community Bank to the third largest shareholders of the United Community Bank, which is not the problem of quantity and quality, this is a qualitative change again. In this case, once Chen Li has something that needs to be helped with the community bank, as long as it is not necessary to join the community bank to sell blood, the United Community Bank only has a part of the nose to recognize. Otherwise they can how to do but directly acquisition of circulation stocks. This simple and rude manipulation mode is obviously not Chen Geng. The reason this is too high, this reason is not enough. As for Chen Li, why is there a 99% rather than 10%, which involves the relevant laws and regulations of the US government to banks? As the shareholding ratio of the bank has reached 10% of the total share capital of the bank in accordance with the requirements of the relevant laws and regulations of the United States, and apply to the competent department approval, but only less than 10%, it will not be required. So stocks. Buffett only holds rich banks 9% of the shares. Chen Ming's ambition is not big, and he is only intended to hold a joint community bank 99% shares. Mr. Fernandez. Brian Mooney is a bit of a loss of the soul, and the words are actually a lot of arrogant. Chen, please forgive, your requirements are not within the board of directors. I can't answer you now, so I can't answer you now. For this will be very likely to take the acquisition of circulation shares and become the company's third largest shareholder. Brian Mooneyhan has to be polite, in case the next day, the other party has become his own boss. Telling true, although he is the general manager of the United Community Bank. But heard the statement is a senior professional manager, and the statement is a little in the high-end work. It has a big fortune in the hand of Fernandez Chen, and if you don't speak, you have to be a capital home of your own boss, or a good time to be polite and respect. Of course. Chen Wirong Xiao nodded. This kind of thing is of course not such a 3 words. I am waiting for your good news. Brian Mooney Hankang has a sigh of relief, and he is really afraid that Chen Pigang deliberately is a small person. Oh, right, Chen Geng, who is about to end. I think of a thing, smile, said to Brian Mooneyham. Brian, the Ministry of Defense is ready for our soldiers to replace the new generation of things, you know. Okay. I know. Brian Mooneyhan nodded, but some strange Chen Ming suddenly mentioned what to do. As for Chen Geng's Fernandez, it is intended to be in this kind of thing it is not within the scope of Brian Mooneyham, one of the 4 major automakers in the United States. Today's economically benefit Ford car. It is the manufacturer of the US military's active M151 military light Jeep, the same as one of the 4 major automakers in the United States. Although now in the 4 majority. The market share is also new, but the 4 is for big, Willis Jeep before the 5th year M151 in the 5th year, is all of their home, not to mention Universal. Chrysler's 2 car giants are still a tiger. Fernandez is preparing to participate in this bidding. After that, the Relian Moylene reacts. Chen Li has already swayed and quiet. Crazy. Must be crazy. For a long time, Brian Mooneyhan is looking at the door and muttered. But he is more understanding. No matter how Chen Gil is really crazy, he must tell the board of directors with the fastest speed. This kind of thing is not a small professional manager to be blended. Fernando is really saying, do they really participate in the bid for the new generation of military vehicles? 8. And the expectations of Brian Moynihan to participate in the new generation of Scorpion for Chen Tong intends to participate in the US military. The bidding is going to the matter. The chairman of Boeing did not laugh at Chen Pei's unreliable power. On the contrary, if he didn't listen to the wrong, Mr. Byrne seems to be some eager. Yes, he said so. Why is Mr. Byrne to react like this? Brian Moynihan carefully replied, normal logic. Do you want to be a shares? Okay, I get it. Do you know? What have you know? Brian Moynihan and 2Monk can't figure it out, but you can't hang your own boss. He can only bear the doubts in his heart. It didn't let Brian Moynihan have been waiting for too long, less than a minute. Boys once again. Brian, you tell Fernandez, shares, not to talk. Can you talk about? Brian Moynihan is all, what is the problem? But he did not dare to question his own boss. After determining that the boss did not joking himself, he had to take it. Byrne hanged a phone. A person thought of a moment, suddenly laughed. Interest. It is really interesting, boy. The Union Community Bank is a small and medium-sized bank, but it is also a comprehensive strength to force the top 50 banks in the United States. It is also a few days since the second oil crisis. Several people have maintained performance and profit. One of the big banks, of course. It is impossible to have two brush if Chen Liska can achieve the extent to which the competitive defense order is. The opportunity of the United Community Bank is coming. Chapter 290 is playing Penmark WWW. Can you talk about? After listening to Brian Moynihan, Chen Yogo thoughts, smiled. Okay, how to talk about. How to talk about. Brian Mooney also wants to know how to talk. The problem is that Mr. Byrne just let himself tell Fernandez, but did not say how to talk about how Brian Moynihan is answered. When he had already considered if Chen Geng asked this question, he would answer, heard, Brian Moynihan, said, the United Community Bank is a total asset of more than $400 million. Large-scale companies involve changes in nearly 10% of the shares. This is a big thing. As I said, Brian Moynihan did not forget to steal the reaction of Chen Tong's reaction. Didn't let Brian Moynihan disappointed. Chen Pingja expressed recognition. Don't say that it is 1979, even if it is 40 years later. In 2017, the internet is more than 1 billion, and billions or even hundreds of billions of burning money. It seems that the money is really worthless, but you can analyze carefully. It will be found that this is all blown to the bovinics. And these internet companies will not hate them into them, and a total value of $40 million US. That is, almost 2.5 billion RMB, for 99.9% of the bosses are still a number that can make them dizziness. Seeing Chen Geng nod, Brian Moynihan is relieved. He will follow, so the meaning of Mr. Byrne, the chairman of our chairman is the two parties to form a negotiation team. If the Blaine Mooney is finished, Chen Li has understood the other's intentions. Drag your Fernandez. Chen is not wanting to enter the share of our Union Community Bank. Yes, no problem, but such a big financing, you still want to buy it below the market price. Let's always talk. If you don't want to talk to us, it doesn't matter. Go to the market to acquire the joint community bank. The circulation stock is good. Anyway, it is a circulation stock. No one can buy. But the price is definitely higher than the price that is talking to you is not a little bit. In fact, all of the untrusted community banks can be classified as a sentence. 99% of shares, they distressed. Also, capitalists are always capitalists. Understand the small 99.999-year-old branches of the community bank. Nodded, okay. In less than a minute, Rosemary came over. Rosemary, pushed, asked Chen Geng's first sentence, boss, how do you talk to Brian? No, I underestimate the extent to which the bank agreed is. Chen Geng did not deny that he thought of the United Community Bank, thought that his boss said with Brian Moynihan. Rosemary blinked, tested and asked, so? Boss, you means, after the cooperation period expires, we will immediately terminate with the cooperation between the United Community Bank. Chen Wanto said it did not hesitate. I should so early determine that his own boss does cancel the meaning of cooperation with the United Community Bank, and this is not a sudden heart and blood of his own boss. Rosmarian is happy, excited. We can earn yourself. Why do you send it to others? In fact, before Chen Geng went to China, Fernandez broke through the joint community bank in the first 3 quarters of the United States. When $800 million Rosemary raised the country to abolish the country to cancel the country's cooperation with the United Community Bank to set up a financial company's recommendations. According to Rosemary, even Fernandez maintains the current business scale, and does not consider the factors of inflation. The total amount of loans in all kinds of business has exceeded $500 million. Calculated that the comprehensive profit margin generated by various types of handling and derivative services is about 4%, which is the net profit of approximately $14 million in Fernandez. But now, the same financial business scale, it is only available from the United Community Bank to get about $50 million. It's a little less than a profit of $10 million a year. How can Rosemary not suffer? Not to mention the current momentum of Fernandez, it is impossible to keep moving. For up to 2 years, Fernandez will contribute to the joint community bank will exceed $30 million, and in this case, the United Community Bank actually even 99% of the shares were reluctant, which made Rosemary excited. 2 years later, the net profit from the old lady has brought you more than $30 million, and you can't even let the shares worth $40 million! Glow. Daddy is not playing with you. The words, unequal Chen Geng opened. Rosemary was excited to say, in the United States, establishing a financial company is actually very simple, and if you are trouble, you can directly acquire a bank. Under this economic crisis, do not dare. It is said that there is a bank closes every day, but the average is 2 days to close a small bank. If we have financial companies or banks that Fernandez, it is a Ford Financial, which is a Ford Finance, and we can complete this part of the money in your own pocket. Rosemary of course has enough reason to be happy. At the end of September, Fernandez has sold a total of 90,000 used cars in 5 states and the second-hand car sales network in Canada, with the average price of the industry, $2,400. Calculate, remove the down payment. The total amount of car financial loans required is approximately 1.6 to 1.8 million. Fernandez sells approximately 3,000 volume modified cars and hundreds of custom modified cars, which need to be car financial loan services is approximately more than $40 million. Opaque automotive maintenance. Worship speed expansion. The maintenance outlet is given, single year from the loan flow of the joint community bank from the United Community Bank. There is no cash in the hand. Many times the car must be credited to the credit card to do installment more than $70 million. There is a plane and car dismantling and other business. This part is more zero, about $30 million. This part of the financial business, more than 80% are handed over to the United Community Bank, but if Fernandez has its own financial companies or banks, business can be their own, and in Fernandez, who is most familiar with financial business, who is most likely to take this stall? In addition to yourself, Rosemary does not think that there is this qualification. With Mr. Fernandez's generous extent to employees, Rosemary feels too much. It is still a more dependable of 3% to 5% of the equity, which means that even if it is not an annual salary, you will receive itself from financial business every year. The division has hundreds of millions or even millions of dollars. Even with a pair, the boss only gives yourself 2% shares. After a few years, with the expansion of the company's business, there will be millions from the dividends that have been taken from the financial business, plus annual salary. Company main business dividend, daily annual salary, easy to relax more than $5 million. In the face of such a large piece of fat, how can Rosemary will push? How many people have a total of more than $5 million of more than $5 million? Anyway, no matter how much more than 6 digits, slightly keep a little, this number may even not exceed 50,000. Among the 50 million companies, this 50,000-year-old company is more than 5 million companies, almost every shareholder, that is, single people. For the unit to measure the ability to make money, The annual income of $5 million is likely to be placed in the top 20,000 people in the United States and even the top 10,000 people. To know that the American Regal List 500 inches announced by Forbes magazine has shown that I want to be the most rich 500 rich in the United States, and your personal wealth only takes more than $70 million US. For this mind of Rosemary, Chen Geng's mirror is like, but he did not refuse. On the contrary, he was very pleased with this progressive head. Okay, Mary, acquisition bank or form financial campaign is things give you. You are going to prepare now. This stall has to give you to pick up. After the cooperation with the joint community bank, our banks must be able to take over our financial business immediately. Also, you should not be alarmed by the people of the United Community Bank and the Rich Bank. Okay. Rosemary is not, then looks forward to their own boss. The boss means that it is the meaning of the CEO of Fernandez Bank, but below. Looking at the look of Rosemary, I looked at my own look. I know that Chen Li, who is looking forward to, but he is not intended to hang the stomach, and some things will be said directly at the beginning. So, do you think you should take much shares in this bank? How much shares should I take? I didn't expect their own bosses to kick this ball to themselves. Rosemary is difficult to say. Directly 5% directly? It is definitely not suitable, as long as 1%, 2%. She feels that she is losing. Hesitated. Rosemary tried to, boss, or I think about it. No problem at all. Chen Gengs nodded. Such a big thing. Should let Rosemary consider it consideration. The boss is so cool. Rosemary also loosen, but she did not immerse it, then said, boss, I will report it with you. You said. I found that when I was viewing the company's recent data, I found a bottleneck in the expansion of our repair outlets. Okay. When I heard this problem, Chen Geng couldn't help but sat up his body, and the expression was also serious. Talk carefully. Chapter 291 Transforming Thoughts Penmark www. Rosmail said, as of last week, our maintenance outlets have developed to 75 outlets in 7 states, including 12 outlets from our direct camp, 53 joined. Go on. Chen Geng point should be said, Rosemary said, he certainly knows. 65 outlets, for most entrepreneurs, can be considered a large-scale auto repair chain, in the United States. In the US standards, our Fernandez can even be returned to the ranks of large enterprises. But from us to promote this plan, it has been past a year. Finally a year, we have so much strength, but the results are only such a little, which is obviously not what you want. Speaking here, Rosemary looked at his boss and 2 hands. To be honest, Chen Tong is really not very satisfied with this result. From the results, there is a total of 65 self-operated and joining business outlets, which is really a very proud thing, but if it is average, it is not happy. One state is only 9 many business outlets, which belongs to each state's direct sales of 2. For the vast majority of this era, in just a short year, less than 1 year, it will expand his career map to this extent. It will be excited to secretly laugh in the nest, but for Chen Mining, this result is indeed unable to satisfy him. In fact, the expansion speed of the repair outlet cannot make Chen Geng manifang, some extent. The expansion speed of the sales outlet of the second-hand car with the maintenance outlets, also makes Chen Li are not very satisfied. Although the expansion of the maintenance outlet, second-hand, there are more stocks in the car sales outlet, but it is only covered in these 7 states. There are 174 outlets, about an eighth of this 174 outlets, and even have not docked with Fernandez Company. Otherwise the loan of the Union Community Bank will not only have this, but in fact, whether it is a used car sales outlet or a car repair outlet in these 7 states of the 7th state, whether it is the quantity of used car sales outlets or the number of automobile repair outlets, at Fernandez Camp, Michigan counted for almost 2/3, which means that if you go to Michigan, yes, this result is really not very satisfied. Chen Geng nod. Your suggestion is? Promote. Rosemary has a mouthful. Next, we should change our existing business expansion model, let more people, more industries know us, understand us, willing to act, and we cooperation. What do you mean? A large-scale advertisement. Chen Geng minutes was not checked with a frown. Fernandez has developed to now, it is indeed a quiet into the village before going. The business expansion model, you want to achieve a faster development speed. You must let more people know yourself, understand yourself, even agree with you. In this case, advertising seems to be the best choice. But Chen Li wants to be similar. The largest car maintenance used car giant sincerely invite you to join this stupid advertising method. What is it? One sentence, no big grid. Chen Geng wanted, it is the kind of person who takes the initiative to find the way to seek to join the way. But what should be done? Chen Geng also does not have a clear idea business model in the 1970s, and 23 years later the difference is too big. In short, advertising is definitely doing, but if Rosemary just suggests that the largest car maintenance used car giant invites you to join such an advertisement, Chen Geng feels that Rosemary does not give such a high annual salary. Rosemary nodded, I have a few ideas, but how to do it? You need to find professional commercial consulting and planning companies. You know, I will do finance before. I am not very good at business. Chen Mong Xiao, the idea is the most important, you said. Rosemary was obviously thinking about this problem. Chen Geng's voice fell. She immediately said, the first one, the 7 states of the 7 states that we have now covered, spend money. Please report our company, through the media. Let the people know that there is such an excellent service in place, and the presence of the second-hand car sales company and car maintenance company. Of course, the specific operating mode needs to find a consultation. The company do it soft but good sense. This can be the. Chen Geng immediately nodded. Can you? Then I suggest you eat more interviews, whether it is TV, radio or newspaper, all. In addition, more TV programs, especially the show, let more people know you. No. If Rosmail is finished, Chen Po's head has shaken like a rickets. Mary, you know, I am not a person like throwing. I prefer aging to do my technology research and development. I know, I understand. If you don't wait for Chen Geng, Rosemary is nodded, and Chen Geng cooperates for so long. How does Rosemary do not know what kind of person is it? She said with her hands. But boss, you have to know, here is the United States. If you are satisfied with the current business expansion speed, there is of course no problem. But if you want the company to develop faster, you must let many people know you, understand you. This is also the best way to join us in the industry. You have to know that when you choose your own upstream partner, you will give priority to those who have strong strengths. How can I prove our strength to those potential customers? As long as you appear in these interviews, let us know that you have been young but you are already envious of countless people, or even the most beautiful 500 people in the United States. They will cry and shout, come to hug our thigh amount. I heard Rosemary said that Chen Li was only a bitterness. I said that I didn't reject it. You can't say this. Rosemary smiled. If you don't mind, it doesn't matter if it is slow to develop. Chen Geng. This has nothing to say, the company is his own. The company's development speed is also self. Now I need to have it. If I can't afford it, I can't blame my employees. Although I don't like to eat interviews, since this is the national condition of the United States, Chen Geng also bite his teeth. Okay, I promised this one. When you contact the consultation company, let them help me with the interview unit. Communicate. Okay. I saw my own boss. I grinned. Rosemary was full of peach blossoms, and said, boss, do you feel relieved? In fact, it is tonight's show. It is also an interview before interview. It is necessary to communicate with the guests, otherwise it is not fully chaotic. The effect of the program cannot be guaranteed. Chen Geng nodded. It is also. What else? You have said it together. There is also a suggestion to attend some charity activities, but must be the kind of concern. No problem. Chen Geng's happily agreed. Even if Rosemary does not say, charity is also the focus of Chen Geng to do. It is said that the United States is the best country combined with charity and business activities. No one, why is the US rich? Why is so keen to make charity donations? It is not as promoting in some domestic media, and the rich of the United States has a charity, but because of charity donation, one can be taxed. I can expand myself and your company, bring more business benefits to yourself. If not because of these 2 points, you see the savvy sticks on the United States. Will the rich people will not donate? Seeing that these suggestions from Rosemary are all things of the words, Chen Geng simply played. What is good suggestion? You don't hide it, say it. I didn't expect their own bosses to agree their own suggestions. Rosemary was a little surprised. She knew that her own local boss is more proud, could not help but satisfied. Actually, you considering the country's major sponsor for a football team or a professional baseball big league be a sponsor for rugby and baseball? Chen Geng's eyes were squatted. Prior to the 1980s, rugby and baseball were still not well said, but there was no doubt that the NBA was respectful in the 4 major professional sports in the United States. Americans' favorite sports are football and baseball. Even golf can ride on basketball face. No doubt, if you can become a big sponsor of a team of a baseball big alliance or a football big alliance, for Fernandez, will be a huge propaganda, but this sponsorship fee is not cheap. Wrinkled with brows, Chen Geng asked. Okay, Rosemary nod. The sponsorship fee given by Pittsburgh Iron-Squaders last year is $3 million. How many? Chen Wing thought that his ear was wrong. Chapter 292 is no longer Loc. Penmark www. Chen Wi Lively is not an eglimation. This is too cheap. But Rosemary obviously won't think so. She can feel that her boss is too expensive, and it is $3 million. This is a big money. I quickly made Chen Geng explained, boss, this is a little more expensive, but the Pitt Skinner team is one of the best teams in the American football professional big league. It is necessary to sponsor them, and the sponsorship fees are of course high. Some, but like a Cincinnati, the Cleveland Brown team ranked the upper reaches in the alliance, the sponsor fee is lower. Is that so? Chen Geng frowned. How do I remember NBA? American Professional Baseball Grand Union, American Professional Football Grand League. This United States 3 sports events, the main sponsor of each team at least $10 million per year sponsored. I have just turned here. Chen Li knows why her thoughts and Rosemary's ideas have such a big deviation. Now in 1979, $3 million in 1979. That is much more money than $20 million than 25 years. Michael Jordan, is it enough? The real basketball god. After the end of Joe retired, if you describe someone as very powerful, usually 20 is Michael Jordan's successor, or Michael Jordan is very optimistic about 20. To describe, Joe's father entered NBA since 1984, until 2003 officially retired from Wizards. This is about 20 years of career, and the total amount of salary will be about $100 million, with average of $5 million. For the NBA team in the mid-1990s, the weak team, Joe's average annual salary of $5 million is almost the total amount of their team's annual sponsorship. Again is not very appropriate example, 2014, the Hindu League Chengxing champion Ajax's main sponsors. What is the sponsoring fee for the Netherlands Limited TV network media company to Ajax? €8 million per year. The floating bonus is €2 million, and it is less than $10 million to get all the floating bonuses. Although the Junk League can't compare with the most popular sports in the United States, in 1979, in 2014, this time was 34 years. After all, I still refer to it. If returned to 1979, a sponsor fee of $3 million is really small. Even if it is a rugby team with a powerful Super Bowl, their main sponsor is $3 million a year. Don't forget, in the income of a team, there are more than a dozen small and medium-sized sponsors. And the most important thing is that the team can be from the height of small and medium-sized sponsors. Commercial operation of alliance events get rich in a substantial proposal. Since this, I don't know if my own boss has turned Rosemary, and I am still trying to explain to Chen Geng, if it is a small-sized team, in fact, $2 million, but that. The effect is not, it is clear. Mary. Chen Geng suddenly planted Rosemary. What? I don't quite understand what my own boss said. Something. You said, if I intend to acquire a large alliance team, whether it is the baseball big union or the football big alliance is good. How much does it take? Looking at Rosemary, Chen Geng asked. Rosemary took a long time, finally went back to God, and asked in Barber, boss, you are serious? Of course it is serious. Amount. I don't know. Even if Rosemary saw a wide range of knowledge, she also brought the Barber, she stated, little I heard that the team's boss is willing to transfer their team, but if someone is willing to transfer, I estimate, how to will not be less than $20 million. Is that so? Chen Geng Chin, thinking about, in 2006, Joe's father took the Charlotte Mountain Cat. It took $700 million, still $700 million. However, it seems that there is report that when the Charlotte Mountain Cat, the boss Robert Johnson is 7 years ago, that is, spent almost $700 million in 1999, the acquisition of Charlotte Mountain Cat. If this is referred to, considering that NBA's global influence and professional level, it seems that the price of $20 million is also a market. Thinking of this, Chen Leading is looking at Rosemary. You tell me, if we acquire a team of baseball professional big alliances or football professional big alliances, how big is it? How big is the benefits? Rosemary exclaimed, boss, are you joking with me? If you really acquire a baseball team or football team, our Fernandez will survey a loc by the media in the United States. I believe you, this young rich will also become the focus of the media report. We will become the darling of the media. Is it in a variety of media? It is not that we spend money to interview us, it is the media to spend money. Please eat interviews. Some benefits have many years to come. That is, if we successfully acquire a baseball team or football team belonging to the big alliance, it is like the cost of the soft advertisement you said earlier. Will it be a lot? Of course, Rosemary nodded, at least 70%. Maybe there will be more. But this is not the focus. The focus is that we will be truly recognized as big people, which are reaped by all aspects. This point of Chen Gil is to know, or Joe's father will take an example. After Joe's father acquired the Charlotte Mountain Cat, his rivers and lakes immediately came to the players who played in his time, truly became NBA. The big figures have a great influence on the development of true NBA operating strategies, and even have a good friend with a large number of Chinese political circles. Although, after this, Joe is a guest who will meet with the president of the previous US, but everyone will make Kyo's parents as a ticket to the ticket. Can campaign Suez or successful props. Never treat him as a friends, even if Joe is very rich. But after Joe's father acquired the Charlotte Mountain Cat, the situation is completely different. Joe is the real seat of these politicians. Considering your own identity, taking into account the current social influence in the current US, Rugby Great Alliance and Baseball Grand League is far more than the basketball. Chen Gongyi, I bite the teeth, dry. Rosemary looked at his boss at his eyes, and the shocking time didn't even know what to say. Not, this is really your own boss. The degree of decisiveness of his own boss is beyond the imagination of Rosemary. It's just an advertisement, although the acquisition of a team is a football team or a baseball team beyond Rosemary imagination, but for Chen Mi, he did not see the money, and he was very clear, even if this team paying money, it is also earned for yourself. Don't use this to look at me. I know whether it is in the professional football big league or the professional baseball big league, it is not a few teams that can realize the profit and loss and balance less, but I don't expect the team to make money, for me, as long as I can give the company to ensure enough exposure. the team loses a year of $2 or $3 million or $40 million complete can be aped. It is when the advertising fee isn't a loss, the team's loss is less than the expense of saving, compared to worried about the loss. Chen Geng is more worried about buying the support team. With Chen Pai's sentence, Ross Marion took a sigh of relief, and he nodded. Since you have already prepared for the idea of the team's profit, then. Okay, I go with too big alliance contact. What do you have for the team? I want to have a request. When I said this, Chen Li did not help but sighed, but with NFL and MLB in the United States hot extent, the team's boss is willing to sell their own team. I should smile. Can you pick 3? Picked 4. It's also, laughing, Rosemary nodded. It seems that the boss head is still very awake. This is good. She is really afraid that her boss puts out what excessive conditions and requirements. Donned, Rosemary then said, in addition to the few, my last suggestion is whether we can consider cooperation with the American Auto Repair Technical School. If Rosemary is finished, Chen Li should have. Rosemary looked at Chen Pot. Boss, I haven't finished. Even if you don't say, I am also ready to tell you. I heard that my own boss said. Rosemary's expression suddenly worked, waiting for Chen Ming to continue. If you don't make it, our company will usher in a wave of development climax. Rosemary's nods. If the boss really intends to acquire a professional Big Alliance baseball team or the football team, the company ushered in a wave of development climax. It is just a matter of course. The ears will listen to their own bosses. The company has the opportunity to develop, can be employee, especially those with technical employees, must keep up with the company's development. Our industry is very special. The demand for talents in auto repair, automotive sales and car conditions. If you continue to take the previous road, work with the headhunting company, it is too losing, and it is the best to cooperate with the auto repair mechanic school. It is also the fastest replenishment. Cheng said, my idea is to find a good reputation. There is a high-end cooperation in the mechanic schools in the auto repair, and ensure that the scale and technical level of employees can be synchronized while we have developed rapidly. Ended talks. Chen Geng touched the phone and played out. He said, white is me, Is there any interest to change jobs? Change a job? White, the phone, is Jisheng Cheng, completely did not expect Chen Li at this time, turned out to change myself, and suddenly there were some. Well. No agent, this substantive agreement with the United Community Bank may not be achieved. Chen Paigong is blunting. This is. Jisheng became silent. Jisheng Qing's ability is general, but he is also growing from small in the capitalist country in the United States. Lenovo to Chen Geng just told himself to change his own ideas, and more. If there is no Chen Pai, don't say that the identity of the outlets. I am afraid I just want to have a small credit commissioner as before. After those who look at themselves, the company is not brought to the white employee, can't take this opportunity to step on himself. It's just that he is still a little unwilling, hesitating, or trying to ask. Chen Geng asked, so. After the cooperation of the Union Community Bank, you will no longer cooperate with them. Well. There is no agent, it is like this. Chen Gengying Road. That I change. Jisheng became the way not hesitated. You don't ask. Jisheng Qing is a firm attitude, so that Chen Li is surprised. This is not like a season of Shengqing. I am not very smart, but since I play this call, I definitely be arranged to me, Jisheng Qing said. Anyway, I left the life, since this, it is better to continue with you. Grip. Listening to the sky, Chen Geng is a bit surprised. I didn't find this guy before, and I haven't discovered this guy. This is not a small smart, just big wisdom. During this copy, Chen Ming did not hide. Fernandez has developed to this step, and the financial business brought is sufficient to support a small commercial bank or a special car financial service company. Fernandez actually intends to set up a bank. Chen Geng's words said this, realizing that Chen Tong intends to do something in Jisheng into an instant. I can think about it, this is not a matter of course. This year, Fernandez Company will definitely exceed $400 million to the United Community Bank, and in the US now tens of 10,000 banks, in the credit cooperatives. Last year what banks in California do not seem to exceed $400 million in the same year. That's right, they really can support a bank. And as the company's scale is getting bigger, the scale of the financial business they need will also be more and more. Set up a car financial company or commercial bank, it is really not normal. Boss, what is the value of your own value? Why Chen Mong also gave himself a season of this opportunity, and quickly changed his mouth. Please rest assured, no matter what you are preparing to set up a commercial bank or a professional auto financial service company, this I am very familiar with the business and processes. I promise that I will help you optimistic about it. Is a smart person. Chapter 293 is easy to get Penmark www. Rosemary has emulated a rich person in the financial industry. It took only 3 days. She brought a message to Chen Zhong, just in Michigan's capital, Lansing. There is a joint bank of the credit bank is preparing to sell. How is this Union Credit Bank? Chen Geng asked. In the United States of America, the United Credit Bank is ranked from the national banking industry last year, in 8,623. The $450,000 is ranked 683rd in the U.S. banking industry. The business coverage is Lansing, Detroit, and the 3 cities in Dixie take a total of more than 80 employees. Net profit last year is $350,000, and before this, they have profit every year, and banks have almost no bad assets. It seems good. Chen Li is not a noddler. Then, more than $86 million is only $260,000. This is also normal, after all. The 10 business outlets rent, hydropower, communications, and employees are not a small number, and they can remain in 1 year. The net profit of $260,000 is already a joint credit bank's management leader. Then there is nothing. Chen Geng is a bit surprised. What does it mean? No, it is okay. For this, Rosemary seems to be very helpless. Their chairman and general manager Paul Bernard said that if we finance intended to acquire the joint credit bank's shares, he personally went to Lansing to talk to him. Obviously, how many shares of the joint credit bank will sell? This share requires what kind of price of Fernandez, which is in the next talks. It seems to be full. Silenced for a moment, Chen Yuan suddenly laughed. It is a bit interesting that. Then see it, listen to what they mean, Chen Wirongxiao said. They ask me to see them so much, I am somewhat curious about their bottom. Rosemary's heart is silent in the silent chairman and general manager Paul Boner, the chairman and general manager of the Union Community Bank. Is it full of gas or ignorant? From Detroit to Lansing's distance, it is not far from this. Because the communication with the joint credit bank is just the most prominent communication. The assistant, Chen Li, only brought 2 people in Rosemary and Mirand. Plus Stonson and Lalefter, the team of 5 people is alive. Understand Chen Geng, the situation of the joint credit bank. I feel that if the joint credit bank is really willing to cooperate with himself, the at least cooperation sincerity should be, but the 2 sides have been in contact. Chen Li is angry. Rosemary is simply patted. The brain is directly leaning on the chair. Is this a hang in a joint credit bank? 20% shares, $1 million? Chen Geng is a good luck and funny, and even a lot of laughs. Mr. Paul, do you haven't joking with me? Just then, Paul Boner represents the joint credit bank to open their conditions. Joint credit bank can sell some shares to Fernandez. The proportion is 20% of the total share capital. The price, $1 million. Mr. Paul, if I understand the situation, because the influence of this oil crisis, only 9 of the credit bank business outlets, and the employee has only 50 people, which don't know how much stick, bad debts and death. Looking at the Paul Boner of this lion, Chen Dynasty said, Now you tell me that you are worth $5 million in the joint credit bank. Mr. Paul, joke is not so open. Paul Bono is somewhat embarrassed with the current situation of the United Credit Bank. The price of $5 million is indeed a little, but the negotiation is not the case. The seller is priced, the buyer's counter. Everyone has finally been able to have a hard discussion, heated at the point of impotence. Therefore, for Chen Geng's reaction, Paul Bono is a bit embarrassed on his face, but his heart is not very embarrassed. Mr. Fernandez, the words can't say that the joint community bank now has a little less than a little, but we have all quality assets. You don't tell me these. Chen Geng was broken by Paul Bono. He originally thought that if these guys in the joint credit bank, they gave them a shares, but now, staring at Paul Bono, Chen Minius word, Mr. Paul Bono, our total financial business from the United Community Bank this year has exceeded $300 million, which is expected to take financial business from the United Community Bank this year. The total amount will exceed $400 million. Since you are people in the banking industry, you should know how much profit will this business give the United Community Bank each year. Didn't wait. Chen Geng, Paul Bono has swallowed the mouth. The annualization interest rate for major banks to the automobile financial business is approximately 2.5% to 2.9% inequality, plus the corresponding handling fee, basically in 2.8% to 3.2 between, that is, even if it is refunded to Fernandez. The United Community Bank has $8 or $9 million from Fernandez, and it is necessary to join the community bank to be in this oil crisis. Can you still maintain profit growth? Make the mouth of the mouth, Paul Bono carefully asked. Mr. Fernandez, what you mean? Will you migrate this part of the business to the joint credit bank? Otherwise, we acquire what you do. Rosemary snorted. This talks. Rosemary feels special. No light on his face. Mr. Paul, no one knows when the dead oil crisis will continue, but I dare to guarantee if without the business of Fernand, you will be absolutely a year. So, hey, I hope you can grasp the opportunity. Paul Bono's eye dripping slippery. Stop. He certainly wants to grasp this opportunity. In the banking industry in Michigan, who does not read and community banks in the United Community Bank? Banks who want to smash the uniqueness of the Union Community Bank. The Joint Credit Bank is naturally no exception, but they are more understanding that Fernandez is not so good, and the customers who are in any bank are not so good. The prospectus of the rich bank is more proven, and it is also the reason why the Joint Credit Bank has no action to make their wall angle, after the bank's action. Who dares to move Fernandez, which is equal to the corner of the bank, facing the rich bank? Who dares to move? It can be different now. Fernandez actually finds the door to find the door. Paul Bono bites teeth. Mr. Fernandez, I can understand why you want to enter the share of the United Credit Bank. I want to tell you, although joint credit the bank is now not very good, the United States is not a small miniature bank, but the banking industry is still a threshold, and I want to get this entry license. Still a bit trouble. Although the size of our joint credit bank is not large, we have been profitable in this year, and there is a fixed customer base. The most important thing is that there is almost no bad assets, which is very rare in the US banking industry. From this point, we are united with credit banks to be extremely rare quality companies. But consider you can give us a business. $1 million, 30% of shares, no more. Chen Li suddenly laughed. He did not speak, but he looked at Rosemary. Rosemary's face is burning. Although boss did not speak, Cosmary was very clear about the eyes of his own boss. You talk, you get it. Mr. Paul, Fernandez company is based on $1 million in cash and existing financial business, and exchanges 85% of the joint credit bank. P.S. Brothers, please wait a little. About 78 minutes. Chen Geng roughly understood that Rosemary said, you think we can purchase the shares of our absolute controlling, the remaining shares left to the original shareholders of the joint credit bank? Yes, Rosemary nodded, for this way, the original shareholders can still get a dividend every year, And then consider Fernandez to bring hundreds of millions of dollars in the United Credit Bank. They stand in the bank. Although it is reduced, the dividends get the dividend every year is much better than the previous benefits. I think, using this reason should be better to persuade the existing shareholders of the Joint Credit Bank to opt our shareholding. Chen Geng frowned. There is a problem in this. You please say. Rosemary's consciousness is sitting straight. Is there a problem? What's the problem? We brought the profits generated by the business of the Joint Credit Bank, which will not increase any cost on the existing basis for the Joint Credit Bank, that is, interest, handling. This part of the profit is almost pure profit, equal to after we entered the stock. They have to increase the pure profit at least 10 million or even tens of millions of dollars a year. Let them bring such a big benefit. It should be that they seek us to opt our shareholders, but they still want us to pay. Chen Division can't opt this. Remove all business costs. Joint Credit Bank last year's net profit 26. Chapter 294. The guarantee of thousands of workers 5,000 words. Chapter Penmark www. Can the Joint Credit Bank have to have a half year? This question knows if the Joint Credit Bank's business outlet is from 12 to 9. In addition to the bureaucrats of the Joint Credit, other management are not known, because the financial pressure is too big. If there is no way to get financing, the Joint Credit will turn off 4 business outlets in the next 3 months. The remaining 5 business outlets will also consider whether to close 1 or 2. Next, if the economic situation cannot improve, with the further increase of the dumb, bad debts and death counts, the company's customer size is further shrinking, decreased. If there is no business that Fernandez transplanted, the Joint Credit Bank is really absolute more than half a year. And if you have obtained financial business transplanted by Fernand, will the Joint Credit Bank? Simple, the existing cost of the Joint Credit Bank has been fixed, and the gross profit from Fernandez is almost equal to eating pure profit, and the Joint Credit Bank has little cost. Also, that is to say, after Fernandez company has in stock, the Joint Credit Bank has to increase the pure profit at least 10 million or even tens of millions of dollars in 1 year. Paul Bono understands that Fernandez in the temptation of this money, forced yourself to bow. This is the temptation of this money. It is indeed very big. Hesitated. Paul Bono decided to try it. He shook his head. Extremely difficult, Mr. Fernandez. This condition I can't agree. Okay, we respect your choice. If Paul Bono is finished, Chen Geng is going to break his words, and there is no meaning with Paul Bono, and go directly to go. Seeing Chen Zhong's goal, Paul Bono panicked. This is different from before. Fernandez is not asking himself. Falling behind, Rosemary looked at Paul Bono, whispered, Mr. Paul, you still don't understand. Now there are more than 12,000 banks in the United States. Under the impact of the economic crisis brought by this oil crisis, even if it is the most conservative estimate, there must be at least 3,000 or 4,000 medium-sized, small and mini-entered banks, credit cooperatives in the next year, and are Fernandez for these upcoming banks and credit workers. The company is their last life-saving straw. Yes, the Joint Credit Bank can disagree with Fernandez's conditions, but Fernandez is afraid that the Joint Credit Bank does not agree. Without the current economic situation in the United States, if you know that Fernandez is willing to transfer the financial business into stock conditions, don't know how many banks will. The Credit Society is crying and shouting. But I thought I just had just strong. Paul Bono hesitated. Paul Bono is hesitating, but some people can't wait. I haven't waited. Chen Geng to the elevator, and a door to the guest room suddenly pushed away. Several people run away from the inside. Shout to Chen Geng, while running, Mr. Fernandez, please wait, wait, wait. Rosemary looked at the open door, and then looked at the group to ran to his own boss. According to this open door, it seems that this room is just next door. If this is the case, Rosemary immediately tooth-headed Paul Bono. Feel the eyes of Rosemary. Paul Bono's face is red. Yes, just these people are next door to the guest room. In fact, these people are not only next to Chen Geng and Paul Bono, but also Chen Geng and Paul Bonar. They are also clear. Excuse me? Looking forward to quickly running to yourself with the middle-aged man, Chen Geng wrinkled. Mr. Fernandez, hello. The middle-aged man has a good smile to Chen Zhong. I am the executive director of the Joint Credit Bank's board of directors, is also the executive deputy general manager of the Joint Credit Bank. Well, this is a Joint Credit Board director Thomas Parent. This is Daniel Fenn. This is. After introducing people around him, Adria Balaf said, we are all directors of the Joint Credit Bank. Oh, Mr. Bohr, hello. Chen Wantong should have a lot. Completely did not expose how happy it, waiting for Adria Balaf to continue to say, it seems that there is some impatient, looking at the faint impatient on Chen Pil. Adria Balaf has a little panic. Some things are all, knowing that in the moment of seeing themselves. Adria Balaf thinks that Fernandez should know what happens. The Joint Credit Bank willing to talk to him as he mentioned before he mentioned, how do Fernandez is completely impatient. I didn't dare to grind, and the situation of the Joint Credit Bank will not allow him to continue to grind, and the Adria Balaf is on the machine. Mr. Fernandez, about the cooperation conditions you just mentioned, I think we can talk. Oh, Chen Geng looked at Adria Balaf, and then came to the back of the crowd. A face of Paul Bonar smiled. Mr. Adria seems to be the chairman of the Joint Credit Bank? Paul Bonar smiled. If the board thinks my strategy is not suitable, I respect the board of directors. Oh, Chen Geng nodded, and his eyes swept a circle in the directors of the Joint Credit Bank, which slowly said, I believe that Fernandez conditions have already known. Mr. Adria, Mr. Yu, since you are all present, then tell me your decision. Sorry, my time is not much. Adria Balaf and the board of directors have exchanged their eyes and bite the Dow. 70% of the shares, retain existing operations and management teams. If you agree to these two conditions, and put all financial services we agree. These shareholders of the Joint Credit Bank have really understood that if 30% of the shares can be retained, these original shareholders will be more than $3.5 million per year, and if Fernandez continuing to expand, this 20% of the shares can even bring them $6 or more in a year. Although the 70% of the shares made by Fernandez is really heartache. But if you don't promise Fernandez conditions, the Joint Credit Bank has to be closed, which is not as good as it is. For Chen Tonglai, 85% is still 70%, and it doesn't matter, as long as it is higher than 66. 7% of shares have received the absolute control of the Joint Credit Bank, but leaving the existing management and operation team. Chen Geng to Rosemary. Rosemary said, I think the ability of the existing operation team of the Joint Credit Bank is actually good. This is from them to keep the bank can always be able to stay before this oil crisis. Well, Chen Geng took a sound, did not say it, didn't say it, indicating that Rosemary continued to say. And because the business scale of the Joint Credit Bank is relatively small, in fact, the bank's shareholders themselves are also managers of all business outlets. It is also very familiar with specific business, so as long as they do well, I think this condition can be considered. The shareholders of the Joint Credit Bank have nervously observed the changes in Chen Meng's expressions, and the heart mentioned the eyes of the blind. No way, the days are not good. For many private banks, private credit cooperatives, inquiry, they are all self-contained private joint stock companies, earning money into their wallets, thanks to themselves. If they can't help, only close the door. Well, if you owe other banks, or when you pay the property tax every year, you can't get the money. Don't blame the bank or the State Taxation Bureau directly. Take your house. It is said that the bankers in the United States and even the entire capitalist countries are extremely envious of the banks of socialist countries. Why do you ask? Of course, because banks of socialist countries are given by the state finance. There is absolutely no concern for bankruptcy, because the operation is not good and bankruptcy is closed. There is no existence. The country gives a payment. Look at the per chain of the Soviet bank, look at yourself. Really? Nima is speaking. Under the gaze of the Joint Credit Bank's shareholders, Chen Gengshin has a long time, and there is a great way, 80%, and the other reaps the company's adjustment of your business scope. If you have increasing capital, you will be extended, listed or introduce new investors. Both parties reduce the shares in proportion. Okay. A group of shareholders, you see me, I see you. The last glance flocked to the body of Adria Bruff. Adria, you talk. Adria Bruff head smiled. Without opening, he knows what you mean by these elders. Worry about the common use of capitalists with capital of Chen Tong's capital increase, the reasonably legal way will kick themselves. So I want to open my own, and Fernandez Chen Jiding Neva reducing share ratio. For capitalists, the shareholders who use capital increasing and increasing shareholders are really too common. For example, the major shareholders proposes to share capital, with the proportion of shares held by Fernandez. Small shareholders have no other way to refuse, only keep up, share this part of the funds in accordance with the proportion of the shares held. But the problem is coming, the strength of the small shareholder is limited, can't get so much money. What should I do? Good to do. The big shareholder said that this part of the money, you only need to dilute some of your shares according to the proportion. After the back and forth, the shares of the small shareholder will be rare. Even if the big shareholder does not kick you out, there is no say in the company. Paul Boner really doesn't want to open, but not open. Who makes himself a chairman? Do you want to get a shares that are not diluted? Chen Mongxiao is the kind of. Do you still think about this kind of good thing? Despise laugh. What is the shares that are not diluted? Not this part of the shares will not be diluted, but when enterprises have expanded, increase capital. This part of the shares have been paid by Chen Geng to ensure that the shares in these shareholders are not depreciated, will not be diluted. Paul Bono is a bit embarrassing, but the reaction of Chen Pang, he has already psychologically prepared before putting this request, said that the scalp said, I know this condition is slightly, well, not suitable, but can. If Paul Bono is explained, Chen Li said. What? Paul Boner suddenly stunned. Not only Paul Boner stunned, but the other shareholders of the Joint Credit Bank also stunned. He agreed. He actually agreed. Fernandez seems to be very good to talk. If this is the case. Someone began to play a small abacus. Who is Rosemary? Seeing some people began to drop the eyes, and immediately realized what ideas were playing in their hearts. Couldn't help but laugh. Want to take advantage of it from boss. Oh, I want to have your heart. I want to be diluted with shares. Yes, no problem. Chen Geng slowly nodded. No matter what to say, I have not spent the Joint Credit Bank, so I am willing to give you some preferential treatment, but at the same time, you have to pay some cost. Looking at these somewhat uncomfortable guys from the front of you, Chen Geng said, the 90% of the bank belongs to me. You only have 10%. What is your meaning of 10% is a shares that are not diluted? If you haven't worried Chen Geng, Adria Bruff asked excited. Other shareholders are also toe-eyed. If you get 10% of the shares that are not diluted under any circumstances, it is too nice. As a commercial bank, if this is not the result of sudden economic crisis, according to the planning of shareholders, it is originally prepared to operate in the many-year-old. But this sudden economic crisis will give everything. If you don't say it, it's hard to keep it. But now, not only there is any discrimination, but also give yourself 10% of the unpublished shares. 7 shareholders can continue to work in the company, not only the high annual salary, but take hundreds of thousands of dividends at the end of the year. There is still a shares that are not diluted after the bank is listed. Simply what do you want? In the face of these guys who have dreamed of daydreaming, Chen Geng has some speechless. When your shares are diluted to total share capital 0.5%, you are 7 people. That is, your shares add up to the total share capital. This guarantee terms are automatically activated when 5%. 0.5%? Too few. That is, 0.5% can do. I heard that this guarantee terms must be 7 people in their own. and each person's share ounce to reduce the total share capital. 5% of the situation will be activated, and several shareholders are not dry. For their reactions, Chen Ming did not feel strange. He nodded. If I promise to reach 20 billion when the market value of the joint credit bank, when the market value of the joint credit bank reaches $2 billion. When I heard this premise, the shareholders of the joint credit bank suddenly touched. A market value reached $20 billion, which was equivalent to the total share book 0.5% of stock value is $10 million. Exclamation mark. $10 million. Then it means that he is a millionaire who envied countless people. If this is the case, that is, give yourself a warranty terms, the fool is not promised. Several shareholders opposed their eyes and nodded. Transport. Rosemary hesitated to Detroit. Rosemary hesitated, or asked from his own boss, "Boss, why?" "You want to ask, why do I have a good strategy to adjust? And I will give zero never diluted 0.5% guarantee." Looking at Rosemary, Chen Geng rode. Yes. Rosemary nodded and admitted. In fact, for this problem, not only Rosemary is very curious, Milan, Stonson, and Laraft are equally curious. At the time of the plane, they listened to the discussion of the old boss and Miss Marie, but the last boss actually adjusted his own strategy, and it was adjusted to damage his own interests. And they didn't understand. It is actually very simple. I don't want me to be a cold-blood, only interest and money capitalist in my eyes. I hope that I have a blood with blood feelings. I hope that people around me, my partners and my friends, I can always be with me. Oh, I said, can you understand? Chen Geng feels that he is in the chicken with duck, but the Rosemary, Milan, Stonson and Laraft are instantaneous movements. That's right. In the United States, the country of money, the national capital of money, the rich capitalist enjoys all the best in the world, and regards it as a matter of course, and the poor can only guarantee the seemingly decent place. There is almost no risk life against the ability. Capitalists will be their own livestones, crops, a harvest, cutting wool, Chen Geng's existence, which is simply a thoroughly heterogeneous. But they like this alien. I like this boss who will look at it. Some people feel the boss also, who will like a cold ice, just regard himself as a boss of the work. Who doesn't want your own boss to be a human guy? Rosemary smoked his nose and his eyes were red. Boss, now I believe in the campaign. His shares in my hand can be stable. Want to take stability stock? Chen Geng snorted. The United Community Bank and the Rich Bank are still waiting for my reply. You first help me get these two guys, and the team, these are all as soon as possible. Looking at the fierce boss of his boss, Rosemary smiled. Chapter 295 begins to design HMMWV Penmark WWW. Go back to the Detroit. How to Return to the Rich Bank and the Union of the Community Bank by Chen Li. Lost. The Rosemary, Chen Mong, took into the development of the new generation of the US HMMWV military vehicle. The US Department of Defense has a reply to Fernandez, and it is simple to say that the Ministry of Defense welcomes any capacity of vehicle development enterprises to enter the R&D work of the US military's new generation of high-speed multipurpose wheeled vehicles. The performance of high-speed multipurpose wheel vehicles can meet the standards given by the Ministry of Defense. The Ministry of Defense will choose excellent admission if Fernandez products are the only product. Fernandez will become the new U.S. military A generation of HMMWV's fixed-point production enterprise. Boss, the Ministry of Defense means, does it mean that we have the opportunity to become a supplier of the U.S. Army's new generation of lightweight military vehicles? Our letter from a letter is a reply letter given by the Ministry of Defense, and asked Bob's face. Although Anderson didn't talk, the exciting red face was clearly shown in his idea. Became the manufacturer and supplier of the U.S. Army's new army. This is a big business. Theoretically, this is the case. Great. Bob excitedly waved 2 times. As long as we have made this business, Fernandez can stand firm in the U.S. car market. Be so early, compared to Bob. this time has been responsible for the modification department, and Anderson said that she shook his head and cautiously said, "Do not say that we can have the product. We can meet the requirements of the Ministry of Defense, even if we successfully develop products that meet the requirements of the Ministry of Defense." Ford, General, AMC. The giant is vegetarian. Speaking here, Anderson looked at Chen Ming. Some concerns, boss. Chrysler, Ford, AMC and General Big are not a kind guy. I am worried. Anderson wants to say. What is Anderson worried about? Worried that even if Fernandez has developed products that meet the Ministry of Defense, it will eventually be taken away by these giants. Anderson's words were exported, even Bob didn't talk, and the same worries looked at their boss. The rise of the four major car giants, it is a process of plundering. As a member of the capitalist country, who doesn't know? Even if we really develop a high-speed multi-purpose wheel vehicle that meets the requirements of the Ministry of Defense, can we stay? That's right, my own boss has a good private relationship with Henry Ford, but the Ford car is not working on Fernandez, who is not working with their own boss. Who will ensure that the other three companies will not play Fernandez HMMWV? Idea? You. Chen Mong smiled and shook his head. I understand what you mean, but you think too seriously. Okay. First, let's not be like AM General, have a rich development experience of government car, and do not have the research and development and experience of the US military active light vehicle. So we don't have any military vehicle development experience. Can you develop a car that meets the requirements of the Ministry of Defense? This should be a question mark, right? Bob and Anderson thought about it, nod. But Anderson thought more. He seriously corrected. But though we don't have experience in the military vehicle, but I think this is not a big problem. Oh, Anderson's exit. Chen Mong and Bob are a little curious. Although we don't have any experience in the military vehicle, we have a large number of veterans who serve in the US military, but also played for several years of veteran, Anderson said. These veterans are naturally the best new generation of high-mobile high-speed multi-purpose wheeled vehicles. Chen Geng patted his head. How did I forget this? Yes, even if Chen Tong's technical details of Hummer, but the proposal of these veterans returned in the battlefield of Vietnam. For Fernandez, the new generation of high-mobile multi-purpose wheel vehicles still have an extremely important value. They brought it as a recommendation for the Truthline operational requirements. Chen Y nodded. Okay, let Staten and Laraford bring a few people, make our development consultants. Well, this one is over. The second point, I ask you, assume that our product successfully selected, the Ministry of Defense finally chose us. How much is the value of this business? How big is it? Bob thought about it, said, the number of U.S. Army's active M151 is more than 70,000, even if all replacements are all orders. We will be more than 80,000 vehicles, Cheng said. Every car counts for $20,000 US. It is a $1.6 billion business, but we give family designed by Chrysler, give Ford designed Beast and Victorian Crown. How much is it earned? Money? I believe that as long as they are not stupid, they will not die in the dead. Yup. Anderson and Bob finally responded. It was the amount of the body, the influence of the political circles. The rival, Fernandez, is definitely with Ford Auto, Chrysler, General Motors, AMC Cars and even KF Vo, Bosch. The main supplier of these US military actors can't ratio. But the problem is that Fernandez is not an object that others can need. See Chrysler family. I know that the fire scene of Ford Victoria is sinned by Fernandez, but sin the boss is not good. Yes, you are strong. I can't do it directly, but you bully me. I will not follow me. You cooperate. I will enhance your competitor's product force. When we see who is more losses. You now let me do this business. In the future, I will let your market share have fallen a few percentage points. When I see who is even more powerful. AMC, do you dare to ignore this threat? How can it be? Even if they didn't expect them, they can threaten the products of Fernandez, friendly. When you sell it to them, you can goodwill. Remind them. Reconscious this, Anderson and Bob face exposed a smile. Third point, it is also what I really care, Chen Tongjun himself, for this competition. My real attitude is, can achieve good, as long as the split. What is wrong? The new generation of high-speed multi-purpose wheeled vehicles in the Department of Defense can fall on our heads. You don't care at all? How can this? Exclamation mark. Even if you are a boss, you don't know how much our strength we costed for this car. Anderson and Bobon are anxious. However, there is no other two people, Chen Li will sway. In fact, I really value it. It is the opportunity for the new generation of high-speed multi-purpose wheeled vehicles through the Department of Defense, officially entered the civilian car market. Anderson, Bob. At the same time, the two faces, I don't know what their own boss said. Think about any of the US military's update. You think that the biggest profit is the product that can be selected by the military, or behave in the selection process, but finally the product. Don't say more. Anderson and Bob's eyes looked up. They instantly realize what their own bosses want to say. In the capitalist country in the United States, even if the procurement of military equipment is strictly followed by the all law of capitalism, the equipment purchased by the soldiers must not be the best, but under the premise of meeting performance and indicator minimum requirements. The cheapest price. The soldiers are the most reliable partner. Gun. This is the case. Silently paid for the soldiers. Among the procurement of each military equipment, it finally successfully became the main equipment of the US military. It must not participate in the best performance, but the most desperate performance. The performance of the Ministry of National Defense requires the lowest price of the US military even will slam. This is the ultimate, allowing the warrior to purchase equipment. Pistol. This numerous military fan in China is mocking for our military, not paying attention to the personal equipment of the soldiers, and often uses US military and even allow soldiers to buy a pistol when criticism. When you come to Men District, they will not know that the US soldiers purchased M1911 at their own expense. It is because the power of the M9 provided by the military. If the power of M9 is enough, the fool will be ourselves. Pick up. P.S. Brothers, please wait a little, about 4 or 5 minutes. The soldiers are the most reliable partner. Gun. This is the case. Silently paid for the soldiers. Among the procurement of each military equipment, it finally successfully became the main equipment of the US military. It must not participate in the best performance, but the most desperate performance. The performance of the Ministry of National Defense requires the lowest price of the US military even will slam. This is the ultimate, allowing the warrior to purchase equipment. The US military even will slam. This is the ultimate, allowing the warrior to purchase equipment. Pistol. This numerous military fan in China is mocking for our military, not paying attention to the personal equipment of the soldiers, and often uses US military and even allow soldiers to buy a pistol when criticism. When you come to Men District, they will not know that the US soldiers purchased M1911 at their own expense. It is because the power of the M9 provided by the military. If the power of M9 is enough, the fool will be ourselves. Pick up. Chapter 296 IT. Hello Penmark www. A veteran of Stonson and Larafot, did so that the entire R&D process gave a lot of detours, and many of them made many suggestions. Many times have made the entire R&D team it turns out this place like this, or can I meet this when the army fights? The feelings. Bimally developed automotive development, manufacturing and zero-equipped shelves, engine and gearbox direct purchased shelves. Engine is 6 of Detroit diesel engine, 2-liter V8 diesel engine. Gearbox is also a 4 at Norway diesel engine, and automatic gear are the requirements of the Ministry of Defense. In the case where the finally selected HMMWV is like, the entire R&D process is as always as a hanging. The engine is homoked, the door axle, the four-wheeled independent suspension of the big trip. With a 1 the program ultimately determined that the R&D process continued. in which case Chen Geng's brow is more wrinkled. Looking at your own boss, I was frightened in a day, Andan and Bob were frightened. The two were uneasy and found Chen Geng, and asked carefully, "Boss, what is our R&D direction?" In the case where the project is smooth, in addition to the directional mistake, Anderson and Bob don't think of it. What else can make your own boss so frowning? Do not, Chen Gengzhao, I think it is too slow. Anderson and Bob instantly. In short, in less than half a month, the main body of this HMMWV has been determined that the next time is the test sample car test. The funds are guaranteed, the performance, specifications of main components have been determined, up to in 1 month. The first 3 vehicles were used for Fernandez themselves inside the test. The modified HMMWV prototype will be completed. It does not say that only 50 days have been used for more than 50 days, and it has developed P-51 Wild Horse, the record of the fighter, but it is definitely the research and development of military equipment after World War II. But in this case, the boss still thinks that this progress is too slow. Boss won't let us take his own horse fart by this opportunity. Anderson and Bob look at the eye. The more I want to think, otherwise this is here to explain whether you said strive. The boss wants to listen to people to shoot the guarded, as a subordinates. What can I do? Of course, it is. I want to take away to take a lot of comfort. Anderson and Bob's careful thinking will not be able to pass Chen Geng's eyes. Unequal two people, Chen Geng said, I think that with the development of technology, the development and production of automobiles should be able to computer technology is better in combination. Boss, is we not combined with the research and development of computer technology with the car? Hesitating, Anderson said, we are the first car modification plant that uses computer-aided design with computer-aided design in our research and development process. We also use computer-aided design. Bob is more proud, he is really proud. Fernandez is the 7th in the US car industry, and is also the first business that introduces computer-aided design CAD in the automotive modification industry. Looking at Anderson and Bob, Chen Li, who came to look proud and proud. Unlike the Soviet Union, it is also different from Huaxia. The United States is the best country that combines computer technology and business. Professor Ivan Sutherland, that is, later, in 1963, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, that is, later get a prize in 1988, becomes the father of computer graphics. Ivan Sutherland proposes an interactive graphics research plan with the support of Boeing Aircraft and General Motors, and successfully developed the world's first computer interactive drawing system, Sketchpad. Because the price of hardware facilities is too expensive, Sketchpad has this world's first interactive computer drawing system only, such as its sponsors Boeing and General Motors. From the 1970s, as DEC's small computers have declined, the interactive drawing system began to use more and more use in the American industry. But even if so, computer-aided design with a computer is still medium-large-scale companies of qualified luxury toys. The reason why Fernand can have such a quick speed in helping Chrysler, Ford and even in their own, the few sets of computer drawing software in the official DEC small machine. Just in Chen Geng, there is no difference in CAD software and toys, and it is used to Chen Li, which is a variety of easy-to-use CAD and network design technology. Whenever it is designed, the headache is a headache, but unfortunately, don't say internet technology now. Now the LAN technology is still exploiting. I decided, I have to go to Silicon Valley. Chen Geng has a mouthful and said, Anderson and Bob attached to the eyes, didn't understand what your own boss was smashing. Why did you go to Silicon Valley? I want to go to Silicon Valley, find a software development company with DEC computer software development experience. Let them reply to our computer drawing software according to my thoughts. Well, the remaining work in HMMWV is responsible for you. No problem. Thinking of the computer drawing software that is now in use, Chen Geng's teeth have a little itch. I didn't intend to cross the industry. I found the workers of the ancestors, and must first be aware. This sentence is really reasonable. Anderson and Bob are not the first time I listened to my own boss complaining that this software is not easy to use. When doing design, the boss is if this damn software has 20 function, it is too convenient. The ears of the two have heard the scorpion. The money is the boss. He wants how to spend. Can you still stop him? Moreover, this HMMWV design work has been basically completed. As a senior engineer from Chrysler and Ford, if you can't do it, you can't do it. You just have to resign. The two opposite the eyes and nodded. Boss, you can rest assured. Bob is more simply, boss, if you are so simple, we are not Inc. What qualifications have such a high salary? The financial industry is probably the most sensitive industry outside the computer industry. As a former high officials of the United Community Bank, Ross Mary is less skilled and operated. One of the executives of the computer, listening to Chen Geng, said that he is ready to go to Silicon Valley to find a special drawing software for the EFC Computer Software Development Company. I have long listened to my owner countless times complained in my ear, most good 20 function, and how to increase if an 20 module is added. She even saw some small software written by her own boss, so if she has developed a CAUS, the software has no doubt the opposite. As a qualified CEO, her two eyes the light of the light. This boss, you are not complaining about the company's software is not easy to use. Since you all plan to make a software according to your idea, why not simply acquire a software development company? You can not only do software according to your idea, we can even sell software to make money. Well, did you not always say that the company's database software and financial software are not easy to use? I do something to do with things. Huh? Yup. I haven't thought so much. I just want to go to the software company to order a set of EasyTIS-CAD software. Chen Pang. I will remind Ross Marie. Yes, my buddy knows any type of software development trend, function. Even the general architecture knows very detailed. In this case, why did the brother not simply acquire a software development company, take the next computer technology to enter the big outbreak, a big popular opportunity, and phishing him? Database software, finance software, ERP software, office software, CAD software. Which software is not familiar with these software? Is it less than a few? Thinking of the comrades of Lao Kiao. Well, now Xiao Kiao comrade is full of pot. The pot is full of apple eye, but it is still stupid, and the car is hard. Chen Bai has take the impulse of two mouths. Thinking of this, Chen Genglian nodded. Mary, you are right, we really should acquire a software development company. Really? Do you think we should buy a software development company? Your own suggestion has been recognized by the boss. Rosemary is a bit happy. Well, don't mention how much money developed, just in the automotive industry. I think the combination of computer technology and automobiles is the future development trend of automotive industries. This judgment on his own boss, Rosemary is a bit surprised. Do you sure? I am very sure. Chen Geng nodded. Rosemary never doubtful to the future of the auto technology and the future of automobile technology. She carefully considered a moment, said, I remember that you have said that the future car will form an ECU as the core to similar to the fighter bus technology is the network control system. Yes, I said. Chen Geng is somewhat surprised. He is just zero, fragmentation, and Rosemary feel a few words. For example, ECU will become a car's brain. All the main factories are working on ECU manufacturers. It was originally thought that Rosemary had forgotten, and he did not expect him to remember so clear. In this case, we must buy a computer software development company. Rosemary nodded and toddled. Chapter 297. The Last Regret. Penmark www. This is Silicon Valley. The car galloped on the avenue of Stanford Industrial Park. Rosemary looked at the scenery outside. Some feelings. There is too much to be very comfortable. Even the air is fresh than Detroit. This is not Rosemary, which is really that the air quality of San Francisco is indeed better than that of Detroit. It is not only because the air in the coastal city is more humid, but more importantly, The air of San Francisco is not like Detroit City unique smell. It is said that the United States in the late 1970s has begun to attach importance to environmental protection, but the emphasis on environmental protection is far less than 20 or 30 years later, compared to high-tech and computer technology as economic pillars and core. San Francisco, Detroit. The air quality is indeed a difference. If there is no flash, if the road is not flashing, the San Francisco's B is determined to be a little higher than that of the ground. But Rosemary is the senior professional manager of Fernandez, which is a while. She suddenly turned to her boss, Bose, Silicon Valley. There are many companies. Do you have a lot? Well, it is really very much. The whole beauty. Almost more than 50% of high-tech companies and computer technology-related companies are here. Even if there is nothing here, there is a branch here. According to Silicon Valley, the whole beauty is almost 70%. Garage. Small micro-computer technology research and development company. Chen Geng nodded. He was a little curious. Why did Rosem suddenly said this? What is Garage Type? The company is a person or a few people spend a few dollars to register a company, and there is no venue. It is the kind of micro company that is technically developed in their own garage, saying that it is possible to close it in a few days. But don't look down on this kind of garage companies. Almost all computer high-tech companies, such as Dell, such as Apple, such as Commodore, such as 3Com. These in the early days of computer technology and network technology development. Even in the future, there is an important influence. High-tech and computer technology companies are coming out of the garage. Rosemary said, since it is an entrepreneurial company, I believe that their financial situation is not very good. In the case of funds, these entrepreneurial companies must be more popular. So, boss, I feel that we should follow the focus of our car maintenance business and the second-hand car business. I am not waiting for Chen Geng to talk. She has two eyes. Well, there are our banks. The acquisition of the joint credit bank must be completed as soon as possible, and then the bank will come here. The car of these companies in Silicon Valley is bought from our hands. The loan is from us. We can repeat from them. Cheering. Rosemary is immersed in the happiness of these entrepreneurial companies from Silicon Valley. Chen Li, I feel that my general manager is not finding wrong. Smiles. Loan gives them a few money. I want to say, let's do an angel investment. Even if the 10 companies can finally come out, let's make a big hair. Take a look at Wang and Computer. You know that the computer is really making money. Angel investment? Rosemary's eyes were bright, but he hesitated. She still shook his head. If you say this is true, but I don't understand the computer industry. It doesn't matter. This is not me. Chen Wirong smiled and said that he refers to himself. This piece is responsible for me. I am joking. Others don't know if there is any company to develop. What company has not yet out of the garage door? Can you? I don't know. You? Looking at your boss, Rosemary Skeeters. Boss, I don't doubt your eyes, but the angel investment, this kind of thing, very testing a vision of investors. Let's talk about it. I doubt my eyes. Chen Geng did not mind that Rosemary had doubts about himself. He just nodded. This way, this money does not take the company's out. I look back with my private money to set up an investment fund, specialize in this matter. Okay, money is yours, you said. Rosemary shrugged. The boss said so. What can I do? Although he does not look at this move of his own boss, the money is the boss, even if it is full of water drift. It will not do it with himself. Do you want to have a $100,000? Chen Geng asked with his mouth. I don't dare to keep it with you. After 20 years, I promise that even if you leave it from the company, you are still a billionaire who is envied by countless people. Fu Po. Just forget it. If Chen Li does not say this, Rosemary said that there will be a little more, but the boss will blow the cattle to the sky. Where did she dare to believe? Euphemistically refused. I have prepared a good house recently. It is really unfortunate. Chen Geng feels sorry for Rosemary. How good investment opportunities. The real can let her lying down the opportunity to eat. I have missed it. It is also because of this move. In the future, It has become the world's most well-known annual salary. The highest professional manager, interviewed in numerous times, and is asked by the reporter to last regrets. When the thing is time, she will sigh when she is long. I have the last regret in my life. There is no 100% trust my boss. What should I do if I want to find some local companies in a place that is almost completely unfamiliar? Is there any good way? Very simple, looking for a headhunting company. As long as you find a well-known headhunting company, all problems are not a problem. As the center of computer technology in the United States and the world, it is not too much to rely on headhunting business. And don't think that the headhunting company is a business intermediary. I want to have a big mistake. In addition to the intermediary, such as Chen Geng wants to visit some more famous software development companies in Silicon Valley, this is not a problem. And these headhunting companies in Silicon Valley have perfect companies catalog, address, telephone, business, scope. Good at direction. The same is not lacking, as long as Chen is willing to pay. P.S. I still owe 1,000 words. I will give you home tomorrow. Chapter 298. A great beginning. Penmark www. Boss, you haven't went wrong place? In front of the building, Rosemary suspected that he was not a pit, that he was killed by the damn headhunter. Why do you say that? Because of the computer of Fernandez. It is basically the small machine of DEC, and various models of DEC small machines add more than 40 sets, counting the terminal, with a total value of more than $800,000, and counting two IBM companies. The medium machine and the corresponding display terminal. Fernandez uses the total investment of more than $4 million on computer equipment, which in the United States and the world's automobile modification enterprises, this technology in research and development strength are premier. In the software running on these DEC's small machine, many software will appear at 2000 inches. Letters, this way, a question naturally produces, such a powerful software development company, how can it be in this place? Even if you don't rent a luxury office building, what should you still be in the garage? Well, Chen Mi and Rosemary are a garage. More accurately, is the tower garage of the most typical American family villa house. Chen Geng also seriously suspected that the death of the dead headhunting company was in the pit, but the black, shabby Corvette C2 sports car outside the garage can see that the car owner, like Fernandez companies, this black Corvette C2, pure nad claw sticker of the modified department. However, when Chen Geng's eyes fell in the mouth of the garage door, he knew that he did not find the wrong place. If the brand is correct, it should be Gatli 2000 company office. Wood sign. Looking at Chen's finger, it is seen that the door in the garage door does not know that it is a year or 2 years of non-movement. The wooden board, which is reflected in Rosemary. According to the direction in the wood board, it is obvious that this wooden board should be traverse, but I don't know why the owner is alive, so if the Rosemary wants to see what is written on the wooden board, it must on the side of the head. Gatli 2000 Software Development Company is really this place. On the side of the head, the word on the wooden board is read out, and the Rosemary tone is with a strong incredible, isn't it? Among the awareness of Rosemary, the computer industry should be very profitable. For example, the boss has just given the 4 DEC companies produced by the 4 DEC companies produced by the a single price reached $200,000. In calculating the software, Fernandez pays a total of more than $1.1 million for these 4 small machines. But the software development enterprise in Gatli exists on the DC supplier directory of the DEC, actually staying in the garage. If the brand is not written above, it should be that it is not wrong. Chen Geng touched his nose. He also felt some incredible. Who are you looking for? Just when Chen Pen, he went out of the doorbell, and the garage came out of his hair messy, color pale young people, and a piece of jeans did not know that it was a month or not washed in 2 months. Looking at Chen Li asked with Rosemary, a vigilant. Looking at this young man, Chen Geng is laughing. This image is really perfect in the minds of software development and designers. Excuse me, is it here? I got up and down this young person. Chen Wirong smiled and asked. Listening to the people came to you, the young man's expression suddenly slowed down, nodded at, no, here is the Gatrui 2000 Software Development Company. I am the software architect and summary design of Gatli 2000 teacher. Do two people come to our design software? Oh. Forgot to introduce yourself. My name is Cooktegakot. You call me what or Ford can. We Gatli 2000 company is good at customization of various software of DEC and IBM Medium Machine. I don't know how long did this buddy didn't receive a business. I actually had an exciting preface that I didn't let the words, so that Chen Li has to interrupted his words. I still call you Igakford, Aquarium mister. I really have some business to talk to you, but I got a 4-week. Chenless meaning is I can't talk about it here. Equity is also aware of this problem, and suddenly, I am busy with Chen want to ask. I haven't walked into the garage yet. Chen Li can be sure that it is indeed the place where Garrett 2000 is undoubtedly. The space inside the garage is not small. It is the garage of 5 or 60 squares. There can be a few tables on the left side of the wall. And there are several Apple I computer, a few young people are being knocked on the keyboard, and there is a December small machine in the corner, and there is a lot of the model, the ground is chaotic, and the sky is lost, and the other side is on the wall. Bed, there are two guys who don't know how old, they are so sleepy. Of course, I will not have a stinky socks, stinky clothes, and because of a strange thing that is mixed by various smells for a long time. The smell, this taste can't be described, but it is definitely not good. Chen Geng didn't matter, this scene he saw, Cosmery and Minren couldn't work. No, a few women did not love clean, just walked into the door. This two women's face began to green, Mern even if this unable to describe the mobilized, there is no vomiting. Looking at Rosemary and Miron, whitening, Chen Geng stopped, said to Chawata Galford, Mr. Igholf, is not as good as we are still talking. Well, we must respect ladies. Don't say Rosemary. Chawarigalt is also aware of where there is a problem. Awkward. Well, we are talking outside. Andy, give me a few chairs. Give me clean. Give me a few cans of Coke. Amount, mister, and this beautiful lady, I am sorry. We have only cola here. It's okay. Chen Geng hooks. After sitting down on a simple folding chair, he curiously asked Chutigalt, Mr. Agati, there are more than 20 DEC small machines in my company. In these computers software in the middle, we can often see the indication of your Gatrui 2000. I have always thought that your Gatli 2000 company is a large software development company, but, although Chen Geng said half, how can What Aquarium not understand Chen Geng's meaning? He smiled. We are software developers, not computer manufacturers. In fact, our software developers are not as hardware developers who provide support for DEC. Hey, what do you call me? Fernandez. Chen called me Fernandez. Chen Geng's head said, this is Miss Rosemary, which is Miss Millen. Oh, Mr. Fernandez, hello, Miss Rosemary. Hello, Miss Millen. What Agati gives. Chen Geng explained, as a software developer, it is not difficult to develop a software, but it is very difficult to develop a software that can crash when it is running. This requires repeated testing, but our profit is very low. Speaking of this, it seems to be a terrible. Chen Zhong, and Chawarigalt took the initiative to explain. Last year, we have developed more than 5 software for DEC. But do you know how much we earn? To $400,000. So little? Chen Geng was surprised. In 1979, US $400,000 is definitely not a small money, but considering the frequency of the company logo, Gary 2000, the frequency, Chen Li, I feel that this money is too small. Okay, what a goal is not to earn less. He is even quite satisfied. Our company has 8 people. You know how much we have earned each of us after removing water, rent and dam taxation? Points 3. If you are uncomfortable, he reached out 3 points, and the pride of his face said to Chen Geng, $35,000. Each of us is $35,000. Today, the annual income of US per capita is still less than $10,000. The annual income of $35,000 is indeed a big number, and it is different from pay income. If it is dividend, the income tax is actually very low, almost equivalent to 4-5 times the US per capita tax return. From this point, Chet Walter Gacott is really qualified. Think about it, in this tape is also used as the main recording medium. The hard disk is an absolute high-end goods. The size of the software is neither GB unit, not MB unit, but KB. In the unit, several people can develop a good software. Chen Li is also relieved. That is really very powerful. I nodded. Chen said, this is the case. I hope that Gatrui 2000 company is designed with my idea to design a computer-aided design drawing software. Mr. Fernandez, you may have something misunderstood for software development. If you don't wait for change, Cook T. Quatford interrupted his words. Computer software development is a complex process. First, I want to know your computer model, followed by Chen Geng Ui Cook T. Quat. He said, one is that software development in the eyes of many people, even in the eyes of software developers itself, is very mysterious, very high on. On the other hand, the software development of computers in the age is indeed very troublesome. In the 70s, software development and software development under the Windows system were not a matter. Under Windows operating system, everyone, as long as software development is based on the development requirements of the Windows system, anyway, all software is compatible. But in the 1970s, it is compatible. What it is. Do not say that the computer between different brands cannot be compatible with each other. Even if it is a computer under the same brand, it is also unable to implement the program's mutual compatibility. A model of computer with one or several software. There is no system software and application software statement. For example, I want a flight-controlled computer. Then there is only flight control. Do you want to do something else? Sorry, no. For example, Gatrui 2000. They have developed a program for the DEX PDP-8 computer, but this program must not be run on PDP-11, which is in the PDP-1103 computer. Software, basically unable to run on PDP-1123, a model of computer supporting a set. This is the mainstream and status quo in the computer industry today, and no one thinks there is any problem. Here you can lead a problem, such as the GATS classmates can emulate huge wealth in a short time, but Kapwatagati can only earn $400,000 in hard work. It's still a good mother. Let Gates have a good leg in his mother's introduction. Before the factory, IBM has pre-installed Microsoft's Windows system for their personal computer. How many personal computers are sold in IBM? How many money is received? And he can make a lot of money. Okay, go back to our question. Is this question? In fact, it is compatible with each other. DEC has realized this, so they developed VAX 11 series computers in 1978. But because DEC is not valued by the VAX 11 series of computers, this is announced in 1977. The small machine listed in 1978 has been officially listed this year. After this computer was officially launched, Chen Wei did not hesitate to buy for single price of $200,000. It also does not include the price of the terminal, and the price of Chen Geng is hurting. For a while, how many cars that buddies have to earn back this almost $1 million? 100,000. I don't wait for Canton Egal. And Chen Li said, oh. Shit, okay, of course, no problem. In front of $100,000. Kapwatagakot was aware of a lot. The power of $100,000 is huge. In front of $100,000. Chet Watergart and students have not hesitated to offer themselves to the knee. Isn't it necessary to develop a software in accordance with Mr. Fernandez Chen? No problem. Just give money. All the questions are not a problem. He asked. Chen Geng asked Chenj, sir, what model is your company's computer? I need to know your computer model first, Then determine the software development plan. It is the PDP 1140 of December. I don't wait for Kutwatagol, Chen Geng. PDP 1140 is a small machine manufactured by the famous small machine manufacturer DEC, equipped with a special graphic processor, which is also because of this SEPT 1140 becomes countless industrial companies. The design department's first choice. In this price, there is no computer's drawing ability than the DEC's PDP 1140. PDP 1140 Chapter 299 is discovered. Penmark www. Chiwatagakot thinks that since Fernandez Mr. Chen knows a computer, then the exchanges of the two sides should be more enjoyable, but soon, Chet Walter Gould found that this $100,000 is not so good. In front of him, Mr. Fernandez Mr. Chen not only understands some computer knowledge, but also has a very strong sense of confidentiality. Why do you say this? Because the two are the bodyguard guys who have taken a camera from their baggage boxes. Camera! Exclamation mark. At this time, the camera can be taken in your hand for more than 30 years. Even the mobile phone is part-time. This era is the kind of watching which we see in the TV. You need to resist the kind of shoulders. As for the media of the record information, it is not a high-speed memory card, but a tape. Mr. Fernand, you are. Kutwatagol's mouth was touched and asked. In fact, he was stupid. After seeing this movement under Chen Geng's hand, he roughly understood the other party's meaning, but he felt angry because of understanding this. You actually feel that I will steal you? Thing? Exclamation mark. Rosemary has made us slightly not born to Kutwatagol. The gesture, smile, Mr. Egalt, our boss said, for many software developers, there may be a way to solve a lot of problems, but no one provides this idea. This problem will never solve this problem. Can't. Yes, Rosemary, and even the reason why Fernandez is voting this conversation, the reasons and purposes are very simple, leaving evidence of audio and video, lest in the future Garrett 2000 stealing with your own ideas, come back and forth when you fight the law. However, in the view of the company of Garrett, Fernandez's practices are somewhat humiliate. If Rosemary is finished, some people can't help but angry. This lady, you have not awkward you. I have. Garrett 2000 is the best software development company in the industry. We have the most leading solution in the industry. Do you think we will steal your ideas? Kutwatagol didn't speak, but he didn't talk. That this action itself explained his attitude. His partner's words also represent him the idea. But Rosemary is not angry. When she decided to do this at her own boss, she already had this psychological prepared. Smiled. This gentleman, please remember, we spend $100,000, and compared to this $100,000, my boss is much more than the $100,000 worth of money. Rosemary, this exit, gated 2,000 people immediately closed his mouth. You have a $100,000. You are bigger. Don't look at Chester Gakot just said last year. Garrett 2000 company did $400,000 in total business income, and as a software development company, their production activities have little cost. Electricity bill is the largest the cost is, that is, to go to the rent, the total amount of hydropower does not exceed $1,000, which is almost all of the $400,000 can be saved. Dividends. But there are so many doctors. $400,000 a year, really, when DEC is charity? For example, if you can really earn $400,000 in a year, then you can buy residential housing, and ordinary people located in the suburbs, such as the 2 floors in this too. No swimming pool, the United States house's favorite single-family villa, but it is $3,40,000. It is better than $450,000, and it can also install. At the time, the hall as everyone's studio, everyone can have a separate room, not too much in this small garage. Let me talk, or if they don't make any money. Don't say that Americans are not to enjoy. See what the first thing after earning money, What is the first thing after the money? Buy a luxury car, buy a luxury home, pull a group of beautiful model paper drunken fans, and this is always being promoted by the US media, the rich people who are reaped by American society. These young people are in this dog nest the same garages because they have a dream of luxury yachts in their hearts. Therefore, for these young people of Gate 2000, $100,000 are really a lot of money. In order to $100,000, they decided to endure. Of course, there is still a bit uncomfortable. Lousy is really I don't believe it. You are a. What is your? Forget it. No matter what you do. No matter what you do, in software design and development, can you be more powerful than us? Joke. If you really have such a big matter, you have long earned money to make money. As for us to find us, holding a joke and even a mentality, the camera is set up, welcoming the lens. Chen Geng asked to Kutwati Galford, Mr. Kutwati as Gate 2000 Software Development Company Chairman, General Manager, CEO, Chief Architecture Officials and General Engineers, for our first end national prizes to participate in Gate 2000 companies to help us develop several procedures, copyright, and everything else is a way of cooperation in Fernandez. How have you? No comments. Kutwati Granzi, nor did it because Chen Geng gave him a string of the tang of this series, or made Chen less cautious. His booth. As long as you agree according to the contract, pay in time. There is no problem, everything is you, just like this. Soon, Kukti Kwat and his friends, the partners know why Chen Li is so cautious, and it is necessary to keep evidence through this audio and video, because he said the first software it is completely subverting their inherent impression on software development. Okay, Chen Geng nodded. Let's talk about the first software I have developed. I call it is a visible, graphical operating system, and can run in the IBM's Unix system and DEX VMS the system is, and many more. Chen has not finished. Kutwati interrupted his words, and said with a mid-stable, Chetwatagal, said, Mr. Fernandez, I think you make computers understanding game issues. Unix and VMS itself are operating systems, and as common sense, no operating system can run in another operating system, even if it is a CP/M system specially running on a microcomputer. I have been waiting for Cherty Quat, and Chen Wantai nodded. I understand, it is my expression problem. I will say anytime in detail, I want a medium machine that can be in DEC and IBM operation, can be carried out in a graphical manner, allowing users to have a more convenient mode of operation. So, this is not an operating system, just a shell software. Kutwati is stunned, and I will ask Chen Geng's head, yes, this is a shell software, it is difficult. Don't you think I ask you to develop a graphical operation interface operating system? Cooked Egol. Chev de Gaul's friends. This is embarrassed, and the face of the staff of Gate 2000 has a little hot. If Chen Geng, did not see this Chamolias, then said, of course, with the current level of hardware and medium machine, develop a true, visual graphical operation interfaces. However, I think that the pattern of the system resources is too high in the current hardware level. It is better to save system resources in the way, which is better to save system resources. I know IBM's medium-sized machine and DEC's smaller machine is completely different, causing this shell software to be completely different from the design to the code, but I don't care so much. The effect I want is the user of the software. When IBM's medium and use this software on the DEC, the interface scene is exactly the same, as if they are working on the same computer. Chen Geng's words have not been finished, and there is a voice on the side. Sir, Imho, this is impossible. The DEC's VMS system and IBM's Unix system are completely different operating systems. Sam, you are wrong, just okay. This voice has not finished, and Cooked a Gall fight, who has been thinking about Chen Geng, interrupted him and said, this is impossible. Nothing is impossible, Chiwatagold said. You may have forgotten, this is not a real operating system, This is just a shell software pretending to be an operating system. As for this shell software runs under Unix system, whether the same information can be displayed under the VMS system, it is very simple. As long as we provide the material to these two computers, you can do it. That's right. Chen Guirong smiled, took out a A4 paper from his preparation, showing the lens, and handed it over to Kutwati Gakot. In order to make you more accurate understanding of my thoughts, I deliberately make the effect picture of this Windows system. I asked this package software to run. The effect shown on the monitor is like this. Well, I gave this shell software a name, called Window. I think for people, this system opened a new window. Say Windows. When this word, Chen Geng's hard work did not let himself laugh. Chapter 300 is convinced. Penmark www. Chen Geng was so hanging to laughed. But Kutwati Gall and his friends did not the same. Watching this analog display showing the effect of the effect of the effect, looking at one representative of the above neatly arranged different features and applications icons, but Kutwati Gall and his friends are shocked. Mr. Fernandez, who has just been deserved, gave them a new window. Visual. Graphical. It is really possible to run graphical operation or a large machine, a patented patent year. In this Linux system, the DOS system does not have any ages. You want to use and operate a computer, users need to remember countless instructions. By entering an instruction of a bar, this complex manner is to say that it is a general computer user, even for the software developers of Kutwati Gall. Their software developers are also one. The piece is very painful. Just like the pen, the software developer suddenly forgets that the situation of a certain instruction is home to the house. But now, a revolutionary software has appeared. As of Mr. Finance Mr. Chen, in this shell software began to load operation. Just click on one of the visual windows, you can load and run program. It's a perfect Kutwati Gall is completely imagined, with this visual, graphical operating interface. After that, whether it is the programming staff of yourself, or those computer operators in the ordinary company, they never need to remember the complicated, boring instructions, just move the cursor to cursor, Whelping the eyes of Kutwati Gall, Chen Geng took out another paper, like a paw. There may be many mechanical mice with trackball after 90. Some military hobbies vetters may have seen this stuff from some warship command control systems or missile launch systems. Operators moke a round ball to achieve some operations. This round ball is a trackball. Said that he said, this is the trackball mouse I designed, allows the cursor to move on the screen by scrolling this trackball. Then by clicking the two buttons, it can realize the selection, run and other functions. God, it is a perfect design. Kutwati Galford I couldn't help but said, admire, how did you think of? This is not compliment. In Cantonese Agalt, Mr. Fernandez Chen took this trackball mouse, which is simply this window system's perfect match. Oh, this is not difficult to me. Chenless mouth, a face you haven't seen it. The appearance, immediately remind you, I have applied for this patent of this trackball mouse. Ha ha, ha ha. Kutwati Gall, including the young people who stretched the neck in Gate Eat 2000, they laughed. And obviously Chenless words set some people's minds. But the same, in seeing this window. After the system and this track mouse, a group of people in Gate Eat second people looked at Chen Geng, no longer looked at the eyes of the industry, and their eyes had enough respect to Chen Li, which, this Fernandez Chen Mr. is really understanding computer technology, and a very forward-looking idea can cooperate with such people. For Gate 2000 companies, for yourself, is an opportunity to learn. Even I have no way to borrow their ideas, but communicate during the software development process. It is enough to learn a lot. At this moment, Kutwati Gall and his friends finally understood why Fernandez used this evidence to save this kind of evidence, because their money solving the problem is really precious. But as long as Fernandez said I suddenly realized, it turned out to be solved and the problem, it was so simple. Ignore this embarrassment, Chen Geng said, in my idea, This Windows System and Track Mouse are actually the software service for us to develop, and you can also say this Windows System and Track Mouse are actually the foundation. The first software we have to develop is a computer drawing software. Mr. Egalt, first of all, I have to determine a little. Can Gata 2000 develop a computer drawing software? Is it like a picture board? Cut what Igor asked. Almost. Chen Geng nodded, but the function I want is more complicated than the computer drawing software to be implemented. You should talk about it. I did a renderings. Chen Geng once again took A4 paper, first, the top menu and have a dimensional label function. At the same time, the top menu must have a drop menu function. To have a strong graphic editing function, the text alignment and color definition function, graphics output features. It's endless to finish your own request. Chen Ming finally got to mouth. Finally, can you have 3D features? Can you do it? Igor did not immediately answer the question of Chen Ming, but to turn his friends to his friends. Sam, if you want to do this, I am afraid that the size of this software is almost 1.5 megabytes. I feel enough. Sam sorry, shake his head. If these functions are implemented, I estimate that the least 360 kilobits floppy disk is also more than enough. 360 kilobits floppy disk, that is, 1 megabyte volume. In this era, this is properly one head. But these are not the most important. Sam then said, many places in this software are not what we are good at. To achieve so many features, only rely on us. There is no way to complete, so. Yes, Equity nodded, and then he hoped to Chen Geng, couldn't help but ask, if you don't care about time, then we can slowly make it. But obviously you are more urgent. Yes, Mr. Where is your company? This large-scale drawing software, only those large industrial groups need. Igor very depressed discovery, until now, I don't know who my customer is. Oh, my company's name is Fernandez. Chen Geng is experiencing, it is a car modification and design company. Well, and our company also has business in automotive production and manufacturing. Sam shrugs. I have never heard of it. Igor has frown. He can't think of this name is some familiar, it seems to hear the country. But where is it? Rosemary's timely open. Who is the curved C2 outside? My, how? Igor was picking his eyebrows and asked, nothing, but I want to tell you that the magic clause on C2 in the curved C2 is the sign of our company's modification department. What? Rosemary didn't finish. Alfred was excited. He suddenly looked up to Chen Ming and Rosemary, excited. Mister, are you magic clause? Claw, this car modified brand with great visual impact. There are a few young people don't know. There are a few young people don't want to have a claw. Custom modified car? Chen Geng nod. It is accurately, is a modified brand of our company, except for our company has unicorn. Didn't wait Chen Geng. Igor excitedly waved his arm. Yes. Yes, I will know this. It is as expected. Old days, I can't believe that one day I can cooperate with Claw. Sam, do you believe those bastards in Stanford knew that they will envy our? Sam is full of blushing. In addition to the desperation of nodding, there is no way. In addition to Igor and Sam, the reactions of several other young people of Gary 2000 companies are not good. Where to go? I can't do it now is negotiating. I am excited to ask the West. I still have a sentence. Young people, have a few don't like cars, especially the new Rise. In the new Rise people seem to be cool. Igor suddenly came to Chen Geng, and I saw the excitement of idols. I asked. Chen Geng asked, dear Mr. Fernandez, I can know that you have the case of this visual operation, trackball. Do you have other software to do with mouse and this drawing software? Some. Chen Geng nodded. Can you tell me? Igor's expression is eager, excited. I promise, I will never leak any secrets. Chen Pigang is really not afraid that Ford will vent yourself. He said, there are two software, namely a company office software and a database software. Mr. Igor was a mouthful, suddenly said, Have you ever thought of a professional software development company? Okay. Chen Multitime has never responded. You don't make software development simply with your health of computer technology and software. Cut what a gall waving the arm, excited, I have to develop software over the years. I dare to guarantee, whether this computer drawing software is still shell software, trackball mouse, will be caused in the computer market huge sensation.